Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Going on now.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bobby Hurley's squad got maybe their best win since joining the Big 12 in an upset win at home last night against the number 13th team in the country in Texas Tech, 72-67. GCU also got a huge win last night at San Diego State after trailing at the half. Bryce Drew's team outscored the Aztecs by 14 in the second half and cruised to a 73-63 win. And as the Wildcats get ready for BYU tonight, they'll have to do it without five-star freshman Koa Pete, as he'll be reevaluated next week for a lower leg muscle strain. But the Cats and Cougars will tip off from McHale at 7 tonight. And as we roll on with Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, find out who will be joining us all week long at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Murata.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jerry Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Welcome to a wonderful Wednesday of sports discussions, day 2 of Newsmakers Week. Day about 18, 19 of the Winter Olympics that I don't know if anybody in this country is watching.
Okay. I have a buddy in town, so I met him for dinner last night. We sit down in view of a television. The Olympics are on. The amount of TVs that just default to the Winter Olympics is amazing.
Yeah, it's eye candy, right?
It's eye candy. It's always curling. The curling never ends.
Mm-hmm.
They ever determine a winner for this thing?
No, you're right. It's always curling because it's something that people actually are like, I'll watch this. So they milk every bit of that they can. I watched some of the speed skating last night, and I thought, what am I watching?
I love the speed skating.
Do you really?
Not the really long ones that they don't, it's just them gliding with their arms behind their back. That looks like they're just on a Sunday stroll.
They should be whistling.
The ones that are more
the ones that have to haul ass for like a short period of time.
That's almost like watching like a track race. Like it's
that's
a sprint.
cool.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that wasn't what I watched. I watched the gliding where they all get into formations. They all have their hands on one another's tushes.
Like that doesn't look well.
Well, I mean, that's what they do.
With a good time.
That's what they do, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking. It's funny that you brought that up because I was just thinking they need another scandal or they need a breakout, like, weird story or something. Like, last week they had a couple of weird things,
Yeah.
And we were actually talking about the Olympics. This week is just, unless you're, like, really into the Olympic hockey, which has gotten underway, or the Olympic figure skating,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and people have pointed out the Winter Olympics are full of rifle and pistol related events. How does our country have 6 gold medals in games that include so many gun related activities?
You're really asking?
That's what I'm saying. Shouldn't we be better? That's my point. Shouldn't we be a lot better?
I'll give you a guess on who.
Great point.
I think we're really good at the summer ones where you don't have to like ski for 10 miles before you shoot the guns.
Has anybody in this room actually cross-country skied?
No.
Okay. I've done it.
I've never skied before. Yes, I have. Why did I say that?
You've never.
Boy.
I've never
skied. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Of course I have.
I've actually skied multiple times.
You've cross-country skied?
I have. Yeah, and let me tell you something. I've done it multiple times. I'm from the Midwest. It's something that people do. It's so frustrating because all you want to do is get going fast, and it's impossible.
Yeah.
It's maddening. It's a maddening sport.
It looks exhausting.
It is
exhausting. The first time I saw it, I was much more in wonder about the Winter Olympics when I was younger, and as a kid watching it, that just looks grueling. It looks like there's nothing fun about it.
No.
And going back to curling, in all the Olympic events, summer, winter, is there a less athletic activity than curling?
I mean, you could argue it's more. I mean, the shooting events, you're just shooting. You need like skill and hand-eye coordination, and at least in curling, you're.
It's more about cleaning.
You're
than anything
sweeping ice, Jarrett. That is not athleticism.
I'll give you guys a guess at who leads the Winter Olympics in medals.
Oh, I already know.
Norway.
We already know. Yeah,
the Nordic countries are always really
it's not
good.
like we're not following this crap.
All right. So listen, I started
the daily update too that Italy, I think, is still second, right?
Italy is still second.
They are.
Gambo updates it every day. 2 and 6.
Does he do that really? Yeah, of course.
The home countries.
Look,
the home countries qualify for every event. First of all,
that's true.
Second of all, they prepare for like 10 years for this one thing.
That's true too.
Just check out once we get into the more look at how Italy's doing in hockey right now. They're losing like 7-1 every game.
And real quick on the hockey, so this Canadian USA quote rivalry that everyone's trying to, they're not even going to meet in the championship. They're going to meet in the semifinals.
Well, that's USA Russia met in the semifinals.
That seems wrong.
It does seem wrong, right?
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I can't wait. That's going to be a good. That's going to be must-watch stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we just got to find it after
all the
curling is over.
Right, exactly. All right, start the show, Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Big win for Bobby Hurley's Arizona State Sun Devils. They knock off 13th-ranked Texas Tech 72-67 at Desert Financial Arena. Masamba Diop hit a three-pointer with 6 seconds to go in the first half, giving the Devils a 1-point lead at the break. That lead was 10 with under 2.5 minutes to go, but Texas Tech went on an 8-0 run to close to within 2. Pig Johnson, Mo Odom made free throws in the final 30 seconds to ice it. Odom led the way with 23. Diop had 14, and the Devils break an 11-game losing streak against ranked teams. Big win for Bobby Hurley, who started his day right here in this studio. Look at that.
Yeah, he did.
And then ended it by getting a court storm last night in Tempe.
It was more like a court swarm to me. That wasn't really a storm. It was a swarm. It was like a slow kind of enveloping.
So you're saying they shouldn't actually be fined?
I am. That's exactly what I'm saying. There in no way was that a storming, danger, perilous kind of situation.
It was a gathering.
Right. It was a slow build, but joyous nonetheless.
Hurley's first appearance in studio, first win against a ranked opponent this year.
Okay, so you're doing that dumb radio show thing that, he came on our show, so good things happen to us.
Since Bobby Hurley came in studio, the Sun Devils are undefeated. They have the highest Ken Palmer. No.
Yeah.
Sun Devils back on the road Saturday to face Baylor in Waco. GCU continued their mastery over San Diego State. They take down the Aztecs 73-63 at Viejas Arena.
Kick their Aztecs, man.
They did. San Diego State led by 4 at the half, but GCU came out in the second, uncorked a 14-5 run to take the lead, which they never gave back. Jaden Henley had 21 to lead the Lopes. F.A. Demerol, 14 points, 11 boards. GCU handing San Diego State its first double-digit conference loss at home in 11 years. And what is it about SDSU? They just own those guys. Lopes back home to host Wyoming Saturday night at Global Credit Union Arena. Suns still ramping up for their 27-game post-All-Star break finish to the season. That gets underway tomorrow night in Austin against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. Dylan Brooks won't be available for that game, serving his one-game technical foul suspension. That game will be immediately followed by another 4-game homestand at Mortgage Matchup Center starting Saturday night against the Orlando Magic. That's the one bad thing about the All-Star break. It seems like it takes a year, doesn't it? It's only been a week since the Suns played a game.
They do have to have that break part factored in.
Yeah. I mean, you can't just rest. You got to go to some tropical climate.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And when you do that, you need more time.
You need more time.
Elsewhere in the NBA, Utah Jazz forward Jaren Jackson Jr. had surgery to remove a growth in his left knee. He'll be evaluated in 4 weeks, but he ain't playing anymore this year. ESPN reported that last week. Jackson played in 3 games for the Jazz after being traded to Utah by the Memphis Grizzlies. Tony Clark resigns Tuesday as the executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association after an internal investigation revealed an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who was hired by the union in 2023. There's all kinds of other stuff, financial improprieties, all this stuff, too.
So did we figure out, is this his brother's wife or his
I think it's his wife's sister. Could you imagine having to explain to your wife, hon, I got bad news. I got fired from my multi-million-dollar a year job. Oh, what happened, hon?
Well,
sit down.
the thing is
you want to make yourself a drink first, hon?
You know how I was always gotten along well with your sister?
You know how you always thought I was so great around your family?
Now pinch hitting. Tony Clark.
Oh, boy.
Clark's resignation, huge with the expiration of baseball's current CBA, coming on December 1st of this year. Pitcher Walker Buehler. He's back in the National League West. The right-hander signs a deal with the San Diego Padres. Buehler, 8 years with the Dodgers before splitting last season between Boston and Philadelphia. And Arizona State football adding a home-and-home pair of games against Stanford in 2032 and 2033 to replace games that had been previously scheduled against Texas. They pulled out of their commitments because now the SEC has to play 9 conference games. So they have to schedule the Patsies in the non-conference.
It's all right. ASU Stanford fire up that Big 12 ACC rivalry.
Yeah, it's the way it should be. ASU and Stanford met 34 times as members of the Pac-10 and Pac-12 between 1978 and 2022. There you go. There is your splash on this Wednesday morning, February 18th. Coming up next, we'll get into a big night for the Valley teams on the college hardwood and another college coach who just continues to be, in Dan Bickley's terminology, a total jerk face. We continue live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. Not that long ago, I played a round of golf with their founder, Shane O'Grady. During a round of golf, he got a text from one of his clients. She said she was doing her happy dance. She had just paid off her mortgage in 41 months. Can you believe that? That is less than 4 years, but that is what you can get from Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades, and that happens because you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes towards erasing and wiping out all of your debt. You do it without changing a nickel of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity. 24/7 access, giving you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want and or need to. And 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their mortgage, which does a lot of great things. If you're a bit older, sets you up perfectly for retirement. If you're younger, now you get decades to build personal wealth while everybody else chained to that 30-year fixed rate mortgage. Now, there are caveats. You've got to be a good fit, but if you are a good fit, I can tell you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
Hey, it's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Denise, a recent Aria Dental patient.
Life before was crazy. I think I've had every other treatment option that you could have. I had the veneers, I did the bridges, the fillings, the crowns, the everything. Yeah, I put a lot of money into my teeth, and it never paid off. Since the surgery, my life has changed all for the better. Every day I'm smiling. Every day I'm laughing. They say laughter is the best medicine. New teeth for me was the best medicine.
Take it from Denise. Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
Come on into the great outdoors.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more.
Show off shows you've been waiting.
The Boat RV Off-Road and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Hey, it's Wolf. What free agent should the Arizona Cardinals go after this offseason? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning on this Wednesday. As Vic mentioned, day 2 of Newsmakers Week. We'll fill you in on the schedule coming up, but also want to start things out with a good morning and a thank you to everybody taking the show in Peoria. We appreciate all the support in Peoria today.
Horner will heave it inbounds, and it's stolen by Masamba Diop, and that is your ball game. And the Arizona State Sun Devils pull off their biggest Big 12 win since joining the conference a year ago as they upset the 13th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders just 3 nights after Texas Tech took down number 1 Arizona in Tucson. The Sun Devils win it by the final score of 72-67.
Tim Healy, voice of the Sun Devils, final call last night here on the Sun Devil Radio Network. Big win for the Devils. Going into it, it was, ASU's playing a team that just beat Arizona. Mm-hmm. On their floor in overtime. They got no shot, and basketball's a funny game. When you get to this point in the season, it's a funny game.
I didn't think they had no shot. Did you?
Look, they've been competitive against ranked teams. They played Arizona tough twice. Obviously, you favor, and we had Bobby Hurley in here yesterday talking about him dealing with JT Toppin, and they played Texas Tech really close in Lubbock last year. And look, I went back and I watched the Oklahoma State game, and I was really impressed with how they handled things. But that was against Oklahoma State, not nearly the team of the echelon of Texas Tech. So I was a little surprised by this win. JT Toppin did get hurt. He left the game with about 6 minutes to go. But ASU was up 5 at that point. They had acquitted themselves nicely, and they've had trouble closing out games against all kinds of opponents this year. So for them to close that out, it was a big statement win last night.
I think JT Toppin not being around for the end of the game certainly helped ASU, but at the same point in time, they did kind of hold on to the lead that they had when he got hurt. And it felt like Bobby Hurley was confident about his team that has been alternately fairly good for large stretches of games, and then they have certain Achilles heels. Rebounding is one of the primary issues this team has, as Bobby Hurley has made very clear in post game press conferences. But this is college basketball. This is the Big 12. It's the end of the season. Look, Arizona basketball went from, oh my goodness, should they lose a game just to get the pressure of being unbeaten off, to now to losing 2 in a row and people are gripping. Now it's all over.
Jared's for sure gripping.
It's all over.
Yes. Oh, you're so confident now.
I'm not gripping.
Okay.
We're just gonna.
No, but and again, I bring it up. It's like things change fast. Look what happened to the Kansas State coach.
Oh, yes.
Comes out.
He basically came off as unfireable. And then was fired.
Yeah. Rips his team to shreds in a post-game press conference, then gets fired for cause. As if ripping your team in a post-game press conference is no longer allowed.
And by the way, they got their second conference win. First game without Jerome Tang. Look at that. They just needed to get rid of him.
So I'm very happy for Bobby Hurley. I'm very happy for Arizona State basketball. It would be really cool if they could do what he said yesterday, somehow catch lightning in a bottle and make some wild-ass run for the the play-in or whatever it is, the first Tuesday, whatever they call it now.
Yeah, first 4.
Yeah.
Their next 3 games are not against the top teams in the Big 12.
Yeah, they play Baylor in that stretch, and Baylor's pretty terrible. Surprising to see them be so bad. They close out with 2. They got
Kansas and Iowa State close, but those are signature wins if they get them.
And even this, I've been noticing this all morning on ESPN.com. They are the lead story, ASU basketball.
Yeah.
They are the lead story on ESPN.com. Now, a lot of that is a function that there's not a lot that went down last night.
There's no NBA
but
or
it doesn't
NHL
matter.
right now.
It doesn't matter.
And that game was televised on ESPN.
So. That too. If that was on Fox, you wouldn't see that happening.
Exactly.
No.
Here was Bobby Hurley after the game.
It's just great to celebrate and with your guys, and to see them have that moment. We had a week to get fresh and prepare for this game, and Texas Tech is an outstanding team, great program. Grant does a fantastic job. They got great players. Playing at Arizona Saturday and then having to come back here, we had a little more time to prepare, and I think that helped us.
Look, it's a really good time athletically right now for Texas Tech. They won the Big 12 in football. They made it to the college football playoffs. They got more money to spend than most organizations do. They're really highly ranked in basketball. They can't beat ASU. They must hate ASU in Lubbock this year. And I don't know if you saw the scene, too. ASU social media put this out there. It was cool to see. Look, it's been a rough year. It's been a rough few years for Bobby Hurley with Arizona State basketball. And to see him walk through the doors of that locker room and get mobbed by his team and doused with water and celebrate with that team, it was a good feeling. Good
he
thing
deserves
to see.
it.
Yeah.
Listen, he hasn't had a lot of those moments. He's been kind of stuck to a script that's been most unfortunate the last 3 or 4 years, and that is tease in November, look like you really have something different, something that is sort of like addressed the previous year's deficiencies, and then late December, there's a loss right around Christmas. And then when you go into conference play, and then the bottom falls out of the tub. It would just be cool because, and again, Bobby Hurley, nobody knows what his future is after this year. Most people have been assuming this is it for him. You make some wild run to the tournament, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, stranger things. It's not like they have the same record and they're playing in the Pac-12, which was always diminished by voters and always diminished in all the formulas and all that. This is the Big 12. And they beat a team in Oklahoma State that was, when they beat them, projected to be, in some of the rankings, one of the last teams into the tournament. And they don't have that much different a record than ASU has. So, yeah, there's still a possibility. There's a possibility GCU, first year in the Mountain West, gets into the tournament because they play really well against the upper teams in the conference. They knock off San Diego State last night in San Diego. I was watching the end of the first half, and there was a definite momentum swing. The crowd started to get into it. GCU was committing sloppy turnovers, led to a run. They're down by 4, And they didn't even flinch in the second half. They start out on a 14-5 run, and they led the whole way.
Yeah.
That was a solid win
They
for Bryce Drew.
listen, they have a very solid basketball team that at times looks really, really good, and at times does not look really, really
and I
good.
know you've watched them closer than most.
Oh yeah. They've got a front line that can be mammoth if all their guys are engaged in playing. But that's not always the case. And then they have games where they just don't burn to the level that you need a team to burn. You know what I mean? Just don't have that hardcore edge about them. They're all great kids, but so here they are now in fourth place, their first year in the Mountain West. That's exactly where they were predicted to be. But they're a team that does have a ceiling based on the sum of their parts. They've got some players that have got a lot of polish and a lot of skill to them. They've got some bigs. They've got some good guards. Like ASU, they could find something and make the tournament. That would be really, really fun to have all of these three major basketball programs in the state making the tournament.
Hey, and have NAU go on a run, too, and win the Big Sky.
Well, there you go. You could have that happen as well.
One other note from college basketball last night. UCLA was getting blown out 77-50 at Michigan State. They're on the road, 4.5 minutes to go. There's a breakaway attempt for a Michigan State player. Steven Jamerson, a UCLA center, goes for a block shot on Carson Cooper. It gets reviewed. They call it a technical foul. Again, it's a 27-point game at that point. So what does Mick Cronin, the UCLA coach, do?
Mm-hmm.
He makes an example of his own player and kicks him off the bench, very demonstratively pointing to his staff and pointing to the exit, so the kid runs off the court. It wasn't that dirty of a foul. Now, Cooper, who got fouled, took exception with it. There was a little bit of a scuffle. They reviewed it. They issued the flagrant one. After the game, Mick Cronin asked why he ejected his own player.
True toughness is in how you compete and how you go to work every day. Steve's a good kid. He made a bad decision. But if you want to be a tough guy, you need to do it during the game for a block out for a rebound. So I was thoroughly disappointed. Guy was defenseless in the air. I know Steve was trying to block the shot, but the game's a 25-point game. You don't do that.
You know what? Then put him on the bench. Don't kick him off the floor. He emasculated a player.
Yeah.
In a bad blowout, and the guy was trying hard on the play.
Mm-hmm.
Then it got worse because somebody asked him a question that he didn't like.
As you've done to the student section, chanting Booker's name.
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
You should take it.
the preparation of the...
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I
student
don't
section?
think you care about the other
Are you
teams.
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
I'm not raising
Come
my
on, yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody, this is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
Yeah. See, again, it's you get this all over the world of college athletics, and fortunately, these kind of coaches are going extinct. They're going the way of the T-Rex, but it's when they crop up, that's exactly what they look and sound like.
Look, that's a program with a proud tradition and oodles
I
of
get it.
championships with John Wooden at the helm, and Mick Cronin. You ain't done nearly enough to be that big of a jerk to everybody you cross paths with.
Yeah.
God, he is insufferable.
And the idea that you're going to be the guy to throw out your own player because that is how big and how tall you stand in that program, and it's garbage. It's garbage.
He's a lot of fun, isn't he? Coming up, sordid scandals, dramatic power struggle, salacious affairs. It's not the plot of the latest soap opera. It's MLB labor negotiations. We'll get into the latest next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
For me, this was a massive benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zach Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zach Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
President's Day's in the rear view, but you can still get executive level savings during the President's Day sales event at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. And the deals are ready to go when you are. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. For 75 years, Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for big value, for treating customers like family. And right now, listen to the savings. You can get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. If you're looking for more muscle, score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. All these offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end March 2nd, 2026. And all throughout February at any Earnhardt dealership, be sure to donate to the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, new or gently used sports equipment to help out the boys and girls clubs of the Valley. That's at any Earnhardt dealership, or text GEAR to 620-620. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford Noble for 75 years and going. Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, online at earnhardtford.com.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night in Tempe, the Sun Devils shocked the Red Raiders 72-67 in a huge win for Bobby Hurley and his team. Mo Odom led the way with 23 points, and the Devils took down the 13th ranked team in the country. GCU got a big Mountain West win last night on the road, beating San Diego State 73-63, led by Jaden Henley with 21, and the Lopes have new life in the Mountain West. The Wildcats have another big one tonight in the form of BYU, but they'll look to get it done without Koa Pete tonight, as he'll miss both tonight's and Saturday's game against Houston with a lower leg injury. But Arizona BYU tips at 7 tonight. The Suns still off, but will be back tomorrow night against Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs. And for all Arizona Cardinal and Arizona Diamondback news, head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at the Window Depot. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta, Chin Music.
This is something that I think a lot of people in the game have been expecting for some time. After Don Van Natta and I broke the story back in May of last year that the federal government and the Eastern District of New York, which has been in the news plenty, whether it's for the NBA gambling or for Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz, they are looking into both financial improprieties that have been alleged as well as potential obstruction as well. And I think it just got to the point now that this is a seminal year for Major League Baseball, and especially for the Players Association. You've got owners who want to implement a salary cap, and what you need if you are the players and you're opposed to the salary cap is strong leadership. And with this hanging over Tony Clark as long as it has, the feeling was it was just going to be a matter of time until he got forced out or resigned.
That is Jeff Passan from ESPN. Yesterday was the day Tony Clark does resign as the executive director of the Major League Baseball Players Association. And a lot of the stuff that Passan went into, obviously part of it, the investigation by the Eastern District of New York, lots of financial improprieties, but everybody's focusing on the salacious, and with good reason. I mean, salacious sells. Tony Clark also had an inappropriate relationship with a woman uncovered in this investigation, and it turns out it's his sister-in-law.
Oh, boy.
Who had been hired by the union back in 2023.
Yeah. That's not a good look. And more to the point, it comes at a time when now the Major League Baseball Players Association, they need to find themselves a new leader going into what is a very, very perilous, fraught time in terms of where this game is going and what kind of opposition will the union be able to summon against this incoming salary cap and the owners who are ready to die on that hill.
Look, we're 9.5 months away from the expiration of, actually even less than that. December 1st is when that expires. So a matter of months away from the expiration of the CBA. And you're right. I mean, Tony Clark has been, I would say, a strong leader on that front in labor negotiations. You remember all the flap back and forth. It was very frustrating for baseball fans in COVID because Tony Clark was one of the guys that was digging his heels in on getting players back onto the field. And, I think for the most part, the American public was clamoring for baseball to begin, and we got a delayed start to that season. I don't know what to expect in terms of who takes over and how it affects. I don't think whoever steps into the role of Tony Clark is going to have a more amenable viewpoint on the salary cap. I just don't. Now, does the ownership side, the Major League Baseball side, think that somebody's going to come in marginalized and weakened by joining these negotiations so late in the process? We'll see, but this could be an absolute mess for Major League Baseball.
Yeah, so listen, here's a little backstory for you. So as I mentioned yesterday to Derek Hall, I covered the sport as a beat writer in Chicago the last time it shut down. And I was actually the guy who interviewed Jerry Reinsdorf when Jerry told me that Donald Fehr had a, quote, pathological hatred of owners. He told me that during a interview over the phone in February of 1995. Those quotes went what would have been considered viral then. Nothing was viral back in 1995, but if they could have been, that's exactly what happened. And that was one of those moments that, having lived through it, I can tell you that I'm very much on the lookout for this spring training and this coming baseball season, where the wrong owner, the wrong GM, the wrong manager, the wrong player gets asked a really thorny question at a time when tempers are flaring, and then somebody drops the bomb. Somebody says something that lights just the powder keg of it all.
The viral fuse.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And as somebody who was once lit that fuse, just through an interview I did with one of the owners, this is the cloud that's going to hang over this coming baseball season, is that everybody knows that as much as you want to be excited, say we get into April and baseball has a fantastic April, and then we get into June and players are making runs at great records. there's going to be questions about, but where's it all going? What's going to happen if? What does this mean when?
Right, it's going to hang over the whole season.
It's going to hang over the whole season, and at some point in time, somebody's going to blow, and it's going to make both sides go kaboom.
Mm-hmm. On the other hand, if you're a fan, and let's suppose this plays out, and 3 months into the season, the Dodgers are 50-10.
Kyle Tucker's hitting .530.
As a fan, you might be like, something needs to happen here because this isn't right. So I don't know. It all comes down to how the fans are going to react to this. Because that first labor stop, not the first one, but the most recent one in 94, killed the game essentially for 4 or 5 years until that the home run chase, essentially.
So the biggest question that's looming and what everybody's wondering, between now and December 1st or even beyond December 1st, can Major League Baseball avoid a salary cap? Jeff Passan.
You can make an argument, and I think a pretty profound argument, that the system isn't working for all of baseball right now when the Dodgers are paying $550 million for players and the Miami Marlins have a $70 million payroll. The disparity there is enormous. But is there a compromise? Is there a solution to be found without a cap being put into place? I believe that there is. The question at this point is, are the parties that are involved willing to go and find that? Because if not, the 2027 season really is in jeopardy at that point.
And that's the big thing. Because, listen, if you're the owners, you probably and correctly deduce that most of the public is probably on your side right now. Unless you're a Dodgers fan, because the Kyle Tucker signing was it kind of broke everybody. Like, oh, this sport sucks. I'm so sick of this.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Weren't you one that was saying that when the Dodgers?
I was saying it before the Kyle Tucker thing.
Okay.
For me, and I'm not saying that I represent everybody, but I think for a lot of people that think the same way I do, that was just another, oh, here we go again. And we had a discussion yesterday about Kevin Durant on the burner situation. And I made the point that everybody, whenever they say something critical of Kevin Durant, they always preface it. They always qualify it by saying, oh, he's such a great scorer. He's one of the great of all times. But, ... fill in the blank. The same thing's kind of going on with the Dodgers. And it happened on our show yesterday, too. Derek Hall did it. And I'm not calling out Derek Hall, but he prefaced it and he qualified it. Well, they're not breaking any rules, but...
Well, they're not, because the Diamondbacks just went and activated deferred payments for Zach Gallen.
Look, and you know how I feel about the deferred payments. I think that's the biggest issue in the whole Dodgers saga. If they're willing to spend the money and they have the money, spend the money. Don't defer it. They're spending future money. That, to me, is unfair.
Ohtani should not be making $2 million. It's ridiculous.
But then direct your anger at Major League Baseball. It's not the Dodgers' fault.
Yeah,
that's the biggest thing that needs to change in the labor negotiations.
Because I think if you can get some justification or some solution on the deferred money issue, I think a lot of other people are going to be happy. And it's not all the way to the salary cap, which is a non-starter for the players' side, and it always has been. And I don't see that changing.
Well, look, the Major League Baseball's players union has always been heralded and lauded as the strongest union in sports. They have got hundreds of years of history to defend and uphold here. They're not going to give into a salary cap. Yet the owners now, I think, have all the wind at their back. It's a very, very dangerous time for the sport.
Yep. Join us April 11th for Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems, a 4.2-mile run/walk that honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, we'll have more mentions of the Tillman family, an unfortunate story about the Tillman family that we'll share with you next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
College can be rewarding, can be a lot of fun. Then you get done, and some people get hit with that student loan debt. when it's due to be paid and you're struggling with it, and when you're in that situation, it feels awful. You feel stuck, you feel embarrassed, and you feel like you run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation. There is a way out, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's what they do. They're not judging you in the process either. They're not going to grill you with a bunch of questions about why you didn't fix it sooner or how'd you let it get to the situation that it's in now. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, fear not. That's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say, and Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation and you want to get out, give Y-Refi a call at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or, am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's Truck Month at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovik Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Hey, it's Wolf. When should the Suns insert Jalen Green into the starting lineup? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It is Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Here live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Dan Bickley, Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka, taking you up till 10 o'clock. It is day 2 of Newsmakers Week. Admittedly, a little bit of a light schedule today, but to set the schedule for you, 8:15, we're going to catch up with Arizona Wildcats football coach Brent Brennan. He's going to join us via video. Then, in the post office, filled it with fire logs, lighter fluid, lit it on fire, spray painted Viva La Mi, live streamed the whole thing.
Yep.
Well, yesterday, Richard Tillman pleaded guilty in a federal court that he maliciously damaged government property by doing that. He is looking at a minimum of 5 years in prison and a maximum of 20 years, along with a possible $250,000 fine.
Yeah, listen, a lot went through my head when I read about this and heard about this story. Number one, we all know that Pat Tillman is an All-American hero, a legit All-American hero, for a lot of reasons. This is proof that even families that produce heroes have real issues and problems. It's interesting to me because, I know that having been in the company of a lot of famous people throughout the course of my life, you see people who get very famous and their immediate family are kind of like still humble and sort of like, wow, can you believe that we're surrounded by, that we're part of this famous person's life? And then 5 years later, that person's family will feel every bit as entitled as the famous person because the journey with fame gets very seductive and that kind of thing. This is proof, though, like I said, that every family is like every family. They've got their own issues. They've got their own subplots. They've got their own stories. Story of Richard Tillman. It's personal to me. I've always saved this picture. I'm going to share this with you real quick, Vinny, just so you know what I'm talking about. Okay, that picture right there. Here, I'll put it there so you
put
can't
it up to
see
the
it.
camera. So
right, there we go. Right
everybody
there.
watching
so
on
you can
YouTube
zoom
live.
From the Pat Tillman funeral.
So what happened was, Pat Tillman, as we all know, went to Afghanistan, enrolled in the Marines, became an Army Ranger, died tragically in Afghanistan. So they had a memorial service in San Jose, California, and one of the very unique things about this was they asked Jim Rome to basically be the master of ceremonies. It's not the right word for a memorial service, but that's basically what he was. Pat Tillman and Pat Tillman's father, Pat Tillman Sr., loved What Is Up, Jim Rome. Jim Rome famously had Pat Tillman on his radio show right after the Territorial Cup. I don't know what year it was, but his appearance on the show was legendary. And Jim Rome asked him about the Arizona victory, and he said, we gave him a nice, swift ass kicking. It was very nice. That phrase, the nice, swift ass kicking, to Jim Rome was the greatest thing he's ever heard in his life. And so Pat Tillman then became a What Is Up jungle legend, okay? So that led Jim Rome to sort of emceeing this memorial service. I was flown to California. It was in San Jose, right inside his little neighborhood, to cover this and write about it. And John McCain was there, and there were a lot of military types that were there. And at that point in time, everybody was trying to claim Pat Tillman as their own. They were trying to fit him and wrap him in the American flag and sort of make him to be this all-American hero who loved country, who feared God, and all these kind of things. And right at the end of the memorial service, his youngest brother, who just pled guilty to trying to set a post office on fire, came to the stage wearing a white T-shirt and holding a pint of Guinness, and basically told the crowd, A, how much he adored and revered his older brother, and how wrong everybody in attendance had him, that he did not believe in God, that he was an atheist, that he was this. And the younger Tillman couldn't have been more proud of his brother, and it was like watching a younger Pat come on stage and just defy everybody and conventional wisdom. And I remember leaving going, Pat would have been very proud of his youngest brother for keeping it 100 real on the day of his memorial service. And fast forward to today, and now he's going away for many, many years. Family has said he's dealt with mental issues.
Yeah, Kevin, another one of the brothers, released a statement when the arrest happened last summer. Quote, to be clear, it's no secret Richard has been battling severe mental health issues for many years. He has been live streaming what I'll call his altered self on social media for anyone to witness. Unfortunately, securing the proper care and support for him has proven incredibly difficult, or rather impossible. As a result, none of this is as shocking as it should be. That's sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
It's very, very sad, especially when you consider the narrative arc of this family and the two brothers who thought they were doing something so pure and heroic and in service to the country, and then the way it ended and the details and the cover-up and all of that. It's a shame. But it's proof that every family has the same issues.
Yeah. Now I just want to find audio of the nice swift ass kicking that he dropped.
Yeah. And I wish there was audio of young Richard at that memorial service to kind of illuminate what I just said, because it was really it was all of these lined up tributes, military tributes, patriotic tributes, and then the younger brother coming on stage holding a pint of Guinness and a white T-shirt going, "You think you knew Pat? Let me tell you about Pat."
Know. Yeah, it's true. But yeah, like we said, a sad story for the Tillman family. Coming up next, has an unlikely name emerged in the Cardinals quarterback search? We'll tackle that straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers, now. Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Say it all the time. Nobody wakes up in the morning and goes, "Hey, I got a real great way we can spend the day. Let's go buy new windows. Let's replace all the windows in our home." But if you're a homeowner in Arizona and if you've been in your house a while, chances are you know the sun can do a lot of damage to your windows. And if you've been in your home close to 15 years, your windows are probably shot like mine were. It's a great time to beautify your home, reduce those energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, no middleman markups, a company celebrating their 40th anniversary in business, a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned, by the way, by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. You might remember him, Utah legend. They got their own factory right here in the Valley. They do tremendous work. I know. They replaced my windows. They look phenomenal. Everything about the whole process from installation to cleanup was immaculate. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And during February, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. If you need less than 10, you'll get that discount prorated. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at casinoarizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way.
That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet. I can and may.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bobby Hurley's squad got maybe their best win since joining the Big 12 last night in an upset win at home against number 13 Texas Tech, 72-67. GCU also got a huge win last night at San Diego State. After trailing at the half, Bryce Drew's team outscored the Aztecs by 14 in the second half and cruised to a 73-63 win. And the Arizona Wildcats get ready for BYU tonight, and they'll have to do it without 5-star freshman Koa Pete, as he'll be reevaluated next week for a lower leg muscle strain. But the Cats and Cougars will tip off from McHale tonight at 7. And as we roll on with Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, find out who will be joining us all week long at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Murata.
Snapback Bagent. With time, gonna zip it right. Caught. Deontay Foreman inside the 2, breaks a tackle and plows in to the paint. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears!
Didn't expect to be playing a Tyson Bagent to Deontay Foreman touchdown pass from October of 2023 on today's show. But here we are, Bick. ESPN 1000 on the call. One of 3 career touchdown passes thrown by Tyson Bagent. Why are we bringing up the name Tyson Bagent? Because it's been brought up in the Cardinals' potential quarterback search moving forward.
Yeah.
Our very own John Gambadoro yesterday put it out there. I've heard Cardinals are intrigued by Bears quarterback Tyson Bagent.
Yeah, good job by Gambo uncorking name that if you have never heard of him, you're probably not alone. And he'd probably be the last candidate you thought the Cardinals would be pursuing as a potential franchise quarterback?
Well, Gambo put out there he has 1 year left on his deal. It's actually
He's wrong
2.
about that.
He did. He corrected himself later. So they would have to trade for him. He grew up in Martinsburg, West Virginia, went to Shepherd University, undrafted free agent, beat out P.J. Walker for the backup job with Chicago, and was so good the Bears signed him to a 2-year, $10 million extension, which kicks in for this year. Since that breakout, and he was a story in 2023, there's no doubt about it. He was kind of like a cultish story. There was a lot of focus on him and his relationship with his father and his background and all that stuff. Since then, he's thrown 6 passes in the NFL over the last 2 seasons. You said maybe as a franchise quarterback. Are they looking to beef up the backup spot behind Jacoby Brissett? Because if Kyler Murray's not around, they're going to need a quarterback in that room. I can't get excited about somebody with that little experience right now. And that also applies for me to Malik Willis.
Okay. I'm going to take the exact opposite tact, because when it comes to Tyler Bagent, his resume in Division II is so utterly spectacular. You just wonder if this is not exactly the kind of diamond in rough that we're kind of talking about here in terms of what the Cardinals need to find going forward. Now, again, it's the ultimate roll of the dice. You're talking about an undrafted kid from a Division II school. But again, when you go and look at what he was able to do while he was there, it's mythical kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And you talk to people who have been his coaches, and they all say the same thing. This kid is special. This kid has got something different. I don't know whether that's true or not. I'm just saying that if you are going to go and try to find a diamond in the rough, this kid, you polish him up a bit. There's a lot of sparkle on that resume. Now the question becomes, what are you willing to give up for a kid like Tyson Bagent?
No, respectfully, nothing.
The Bears aren't going to give him to you.
You got to give something up.
I was thinking, why would the Bears trade him? The Bears just obviously love him enough that they just signed him to it.
The answer is they've got a guy in Caleb Williams who found a real good lane last year and is now on that superstar trajectory. Whether he gets there or not is another question. And now, okay, you got a backup, but A, how much do you need him? And B, what are your long-term plans for him? And if somebody comes offering you a draft pick right here and now, and you're in win mode now, chances are maybe you let him walk.
Maybe. There's a good chance of that. But let's go back to 2023 when he did earn that contract extension, basically, and that's when the world became aware of Tyson Bagent outside of Martinsburg, West Virginia, and Shepherd University. And the Bears loved him so much in-house that they went out and they drafted a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick. He never got the opportunity. He started 4 games. It was in injury replacement mode. In a 5-week span, they went 2 and 3 in games where he had major playing time. He committed 8 turnovers in those games. Look, I like the good story just as much as anybody else, but do you trust the Arizona Cardinals to be the guy to A, identify who that magic guy is, and B, continue to develop him?
That's another story in and of itself.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely. But at the same time, if you're there are no retreads out there that appeal to me. I'm not interested in Kirk Cousins. I'm not interested in Derek Carr. You go down the list. The Malik Willis thing, I think a team is asking for trouble. You're going to end up. It's going to be a dramatic overpay for a guy that flashed late and put together one super dynamic game when he knew there was a lot of money on the line to be made. So I don't necessarily trust that either.
Yeah.
But the question becomes, what are they doing at the position?
Yeah, I just look at, and maybe history doesn't mean anything in this case, but I have a hard time overlooking it. When I look at the totality of the Arizona Cardinals' stay in Arizona, their 3 most successful quarterbacks, 2 of them, Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, were incredibly accomplished NFL quarterbacks by the time they got to Arizona. And Jake Plummer is really the only guy who didn't have experience that came in and had any level of success with the Cardinals. To me, experience matters. And again, I'm not sure the Cardinals are the team that should be trusted to grant the experience. You never know unless you try. This is a weird gap year, and maybe they're willing to roll the dice and give up a little bit of draft capital to take a chance on somebody that they like. But quite honestly, I'd be shocked if it worked out. That's just me.
I'm not saying I wouldn't be.
I'm conditioned to be pessimistic.
I'm not. Listen, so am I. I'm not saying it would work out either. I'm just saying in terms of rolls of the dice, I'm looking at this resume and going, okay, this is a kid that has done a lot of great things on a very small platform. And the coaches he has encountered along the way have very special things to say about him. Now, maybe that's part and parcel for any time you star at a small Division II school, that your legend exceeds the sum of your abilities and what you can do as a professional. But it would be interesting to me because the reason why you don't draft a guy like Tyson Bagent out of a D2 school is, as a general manager, you don't want to put your name on that. You don't want to be the guy that swung for a D2 quarterback only to miss wildly, right? Because those are the things that'll get you fired. So, to me, if this was a kid that you could get for for relatively cheaply, considering draft capital, I'd be intrigued by this kid.
Well, so if you're going to trade draft capital for this kid, to Dan's point, rolling the dice, why wouldn't you just then use that draft pick to roll the dice with a quarterback you might like in this upcoming draft?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I don't really see, because you have Jacoby Brissett. You're going to do whatever you're going to do with Kyler Murray. And if you like a quarterback in this year's draft, why not just draft that guy with the draft pick you're going to trade for Tyson Bagent?
I think there's a big reason for that is because you have to have experience at the backup quarterback position. We saw that last year. Right now, with all due respect to Keaton Slovis, is anybody confident in Keaton Slovis taking over and winning football games for you? So Jacoby Brissett was that guy. We talked about it. Jacoby Brissett represented the biggest offensive upgrade in free agency last year, and he was the penciled-in backup quarterback. But if things go through with the Kyler Murray situation, he's gone. You have to have somebody with at least some experience, and at least Tyson Bagent has 5 games of NFL experience.
And the answer might be as simply as you say, why wouldn't they just use a draft pick on it?
Because this is a bad draft class?
That's the big reason.
If they like this guy better than they like any of the quarterbacks in this draft other than, Fernando Mendoza, then why wouldn't you rather...
get him? Yeah, chances are you could extract him with a 5th-round pick, maybe a 6th.
Yeah, so
I doubt 6 will get it.
Yeah, so if you can get this guy with a 5th-round pick, he's going to be better than the guy you could draft in the 5th round.
But imagine this. They might have to give up a draft pick on the same level or more valuable than the draft pick that Kyler Murray
that they get back in return for Kyler Murray.
How strange is that?
But again, that's not so much a reflection of value as much as it is leverage. When other teams know that you're going to have to cut Kyler Murray because Kyler Murray has no interest in coming back to Arizona, it just you're kneecapped is what you are.
Just think about what we're talking about right now. We're talking about Tyson Bagent. And
Bagent. Rhymes with agent.
We're not even talking about that.
Tyson Bagent and Jacoby Brissett as quarterback options.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of
the world.
Tough.
That's the world we live in.
I know.
Well, look, I don't know if you all feel that down about Jacoby Brissett. I do not. The people have put out some data that he incorporated and took over the hardest part of the schedule. Kyler Murray had the easier stuff, the easier teams to deal with. Obviously, the lack of victories is nothing that anybody can defend on it from a Jacoby Brissett standpoint. But just from watching him operate and watching him get in and out of a huddle, watching him pass the ball downfield, I am perfectly fine with him going in next year as either 1A or the groomer for the next guy through.
I feel the same way. If that's your gap guy, you could do a lot worse. And I don't pin the lack of wins in the games that Jacoby Brissett that he started. I don't pin them on Jacoby Brissett. I don't pin the Cardinals' lost season on Kyler Murray either. Quarterback was not their biggest issue last year. I don't think any quarterback was going to be successful behind that offensive line, which makes you wonder, and this happened and was announced late last week when I wasn't here on Friday. The retention of Justin Fry as the offensive line coach was an eye-popper to me.
Very much so. Same with Nick Rallis.
Made zero sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, like I said, that's the world we live in when we're dealing with the Arizona Cardinals. Coming up next, when the Suns take the floor tomorrow night in Austin, they'll have a new player on the bench. We haven't gotten into it yet. Haywood Highsmith. What a great basketball name. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Not that long ago, I learned Parker & Sons is absolutely fantastic in your time of emergency. They'll be there in minutes, not days. And I experienced that when I got news that my toilet was leaking in the downstairs bathroom. I had a flooded bathroom. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, and to my shock, a live person answered the phone. I did not have to leave a message. I did not have to wait for a return phone call. Live person answered the phone. Later learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, no matter what time you call. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house dealing with my issue. That was tremendously impressive. They're also great for preventative measures to keep your house in order. At this time of year, highly recommend the Captura Air Scrubber. Cleans the air in your house 24/7, and it makes a big difference because a lot of people do not realize the amount of gunk you are breathing in the comfort of your own home. You don't notice until you actually notice the difference. Parker & Sons been serving the Valley for over 50 years. They're reputable, highly decorated, fast and reliable, trustworthy, incredible, A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified. They've all been drug tested. They've all passed background checks. They're the firm you can feel safe letting in your front door. All you've got to do is call 602-2REPAIR, 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who is under the most pressure to perform for the Phoenix Suns over the last 27 games of the season? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock. It's day 2 of Newsmakers Week 2026. We'll chat with Arizona football coach Brent Brennan, Eric Moses from the Fiesta Sports Foundation, and GCU President Brian Mueller coming up in the second half of the show. Also want to send a shout-out, a good morning, a thank you to our audience in Carefree. We appreciate you taking the show in Carefree. We're one day away from the resumption of the NBA schedule after the All-Star break. 27 games left for the Phoenix Suns. And the big question for the second half, as it looms over the Suns, is will they be a playoff team? Will they be a 1-6 seed? Will they be a play-in team? I just looked at last year, Bick, in terms of what the standings looked like in both conferences at the All-Star break and how they ended up looking. And I could say this. The 20 teams that qualified for the playoffs / play-in the NBA last year were all in those positions at the All-Star break.
Okay.
So that bodes well. There was very little movement in the second half in the Eastern Conference. There was a lot of movement in the Western Conference, but the teams were the same. It was just jockeying for position. The Suns were 11th last year. They finished 11th in the West. Right now, they're 7th. What they did at the trade deadline wasn't earth-shattering. They sent off 2 players in Nick Richards and Nigel Hayes-Davis that weren't really contributing, and they got Amir Coffey and Cole Anthony, who's yet to report to the team. And then there was a lot of there was another acquisition, and it happened during the All-Star break. Not a lot of people talked about it, and a lot of it is because he hasn't played yet this year. But the Suns did acquire Haywood Highsmith, another 6'5", 220-pound forward, 2-guard. Played a lot with Miami, was with Brooklyn this year, didn't play. He's been dealing with an injury. And people will say, why did they just do that? Why didn't they give somebody else a chance that has more of a body type and a skill set of what they need? Dwayne Rankin of AZ Central did say the Suns have liked Haywood Highsmith for a really long time. And if you like what the Suns have done in terms of their toughness and their dirt worker attitude, he fits right into that. But again, even after the trade deadline and now the buyout market being what it is, the Suns still have the same needs roster-wise that they had before it.
Well, that's the whole thing. He's another small forward in their roster, and he brings you the tenacity on defense that you like, but he's not going to be anybody that sets the world on fire during half-court offensive sets or any of that kind of stuff. And more importantly, who does this potentially ace out? What does this mean for the future of Ryan Dunn? What exactly are these rotations going to look like going forward?
Yeah, I think that's a good question because we've seen it's been a roller coaster of a year for Ryan Dunn. There's no doubt about it, and a lot of dips for Ryan Dunn in year 2. And I think if people, they're connected because they were part of the same draft class. They're really good friends. They play a lot together on the floor. But if you would have asked people close to or who really follow the Suns, who would you expect a year 2 jump from more so, Oso Ighodaro or Ryan Dunn? Most people would say Dunn.
I would have.
It's definitely been Oso Ighodaro. So I think this is a crucial time for Ryan Dunn, and maybe if Haywood Highsmith is ready to go, that's where the minutes go. Amir Coffey becomes an option. He actually has a little bit more size than Haywood Highsmith at 6'7", as opposed to 6'5". But I'm real curious to see if there is any changes to the rotation. There's
a video on our website, ArizonaSports.com, that asks whether Haywood Highsmith is the steal of the year. I don't know who wrote that or videotaped that. I don't think I'm going to watch that. That sounds like quite a stretch. Okay? But that being said, you're curious what
what a slight to Jordan Goodwin, who actually is the steal of the year.
That's it. Or Colin Gillespie, who's the steal of the year. You're right. The Suns have much better candidates for that so-called award. So, again, I don't know what perspective that is. Maybe I should have looked before I opened my big mouth. But nah. Right? Ready, fire, aim.
What kind
That's
of
what
show
we do.
is that?
Exactly.
Well, but on paper, he's a 6'5" forward who averages 6 points and 3 rebounds.
Who hasn't played yet this year.
But, again, hard worker,
yes.
team guy,
yes.
decent three-point
shooter. Heat culture guy.
Yeah, you're tapping into heat culture. Uh-huh. Pump it right into your veins, right?
Yeah.
Could he be like a next year insurance if they, for Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen, that kind of guy?
Could be.
But he's not really a shooter, though.
The percentage is pretty good.
But on maybe like 3 attempts from 3 a game or something like that. It's not like he's shooting 37%
not a high volume
on 10 threes.
But if the percentage on 3.1 attempts, which was what it was last year, is 38%.
Yeah, but Jared's got a point. If you're a good shooter, your velocity goes up.
But if he's insurance on Royce O'Neal, Royce O'Neal wasn't a great shooter earlier in his career.
He is now.
Became more of a volume shooter as things changed. I don't know what to make of it. I'm real curious to see how this gets handled. And it's not going to be even game 1 after this is not going to be the truest test either because you won't have Dylan Brooks. I assume Devin Booker, who played more minutes than anybody in the All-Star game, he's off any restrictions list. And I know the Wolf and Luke teaser for their show today, they're going to explore when Jalen Green gets in the starting lineup. It's got to be soon. And if not soon, the minutes have to increase. I think they're past the, hey, we're going to baby him for 16 minutes and really let him ease in. There's work to be done.
How about play 3 games in a row?
Well, that hasn't happened yet either.
Yeah, but I think all that's going to happen before he gets back in the starting lineup. I don't think they're putting carts before horses here.
No. I agree with you.
Yeah, they're going to make him earn this.
Yeah,
They're going to
Yes.
The important figure right now is the number of minutes.
Total
per
minutes,
game.
yeah.
And honestly, when those minutes come, because even as he's worked his way back, there was a couple close game situations where he was on the bench and not closing in the fourth quarter.
The defense, it's too early to blame this on him, but the defensive metrics have already gone down with him on the court.
Yeah, true.
It's just a fact.
Ideally, yes, you plug him in, he plays 25-plus minutes for 5 straight games, and the Suns look good when he's on the floor. And then it's like, okay, he can be in the starting lineup.
Yep.
Or if they look good for 5 straight games.
You leave him just where he is.
Yeah,
sure.
Why change something?
Listen, nothing matters more than where the team is going. This is not about serving individuals.
Totally agree.
Yeah, but also end game situations, we've seen kind of swapping of roles if they need on close game situations. Colin Gillespie on the offensive end. They'll put Jordan Goodwin into close on the defensive end. I wonder how Jalen Green figures into that, or if just the immense talent just overcomes or supersedes those situational substitutions at the end of games. It's a good issue to have right now if you're Jordan Ott. We'll say that.
More to the point, it now, listen, what's changed now is in the first half going into the All-Star break, the Suns have exceeded their regular season expectations for victories. They're already past it.
Yep.
Now there's expectations to make the playoffs, to be a top 6 seed. You've got 27 games to do it, and you've got the Dylan Brooks walking this tightrope the rest of the season. And this is going to be big fun, man. Buckle up for this.
See, I think they should propose a new rule, too. Once you get to 16, you start over. It goes back
you get
to
16 more. Yeah. He could get it in 27 games.
The only person who would want that rule is somebody cheering for the team with Dylan Brooks.
Yes, that's it. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the second chance sports gear drive. You can donate. You can learn more. Just text the word gear to 620-620 to learn more. Coming up next, the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy Cebulka. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. If you are dealing with joint pain that limits you in everyday life, that keeps you from doing the things that you want to do, you need to find out about my friends at QC Kinetics and what they can do for you with their advanced regenerative treatments. And let me start here. Advanced regenerative medicine worked so well that great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, many others, they used to go to Europe during their off seasons just for the benefits of it because those treatments were not available here in America. Well, now they are. You can find them in our backyard. You can find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative treatments, having treated and served over 40,000 people who decided there must be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics. And what they do is they empower your body to heal itself, to repair and restore that damaged joint tissue wherever you happen to be hurting. And these natural treatments are backed by real science. They activate your body's natural healing power safely, naturally, without surgery, without downtime. And the sooner you start, the faster you are going to heal. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, March 27th through March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Shop, compare, and buy boats, RVs, personal watercraft, off-road vehicles, houseboats, outdoor gear, and more. The Boat, RV, Off-Road, and Outdoor Expo, Friday, February 27th through Saturday, March 1st at the Phoenix Convention Center. Get your discount coupon at azoutdoorexpo.com. Use code KMVP for the best discount.
And the great outdoors is waiting. Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night in Tempe, the Sun Devils shocked the Red Raiders 72-67 in a huge win for Bobby Hurley and his team. Mo Odom led the way with 23 points, and the Devils took down the 13th-ranked team in the country. GCU got a big Mountain West win last night on the road, beating San Diego State 73-63, led by Jaden Henley with 21 points, and the Lopes have new life in the Mountain West. The Wildcats have another big one tonight in the form of BYU, but they'll look to get it done without Koa Pete tonight, as he will miss both tonight's game and Saturday's game against Houston with a lower leg injury. But the Wildcats and Cougars tip off at 7 tonight. The Suns still off, but will be back tomorrow night against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And for all Arizona Cardinals and Diamondbacks news, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Now is the perfect time to start your home renovation. Windows, doors, and more, all in stock at the Window Depot. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily in the Lotto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
7:30, good morning. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy Sepulka here to get you guys up to date on the big sports stories. And so we talked about the Phoenix Suns last segment, but they're in action tomorrow. First game post All-Star break. What does a successful post All-Star break look like for the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, I think to me the goals are very, very simple. Stay out of the play-in. Get the number 6 seed or higher. I'll just settle at the 6 because I don't see them getting too crazy here. But I do think it's going to be difficult. I think that it's going to be a different level of intensity. I think the opponents are going to be at a different level of lock-in, and I think the Phoenix Suns are going to need some renewed, reset energy to make this happen.
Yeah,
but I'm excited.
When you look at where they sit right now at number 7, one of the the top of the 4 play-in teams, but they're 3 games out of the 4 seed right now. But I do agree with Bick. Those teams you expect to lock in. I mean, Denver, yes. I don't know what to expect from the Lakers. I expect Minnesota to lock in. They've had good postseason runs. Houston and the Lakers are kind of the crapshoots.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen in Houston.
You and me both. I can't wait to find out, though, Vinny.
It could be very, very fun to watch.
I cannot wait to find out. They're all acting like everything's okay, but is it really?
So that was my next question. Of the teams in front of the Suns, you mentioned the Lakers, the Rockets, maybe even the Wolves. Who are they most likely to catch to get into the actual playoffs, in your eyes?
I'm going to say the 2 teams that I have questions about.
Okay.
The Rockets and the Lakers.
Game and a half back
I like
of the
that.
Lakers.
No, yeah, listen. I think that the Lakers have shown at times this year that when they're rolling, they're really good.
Yes.
They can be really good.
Yes.
I just instinctually, I'm agreeing with Vinny. I think the Timberwolves can be caught, and this Rockets thing, we're going to have to watch this because Kevin Durant allegedly threw a lot of shade grenades inside his own locker room.
That he did. And
by the way, on that note,
yeah,
I got a text from a friend last night who sent me this. Someone made a searchable website for this KD
I saw
stuff. The KDfiles.com.
Yeah, they're instead of PDF, they're calling them the KDF files.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so it's got absolutely. And again, it's just I'm just stunned when you go through those.
Yeah.
How KD goes from burner mode to basically it's
fine.
me.
Everything's good.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah.
Unreal.
It's bizarre.
Okay, last NBA question real quick. This is a real question that I didn't think we would even have to talk about.
DeAndre Ayton getting busted for marijuana at the Bahamas airport.
I feel
thought
like we could have talked
about
that.
That we all could have predicted that. Yeah.
So Nikola Jokic can only miss 1 more game, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can only miss 11 more games. He's still hurt, dealing with an injury. But if both those guys can't win the MVP, who will?
Dylan Brooks, baby.
Boom.
Fight me over that. Tell me somebody who's been more valuable.
I know.
Victor Wembanyama comes to mind.
I would put probably support behind Cade Cunningham.
Cade Cunningham comes to mind.
Jaylen Brown, maybe. Those are the 2 guys.
Jaylen Brown comes to mind.
Had a fantastic year. Yeah.
Okay, so let's go.
But you're right. That's interesting with Shai because the games missed are adding up.
And again, he had the All-Star break, but again, he didn't play in it. He's still hurt. Okay, so we talked about the Arizona Cardinals. What are they going to do at quarterback this coming season? Assuming healthy, do you think Jacoby Brissett plays every game under center for the Cardinals?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. Unless there's something major, I think that is. I think that's been the plan all along.
Okay.
I mean, does that factor in injury?
I said, like, if Jacoby's healthy all season.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would go there as well.
The end of last year, when things were, gone, he played every game.
Yeah.
They didn't give Slobodan Milosevic a chance there to play a game.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Again, something we talked about, I want to revisit real quick. So how much will the uncertainty of the 2027 MLB season derail or affect what could be a really good 26 season?
I don't want to focus on it, and maybe that's just me being naive. I hope not at all. I'm still hoping for a good season, and I think there is, bubbling optimism about this Diamondbacks team to get back to the postseason, but I'll be more equipped to worry about that whenever the D-back season ends.
Okay.
Whether that's in the regular season or if they make a postseason run.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so last question here. This is kind of a fun one. So the Winter Olympics are happening, and we all can kind of agree, maybe we're not as tuned in as we've been in the past, but the 4-man bobsled event. Okay?
Yeah.
some of which say it's the best watch in the Winter Olympics. They have a pilot who steers the bobsled going down, the brakeman who's in charge of braking the bobsled as it crosses the finish line, and then they have the two pushers, the main pushers, and they're the stabilizers of the bobsled. What would the Bickley and Murata roles be in the four-man bobsled? Who would be the pilot, brakeman, and the two pushers?
Who does the least? Because that would be Jarrett.
No way, Jose. I'm the best athlete here. You son of a...
I don't know. So you could argue
I'm gonna eliminate me and Vince from being the pilot since we both literally crashed into a giant cement block.
How'd you boys get to work today, by the way?
I got my car.
Jarrett has his car. I got a rental, and boy, am I loving it.
Yeah, you spend enough money, you can get your car back the same day.
Yeah, like mine's gonna be.
Did you have
cheap.
any damage done to anything other than the car or the tire? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Really?
I had to get 2 new tires and a new wheel.
Wow.
Because my rim got all bent and stuff. Oof. Yeah, brutal.
Yeah, here was the capper for me as the flatbed was put in my car in the parking lot. The driver's like, by the way, on your left rear tire, you got a giant nail in it. I'm like, great. That's awesome.
Man.
Insult to injury. I don't know
Did you
how
have
long
to
it's
get a
been
new
there.
tire for that one too? Because they could sometimes withstand that.
No, I'm not going to have them touch that.
Were you guys all heads up on the northern off ramp?
No idea.
I was telling Vince, I drove off the highway on that exit at 30 miles an hour with my high beams on, with my glasses on.
When you were a
Oh, my
kid, did you
God.
ever experience like you're walking home and there was a bully on your way home and you didn't want to encounter it again, so you had to take the same path and you're like, oh no, I hope what's his name isn't here. That's exactly how I approached it.
Right.
Like,
I
no.
hope this big cement bully is
That
not in
big
the middle of
cement
the
bully.
road.
So,
By the time I got off the off ramp, I think I was doing 30 miles an hour.
so I think I
I
would
can't believe that happened to you too.
I would be one of the pushers because I used to be a sprinter.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
there we go.
Okay, again, you and this passive aggressive trying to build this case as a great athlete.
No, I'm down with Jarrett being a pusher. We could use the sprinting experience, and then all he has to do is just sit there.
You got to get in the back of the sled.
Well, yes,
Right.
you have to jump in.
And that's not always a sure thing. Did you see the early trial runs of the USA team? When the guy just
Or the early trial
fell out of
runs.
the back, that would be you. You'd push and then you'd jump to get in and you'd go tumbling off the back.
And I'd slide down the track.
That's right.
See, I would be much more interested in being a single loser because that way I could still be an Olympic athlete and continue to lay down.
And for the last several years, you've been a single loser.
Oh, wow. So, Vic, would you want to be the pilot or the brakeman in that situation?
I'll be the pilot.
All right.
I like to steer things that are going fast. We're
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
Okay.
And what would you? That would leave you as the what?
The brakeman.
The brakeman.
All right.
All right.
Sounds fun.
That does.
By the way, speaking of bobsled, I love the term mono bob.
Mono bob.
Yeah, that's
yeah. They put a camera on Colin Jost, who did the bobsled. I actually watched this, and he said it was maybe the single most scary moment of his life. So there was a pilot doing it, but Jost was in the back, and they put a camera on his helmet. Oh my goodness!
You've done it.
I've done it. I've told the story before. I was offered to do it in Norway in 1994, and there's only a handful of media people who put their hands up, and I was one of them. And it was the weird experience. I should have been in the front. I was put in the back, and the guy in the front was 6'2.5", and he kept banging me in the head with his head. It was ridiculous.
Unreal.
Headbanger's ball.
That's what it was, man. But yeah, it was quite exhilarating.
All right, we're all rebooted. Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, one subject everybody in the NBA is talking about, but I'm sure the commissioner's tired of talking about.
This is the tease I was going to send you, but I don't know if you get it. It was going to say Bob Hope voice. Tank for the lottery.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
So glad
You're singing a Bob Hope song?
You know, thanks for the memory.
Full disclosure, the somebody's typing bubbles were coming up as I started the tease. So.
Oh.
I decided not to
Way to
swing
be on
it on you.
Way to be on top of it, Jarrett. That's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, and reputation and trust are very big deals, very important things when you're making a major purchase like buying a car. Reputation and trust, two great reasons you shop at Chapman BMW. Talking about a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades with a great reputation for elite service and handling. I've had a lot of listeners reach back, thank me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. One even said it took him less time to drive off the lot in the ultimate driving machine from Chapman BMW as it did to buy a new suit on a Saturday afternoon. That's how efficient they are at Chapman BMW. Great reputation for making luxury attainable. BMW as an automaker vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. They got vehicles in all price ranges. Great specials going on right now. Great financing plans going on. And remember, you've got the hookup at Chapman BMW. Take a test drive. Find what you like. Get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He's hooked up a lot of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Are we seeing behavior that is worse this year than we've seen in recent memory? Yes, is my view. and which was what led to those fines, and not just those fines, but to my statement that we're going to be looking more closely at the totality of all the circumstances this season in terms of teams' behavior, and very intentionally wanted teams to be on notice. And there is a bit of a note when you see it quality to this. I mean, we spend a lot of time at the league office going back and forth with teams on injury reports, on coaches' decisions. It's not a position necessarily we want to be in, but I'd say also to address your question, it's not what the fans want at the end of the day, although my caveat is, and this is where teams are in a difficult place, many of you in this room have written, and understandably, about our teams, that the worst place to be, for example, is to be a middle-of-the-road team, either be great or be bad, because then that will help you with the draft.
It's Adam Silver over the weekend at NBA All-Star in L.A. talking about the tanking issue that kind of talk permeated the entire weekend. He had some strong words on being aware of it, trying to crack down. He referenced some hefty fines he gave out to some teams before the All-Star break, namely the Utah Jazz, the Indiana Pacers. There's really, the reality of it is there's no way you can completely curtail tanking in the NBA as long as the draft order is tied to losing.
Yep.
It's the only you have to completely revamp it. But Mark Cuban, former owner of the Dallas Mavericks, had some thoughts yesterday. A lot of thoughts. He was very verbose on social media. Part of it made sense. What he put out there initially is really, really stupid, in my opinion. He wrote why the NBA should embrace tanking. The NBA has long been misguided, thinking that fans want to see their teams compete every night with a chance to win. It's never been that way. When I got into the NBA, they thought they were in the basketball business. They aren't. They're in the business of creating experiences for fans. Few can remember the score from the last game they saw or went to. They can't remember the dunks or the shots. What they remember is who they were with, their family, friends, a date. That's what makes the experience special. Fans know their team can't win every game. They know only one team can win a ring. What fans care about is their team's record. They want is hope. Hope that they will get better and have a chance to compete for the playoffs and then maybe a ring. The one way to get closer to that is via the draft and trades and cap room. You have a better chance of improving all three. But he goes on to say the NBA should worry more about fan experience than tanking. It should worry more about pricing fans out of games than tanking. That is the number of fans who actually watch the games in person is such a small fraction of the NBA experience. Yes, for those people and for a lot of the casual fans, he might be hitting on something. But for the diehard fans and the fans that are your lifeblood by watching every game and subscribing to League Pass and following it on a daily basis and reading everything that's out there, that has no merit whatsoever.
Yeah, no, listen, I would say it's all part of the problem the NBA has, and I think that Adam Silver is fast arrived at really the first existential crisis of his commissionership. I think broadly it's a perilous time for all sports because with the idea of what is real, nobody quite knows anymore. AI videos right now, we're inundated with stuff that's not real. People are constantly having to ask Grok or artificial intelligence agents, is this real? Is this real? Is this real? You've got games now. You've got gambling exposés and investigations going on. You've got teams that are tanking, that are trying to lose. Where is the integrity in anything? So this is sort of the new landscape that these sports commissioners have to kind of surf through. And there's a lot of things pulling at them, and this idea of having a good portion of the NBA not even trying to win, and what the Utah Jazz in particular have done this year is just an utter defiance of everything the NBA has tried to do. So what are the solutions here? What can be done to stop this from happening?
So there's one thing that came up that I found interesting. This was from a newsletter on The Athletic, but it also references the Mark Stein newsletter. And Zach Harper does a radio show on Sirius XM NBA radio with Mark Stein. He proposed a hybrid tanking solution. It came from an amalgamation of something that was discussed on Bill Simmons' podcast and something a reader emailed him. The proposed tanking fix is that teams must win at least 27 games in a season to get their full lottery odds. If you fall short of 27 games, then you head back to the back of the lottery. Okay, that's something. At least it's out of the box thinking.
All right.
Shane Doan, famously for years in hockey, he cites. I was reading more about this, and he talked about it on this show.
Oh yeah, he's got a very interesting proposal.
But it was all born from his son rooting for his own dad's team to lose so that they could get Connor McDavid. And that didn't work out.
And that never worked out for him.
But, and a lot of people, there's a name for this too. But as soon as a team is eliminated from playoff contention, that's when the meter starts. And you actually get rewarded for wins after that.
I like that.
Seen that.
I like it, but in some circumstances, that doesn't take into account injuries.
Yep.
Like legitimate teams that are just racked by injuries who don't even have any healthy players left. It doesn't cover all of the possibilities. But again, like I said, as long as draft order is determined by losing.
Yep.
I was having a discussion with a friend who's just said, what if they did this? What if at the beginning of the season, Adam Silver just sat in his office and had 30 envelopes? Or however many envelopes there were for teams that had first-round picks. And he just picks them out, random order. They don't announce it till after. But the orange, there's no odds, there's no weight, there's no bearing on how you do during the season. It's just completely random.
That's what I mentioned it last week of eventually the only way to incentivize winning is to obviously decentivize losing. So if the lottery is based on odds of how many games you lose, you will always have teams trying to lose. In my opinion,
you can't reward losing.
Right. In my opinion,
that's philosophically you have to get over that.
But the counter to that is the only way for bad teams to get better is to get better players.
You can still
You're asking the system to make you a better organization.
Right, yes.
When you as an organization should be keen enough to figure it out on your own. How about this? How about every team that doesn't make the playoffs gets a ping pong ball?
Yep.
One.
So everyone has an equal shot?
Everyone who doesn't make the playoffs has an equal shot.
That would wipe out the issue that we heard Adam Silver talk about, is that group in the middle. And I'm always reminded of the line from American Beauty, where Mina Savari's character says there's nothing worse than being ordinary. That's the whole thinking in the NBA. If you're ordinary middle of the pack, nobody cares. Be great or be terrible. But that would take care of that situation. If all 14 teams that didn't make the playoffs had equal weight, that would completely take care of it.
Listen, why can't we just take Kevin Durant's advice and just watch these spectacular athletes do their thing and make their baskets?
Why does everybody have to be so
Why do you have to be
miserable?
so critical? And this ring culture, why do championships have to matter so much to you all? Can't you just watch us and love us?
He's top 6 all time. Coming up next, Dan Bickley.
Fire!
We'll kick off the second half of the Wednesday show with the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
The moments that matter most, fueled by Southwest Gas. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service, fueling the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas also supports the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas, the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining, outdoor cooking at home, or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire or roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovic's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp, the intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
One thing sports taught me is how to look beyond the moment, to think about what comes next. Hey, it's Tom Chambers. When I retired from basketball, I learned quickly how important it is to have a long-term plan, not just for money, but for peace of mind. That's why I partner with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan. Goal stands for Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. But to me, it's the Get Out and Live loan because it helps people work towards something huge, retiring with their home paid off sooner, using the income they already make. And here's the truth. When retirement gets close, it's not about chasing interest rates. It's about whether you're still carrying a mortgage when you want more control over your time. Goal helps shorten that timeline so retirement feels more real and a whole lot more comfortable. If you want to see how it works and whether it fits your situation, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bobby Hurley's squad got maybe their best win since joining the Big 12 last night in an upset win home against the number 13th team in the country, Texas Tech, 72-67. GCU also got a huge win last night at San Diego State, 73-63. And the Arizona Wildcats get ready for BYU tonight, but they'll have to do it without five-star freshman Koa Pete, as he'll be reevaluated next week for a lower leg muscle strain. But the Cats and Cougars tip off from McHale at 7 tonight. And as we roll on with Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, find out who will be joining us all week long at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery, Arizona. Eat for a cause. February 25th, visit any Babbo Italian Eatery. All 7 Valley locations, and 100% of the profits go to cancer research. Dine in, takeout, or go online to donate. Buy raffle tickets and online auction items at BabboItalian.com.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Very few NFL general managers are granted the luxury of completely overhauling a roster, losing 36 games in 3 years, and then starting all over again in year 4. Thus, the lingering question surrounding the Cardinals. Why did the general manager keep his job when his failures are just as profound as the departed head coach? Either way, Monty Ossenfort is now the man under the microscope, and he better be pushing all the right buttons in the coming months, from free agency to the NFL draft. And nothing is more important, obviously, than finding the next real franchise quarterback. And the name circulating, courtesy of our guy Gambo, Tyson Bagent, a former undrafted Division II superstar who threw 94 touchdown passes in 2 years, who set 29 collegiate records at Shepherd University in West Virginia. His dad is a 28-time arm wrestling champion from such a hard scrabble beginning that he didn't have running water until high school. Now, granted, I'm a sucker for these kind of stories, for underdogs and Cinderellas, for Philadelphia bartenders and Iowa grocery store clerks, and I happen to be very intrigued by Tyson Bagent at the right price. But more to the point, I'm most interested if Ossenfort has that kind of eye for rare talent, for finding true diamonds in the rough, because if he doesn't, we're all in big trouble. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
As far as Arizona, they have a tougher decision to make than Miami does. Feels like Miami is probably parting ways with Tua. With Kyler, he's due less money. He has played good football and has not, look, I think best case scenario for Kyler is he's cut and goes the Russell Wilson route of signing for, $1 million, the minimum, whatever it is, and just is a good value. But there's a new regime. And if you're Mike LaFleur, if you look at it and say, who are we going to get? It's better. And also we're paying for him anyway. I think Arizona, to me, is more of an open question because, when he's right, Kyler's still pretty good.
Right. Okay. And the timeline on all this is before the new league year in less than a month? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So this all should be handled, I think, before the middle of March. Yes.
That's Ian Rappaport yesterday on the Rich Eisen show on ESPN, kind of outlaying the Arizona Cardinals situation. You referenced that's the biggest decision, Cardinals quarterback. But let's focus on the question that you asked at the end of the blast.
Mm-hmm.
Is Monty Ossenfort adept at finding diamonds in the rough? What do we have to use as a gauge on that?
28 draft picks and a host of free agents of minimal to moderate output.
So, identifying Tyson Bagent, would that be the guy? Well, it would definitely fall into identification. Now, we've talked a lot about Monty Ossenfort, and you began the blast by wondering, how did this guy keep his job?
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that he's been criticized for, and yes, it falls on the general manager. The draft is not a one-person operation. There's a lot of scouting. There's a lot of different voices involved. He's ultimately the one it falls on. But 3 drafts, 28 picks, as you mentioned. Who would qualify as a diamond in the rough? Somebody, late round guy that has actually contributed. There's not many. I don't put anybody really. Rabbit in the 4th round of 2024, maybe. A lot of the picks ahead of Rabbit in that draft haven't panned out to the degree that they were thought to. Dante Stills in 2023 in round 6,
maybe.
That's a victory.
That's a victory. Yep.
Denzel Burke, 5th round, 2025, maybe. But it hasn't been a cavalcade of wow.
No.
Go and look at the last 3 drafts for the Seattle Seahawks. That'll make you say wow. And oh, by the way, they just had a parade last week. I don't know if you saw it.
I did see it. I did see it. So listen, and I've been sympathetic because I didn't think that on a whole this coaching staff was very good at all last year, and I could sit here and recite chapter and verse what I mean by that. I don't need to. We've all lived it. But I do give light and breath to the idea that Monty Ossenfort's draft picks have not been developed at a rate that is conducive to winning championships. But everything that they've done, this coaching staff, they're making the same mistakes. They're bringing in inexperienced guys and hoping for the best. And it's clearly they are in a state where they just can't get guys of repute to come here. And this is going to be a big hurdle to get over. And the only way you're going to get over it is if your GM is really good at drafting players who are going to lead you to success no matter what you do. And the thing about Tyson Bagent is when Gamble put the name out of there, I would venture to guess 97% of the Valley said, who?
Yeah.
Who? And
90% of the Valley, 100% of the Owls.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so to me, I think this is one of these litmus tests that if this is the guy Monty Ossenford is going after, then this is going to be a real litmus test on exactly his vision as a architect. Because so far, the results have been very mixed, top to bottom.
Yeah, I would agree. And 28 picks over 3 years, that's a good number of picks.
Oh, it's a lot. And then you've got the James Conner question. Yes, he would cost you $8 million. Yes, at age 31 and all the miles, it would make sense if you wanted to clear up salary cap space to cut him. But he's James freaking Conner.
Well, and we talked about it before the show. Like, if you clear that $8 million, what are the Cardinals even going to do with that?
Who are you going to get that's going to run the ball the way he runs the ball?
See, all due respect to James Conner, I think you could find those guys.
Okay.
Now, again, is it the skill set of this front office to find those guys? You look at some of the teams in the playoffs; they had very, very low-priced running backs. I think the James Conner situation for this front office is a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I at least whatever decision is made is going to be met with extreme reaction on both sides. How could you bring him back? That's fiscally irresponsible for a team with so many needs. How could you let him go? He's the emotional leader of your team.
And Lord help this regime if Kyler Murray goes to his next place and blows up the NFL.
Well, there's that.
Lord help this regime if Kyler Murray right now is filled with ambition that he's never felt before, with fire that he's never experienced before.
On that possibility, what Rappaport said in that soundbite. Do you see Kyler Murray? You're getting waived and then signing the $1 million contract somewhere else? The Russell Wilson route? Russell Wilson did that well into his 30s.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray's not there yet on the age scale.
No. But I do think that Kyler Murray is going to be he's going to be particular on where he wants to end up. Minnesota, in other words.
Yeah, I mean, and he's one of those quarterbacks that's on record, well, at least through reporting and sources, he wants to end up with a contender. Derek Carr said it himself. He comes back, it's got to be for the right situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to be for a team that has a chance to win a championship, which to Derek Carr, I say, whatever
Who
team,
are you? Who is you?
Whatever team you end up on with, by your inclusion, has less of a chance to win the Super Bowl.
That's right.
Wouldn't want to be a part of a club that would have me as a member.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new and gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. It's going on all February. If you want to learn more or donate, just text the word GEAR, GEAR, to 620-620. Coming up next, Newsmakers Week continues. Day 2, we'll head down to Tucson. We'll get the outlook on Arizona Wildcats football draft, or a successful 2025 season. We'll talk to head coach Brent Brennan next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Season 2 of Unrivaled is here. The energy is unreal. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and yes, the best women's players on the planet are running it back for year 2 with even bigger moments and bigger stakes. Don't miss any of the action as players like Satu Sabali, Kalia Coppers, Paige Beckers, Nafisa Collier, many more take the court and help redefine the game. Unrivaled features an innovative 3-on-3 style that keeps the game moving with constant action and highlight plays, and it's built for the players, the WNBA's best, playing here on American soil in their offseason instead of having to go overseas. Season 2 of Unrivaled features higher stakes, expanded teams, and even more star power. After Chelsea Gray's big $200,000 win in last week's Unrivaled one-on-one tournament, Unrivaled is back Friday night, starting with 4 straight nights of league doubleheaders. The games air on TNT, True TV, and HBO Max, so it's easy to watch wherever you are. Unrivaled, where the pace is faster, the energy is higher, and every athlete shines.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
All week long on Newsmakers Week 2026, we're talking to the big decision makers, big names in Arizona sports. We head down to Tucson to kick off our slate of interviews for day 2 of Newsmakers Week. The head coach of the Arizona Wildcats football program, Brent Brennan, joining us via video this morning in Tucson. Coach, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Brent, how are you?
I'm doing good. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Obviously, very resurgent season for you in 2025. 2024, 4 wins. You get up to 9 wins last year. In a situation where there wasn't a lot of expectations on your program going into the year. But, you know, to rewind a little bit, what was the biggest change in your team's mentality in 2025 that made it such a successful year for you?
I think the biggest thing is just, you know, we came out of the 24 season just obviously really difficult, really frustrating. And we just decided we're going to move forward with the people that want to be at the U of A and people that are going to be totally committed to living the red line and playing football and attacking the process the way we do. And if you're not going to do that, then there's the door and you can get out. And, you know, that's kind of the way we moved and the way we're still moving, you know, a year later. So I think it's just really the change in the mindset was like, let's go find the best players, the best people we can find to build our program with who want to be at the University of Arizona.
Yeah, you know, I've heard you talk a little bit about this, the living on the red line and the idea of just being a little more hardcore in your approach to everything in year 2 and how it worked out for you. Could you elaborate more on how you decided to change basically the tone of the program after year 1?
Well, I think the biggest thing is when we took over, you know, like Coach Fish and that staff had done a great job here. They're coming off a 10-win season. And myself and the staff, we spent the first 6 months just kissing everybody's ass, begging them to stay. hoping they wouldn't leave. That's when we still had the two portals. And so, none of those players came to Arizona to play for me or the staff. And there was, so that part of it, it was, there was so much pressure and attention placed on retention of the roster. And, so that I just felt like it's a terrible foundation for a football program, and it never felt right. And I had to check myself, constantly during that season, just like, this doesn't feel right. This process isn't how I would want to coach this team and what I believe in, what I believe wins. And so, coming out of that season, we immediately just said, listen, this is the way we're going. And if you like it, we love you and we want you to be here. And if you don't, then let's help you find somewhere else to play.
Yeah, Brent Brennan, the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats football program, our guest here during Newsmakers Week. A big difference, too, was Noah Fifita was good in 2024. He was tremendous last year. All league honors. What did it mean for you to see your quarterback succeed to that level in leading this team, Brent?
I mean, before I answer that question, we need to get you a helmet with the block A on the side of it.
I knew you were going to say that.
I mean, golly, it's right in the middle of my face, man. Can you change that?
Is that a little bit better?
That's fantastic. Brent, have your people box up a helmet, ship it off. We'll get it up here tomorrow.
Hey, it's in the mail already.
All right. It's already fantastic.
Yeah. I think another part of it is I think at the end of last season in 24, I had to make some tough decisions and make some adjustments to my coaching staff. And I think what we did is we made great choices. I think the elevation of Danny Gonzalez to the defensive coordinator was really, really great. The timing of it, how he attacked it, how he led that side of the ball, the way the players bought in was fantastic. And then hiring Seth Deggy from Marshall, they're just coming off winning the conference championship out there. And his intensity and his energy, his connection with Noah Fifita, I think that was a huge part of Noah's development and his success that he had. And I'm so proud of Noah. I just think I really think it's the best story in college football. Here's a player that has stayed his entire career. He's the first team all conference quarterback Arizona football has had in 50 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? That's legacy. That is special. That kid chose being at the U of A. He chose people. He chose a city. He chose a university over money. And I just think that's incredibly special.
What did you enjoy most about winning the Territorial Cup? What did you learn about the victor and the spoils that come with the Territorial Cup?
That's such a fun game. I've been a part of a lot of really special rivalries in my coaching career, my playing career. UCLA, USC was so fun because you were in the same city. Oregon State, that the Oregon State kind of feels like this one a little bit. This one's just got a little bit more of an edge to it, to be honest with you. It's nasty. People say all kinds of wrong stuff to you when you're coming on the field. But it was a really special win for us, especially because a year ago, those guys came down here and got after us pretty good. I do have a lot of respect for Kenny and that staff there. I think those guys are good coaches. I think they're good dudes. But when we play that game, we want to beat the crap out of each other. I mean, that's the way it is. And so it was awesome to get that win. It was awesome to see the smile and the joy on our team. That locker room after was absolutely magic. And so just a lot of fun, ending the season with the win up there.
Brent Brennan, the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned, Coach, earlier, the change in your philosophy, not begging players to stay, choosing the guys that wanted to be there. Now that you've had your first successful season in Tucson, 9 wins with that change in mentality, how much more attractive did Arizona become as an option for players seeking an opportunity to play somewhere else in the transfer portal? How have you done on that front in your mind?
Well, I think our players are having a great experience here. And I think the players that are in your program are the best recruiters you have. And so, when you see a very low turnover rate in the transfer portal, this year, guys feeling like they want to be a part of this, they want to stay, they're making decisions based on their experience and their development over maybe a little bit more money. And I think that's compelling to other recruits and other players that are looking at the University of Arizona from the transfer portal. It's always been an incredible place to go to school. The weather is fantastic, right? Campus is amazing. So, there's been so many things that are going for it. But when you combine some success on the field, a great culture, a great group of young men that really want to be here, want to work together, want to chase this dream together, and a coaching staff that is aligned and committed, I think it's something that players want to be a part of.
So sketch out what does the future look like? I mean, because like I said, you guys were very, very impressive last season in what you were able to do. I know the game against SMU, you finished strong if you didn't start it strong. And Bulls, now I don't know what you can take from them in this day and age with the college football playoff, but given this great resurgence of optimism in Tucson about this program, where are you taking it? What do you hope to see next season?
Can I rewind on the bowl game real quick?
Sure.
I think there's something people got to know because I know those young men that the safeties that didn't play for us took a lot of grief for not playing, and that was one of those situations where I knew they weren't going to play, and our coaching staff had known for about 3 weeks, but we didn't want to give the coaching staff at SMU 3 weeks to game plan without these 3 all-conference, all-American players in the secondary, and so I understand people being upset about that, but I'll tell you what, those guys chose the University of Arizona every single year and twice a year, most of the time, because last December, Washington, LSU, Miami, Texas, USC, we're coming after all 3 of them, trying to get them to transfer. And they said no, they chose Arizona. And then after spring practice, the same thing happened, offering big money and like all kinds of, crazy choices for them to make. And those young men chose the players in this program, this coaching staff, and this university again. And then they helped us have this wonderful season. So I understand people being upset that they didn't play in the bowl game, but I love those 3 players and what they did for the University of Arizona. You have a 5th-year player, a 6-year player, and a 3-year player, and all of them played thousands of snaps for us and really, really special guys. So I just had to get that out there because I know those people were frustrated with that, but I love those young men, and those guys chose U of A every time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is frustrating for fans. I get that, and what you just mentioned, bowl participation has become an issue in college football. There's no doubt about it, but with all the change, as you look at a big picture, I wouldn't put that at the top of the list of concerns for the sport, but as you look at where college football is now, and you've been in it for a while, what is the biggest issue facing this sport? Big picture.
I think it's the same, I'm not a big complainer. I don't think that helps anybody. And I think, and everybody can go down that rabbit hole because, this school has more money or this school has more resources or they're paying this, whatever. I just think, no one really cares. All they want you to do is play good football and find ways to win football games. So, but the biggest challenge facing college football, I think, is lack of regulation in terms of what are the rules? What is the enforcement? What can people do? What is tampering? That part of it, I think that's the one thing that we're really, really missing is everyone is kind of moving the way you move at your institution through your program and your philosophy and your vision, but there's no big like overarching guidelines like this is exactly what you can do with rev share, with NIL, with recruiting players and transferring, like all that stuff is still so kind of open-ended and not clear. I think that makes it that's the real challenge.
Yeah. Coach, thanks so much for joining us today. We really appreciate the time. Congratulations on a great season. Best of luck to you.
Yeah, we'll be on the lookout for that helmet, Brent.
Hey, man, that helmet better be on that stage next time I call.
If we get it next time you come on with us, Bickley will wear it during the whole interview.
Oh, good. I'll wear one.
All right, Brent. Good luck to you. Great job last year.
Appreciate it. Brent
Bear
Brennan,
down, y'all. Thank
head
you.
coach of the Arizona Wildcats, joining us via video here on Newsmakers Week. I'll say this: I enjoyed that interview. I enjoyed the change and kind of I don't want to call it a heel turn for Brent Brennan, but that certainly has a little bit of that feel to it.
I let you off the hook. I was going to bring up that.
I always liked them.
Look.
Okay. When he said, I'm going to stop kissing the ass of all those Jet Fish players. Yeah. I get it.
Coming up next, the Suns front office has done an excellent job of turning around the franchise in a short time. So why aren't they getting more national love? We'll dive into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. ASU rides press to signature win over number 13 Texas Tech. Zach Gallen says Merrill Kelly deserves to start on opening day. And Arizona freshman Koa Pete will be reevaluated next week for a lower leg muscle strain. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney. The Sweet nickname came from our buddy Petros Papadakis, former USC fullback, alongside Carson Palmer, current Fox Sports analyst, who could not believe a Bulldog attorney could be so nice outside of the courtroom, and the nickname just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, anything but nice, anything but sweet to your opposition if you're ever injured in an accident. And I am talking about those insurance companies that will not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's why you call Sweet James. They're a world-class law firm full of elite attorneys who have extensive trial experience, and all that trial experience gives them great leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies, which is why they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in America. Remember, having the right attorney on your side after you've been injured can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and if you are hurt in an accident, you can expect maximum compensation for Sweet James. Give them a call. The consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Power outages are happening more often and lasting longer than ever before. A backup generator is a very smart move, but gas generators, they're loud, heavy, and emit harmful exhaust. The Grid Doctor 3300 solar generator from My Patriot Supply is different. It's portable, silent, and safe to use indoors. And when you order a Grid Doctor 3300 from MyPatriotSupply.com, they'll include over $800 in preparedness supplies absolutely free. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now and get prepared. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Right now, save $16 on a pair of Rain-X Rugged XL wiper blades, plus get 2 times O rewards points only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night in Tempe, the Sun Devils shocked the Red Raiders 72-67 in a huge win for Bobby Hurley and his team. Mo Odom led the way with 23 points, and the Devils took down the 13th-ranked team in the country. GCU got a big Mountain West win last night on the road, beating San Diego State 73-63, led by Jaden Henley's 21 points. The Wildcats have another big one tonight in the form of BYU, but they'll look to get it done without Koa Pete tonight, as he'll miss both tonight's game and Saturday's game against Houston with a lower leg injury. But the Cats and the Cougars tip off at 7 tonight. The Suns still off, but will be back in action tomorrow night against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama. And for all Arizona Cardinals and Arizona Diamondbacks news, head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at your Valley Chevy dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit your Valley Chevy dealers today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who is under the most pressure to perform for the Phoenix Suns over the last 27 games of the season? So the Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
The other thing that you have to do is you can't force stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you may want it, and you may think it's the best move, but if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, if it puts you in a difficult position down the road, then you got to have some patience too. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think we're going to show that. We're going to be very organized in everything that we do. We're going to be very intentional in everything that we do because we want to get this thing right.
That's Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns, back on June 27th here on Arizona Sports with Burns and Gambo, talking about wanting to get this roster right. As the Suns get ready to gear up for the final 27-game push of this season, a lot of people would say, hey, it looks like they got this roster right. And where the Suns began, and look, we were both at the Brian Gregory introductory press conference, and it was hard with what everybody had just experienced in terms of witnessing Suns basketball. It was hard to walk away feeling very optimistic. And a lot of that had to do with the thought that the reality was they were in a really tough spot by their own actions prior to Brian Gregory getting the job. If
No doubt.
Fast forward to now, I just feel like what this Suns front office and organization has accomplished in terms of turnaround in a short amount of time when everything was stacked against them is nothing short of unbelievable. But there's at least one outlet is not all that impressed by it. Sam Quinn from CBSSports.com, NBA writer, does a lot of good stuff. He did his front office rankings, and he ranked them in the summer, and now he's re-ranked them now as we head into the post-All-Star break portion of the schedule. In July, he had the Suns at number 27. Now he's got them number 26. Still one of the lowest-ranked front offices in the NBA.
Okay.
Fair, not fair?
Listen.
I mean, they haven't accomplished anything yet.
We're 55 games into a season.
Sure.
Wanting this, getting all alarmed that the national media isn't giving them their flowers yet. It's a bit premature. For that.
Okay, and I am guilty, and I've kind of railed against being that guy. Like, who cares what the national media thinks?
If we're enjoying it, listen?
Yeah,
we know
true.
they're all we know they're all late to these parties, anyways. And this has been something very, very special for us to enjoy. I think we have all very much appreciated the fact that this thing has worked out, that the word alignment that we ridiculed and mocked because of the circumstances you just laid out there. I mean, this wasn't just a one-off. It wasn't like we all attended a press conference and said, wow, how funny, somebody said the word alignment 20 times in a press conference. It was that on top of everything else. It was the idea that Matt Ishbia was coming back and doubling down on his own involvement when most people thought his involvement was the problem in the first place. Look, they've all been redeemed. They've all been validated. Everything they said they were going to do, they have produced through 55 games. They've got to finish the job. And because if the Suns don't make the playoffs, or if they make a play-in and they lose unceremoniously, I don't think anybody's going to want to be in the mood to talk about how underrated this front office is.
True.
But I do think that they're a very strong example to not be so cynical all the time about everything. because from my own standpoint, my idea was, how in the world can Matt Ishbia double down on this, let's recreate a collegiate environment, then hire a guy whose basketball life was almost spent entirely in college basketball? True. But they've done it. They've created exactly the collegiate kind of mentality they set out to create. And guess what? Not only did they create it, it's working. So to me, their flowers will come at the end of the year. They've already been able to. I mean, they're the best story in basketball.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of pleasant surprises from front office performance and turnarounds, they have to be at the top of that list.
Listen,
even only through 55 games.
I saw Eddie Johnson complain about a list on Twitter last night about the same thing, that the Suns front office was being underrated, and Bill Simmons basically said, Eddie, you might want to go take a warm bath.
Yeah.
Like, calm down.
They've been going back and forth. Him and Bill Simmons.
Of course. But again, it's a little premature, and it's also a little.
Who cares?
Yes.
But you could see it though, because
Who cares what Sam Quinn thinks about the Phoenix Suns?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
It does make you feel though, because when you turn around something that was deemed unturnaroundable and you do it in 2/3 of a season, now you're right. At the end of the season, when it's all going to really matter and see what happens now, but it's just one of those. If as Suns fans, you always feel disrespected. You always feel like not everybody's like.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's everyone's out to get you.
Isn't
and they don't
that
see
exhausting?
What's happening.
Isn't it better just to really enjoy what you have now that you have it?
It is, but it's hard to.
Okay.
Because you want to flaunt it a little bit. But let's review what was happened. I mean, the Suns moved off of Bradley Beal. They got a lot of heat for moving off Bradley Beal the way they did. They didn't have a choice, really. You waive him, you stretch him. He's on the books for 5 more years. But it greatly improved what you did, what you can do flexibility-wise when it comes to navigating the salary cap. They possibly won the Kevin Durant trade. Think about that.
I don't think there's any question about it.
From a position of weakness because of the dealings of the previous front office, Brian Gregory was in a position of weakness. And look, there's a lot of really good fortune mixed in there because Dylan Brooks has been a godsend so far. But if you would have said at the time of that, oh, wow, that's what they got for Kevin Durant, take it and move on. We'll see what happens. It's possible that they won that. And they're out of luxury tax hell.
Yeah. No, they performed a great escape here, which is yeah. And look, it's tremendously impressive that they've been able to create a future when so many smart people didn't see a path anywhere. Everywhere they looked, they saw dead-end streets with the Phoenix Suns.
It's impressive what they've done to get here. What will be even more impressive, at least to me, is if this front office can take this team or collection of to being a really good basketball team to in the next couple years being great.
Yeah. But the only lasting umbrage I take with this particular list is if the Suns are at 26 and the teams below them, you want to talk about teams that have mismanaged their front offices. Dallas 27, Chicago 28, New Orleans 29, Sacramento 30. There's no way this front office should be in that neighborhood.
Look, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. But in the grand scheme of things, when people are putting together these lists, they don't. You know how these things work.
Yeah, I do. Suns and Spurs tomorrow night, kicking off the post-All-Star break portion of the schedule. That game in Austin, Texas. Then it's right back home for a 4-game homestand for the Suns. Coming up next, the 9 o'clock hour, we got a couple of interviews scheduled. So we're bumping it up. Social studies, a little early today, 8:45. Sammy will take us through it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta here, and yeah, I had LASIK over 25 years ago. Changed my life. But now what's changed is my vision. Getting older, it's still pretty good, but I sometimes find myself squinting to see how many fingers an NBA referee's holding up at times. And yes, I have had to use readers from time to time. Dr. King at K2 Vision gave me a thorough exam, and like many people who have had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a great candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE. It's a permanent solution that would ensure I'll never get a cataract. But I love that the doctors at K2 Vision gave me info on my vision with options without any pressure. The ball is in my court. The surgeons at K2 Vision have performed over 400,000 procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know what the best procedure for you is. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Wolf here, and consider this your green light. It's truck month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota? This is your moment. Step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing? Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks. The right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford off the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, I know what you're thinking. It's not 9 o'clock. I know. We have some great interviews coming up in the 9 o'clock hours. We bumped social studies up to 8:45, but I want to give a quick shout out on where you can find us. We're at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and you can watch us every single day. It's Newsmakers Week. We're going to have a lot of great interviews. If you want to watch them, you go to Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Lots of video and in-studio interviews this week, so make sure you're on YouTube watching us.
Yes, and right now, 278 of you guys watching on YouTube, so thank you guys. Okay, so our first question, social studies today, it's for Cardinal fans. Who is your top, quote, realistic choice to be the team's starting quarterback next season, and why?
Yeah, listen, I'm voting for Jacoby Brissett. I know a lot of people have gone from really liking him to now not really liking him at all. Do not count me in that last category. I really, really appreciated what Jacoby Brissett brought to the field. I do not think he's a end game kind of killer in the way that you want your quarterbacks to be. But I'm going to be behind this guy and what this guy can do if you give him a real offensive line and a real running game.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not ripping you because I feel the same way. It's the boring answer.
Yeah.
But I also agree with what you said there, Vic. I think Jacoby Brissett, quote unquote, gets credit for a lot more quarterback wins if at the end of games other people were doing their jobs. The Cardinals were terrible at closing out games. That doesn't all fall on the quarterback. The offensive line was an issue. The injuries were an issue. The playmaking in big spots was an issue. The defensive, getting off the field at spots was an issue. It's not a sexy choice. There's no doubt about it. But he's the answer that makes the most sense to me right now.
Yeah, I think I've swung the way of Jacoby as well, in him just doing what he's been able to do and be a bridge quarterback.
Yeah, there's not a better option. There just isn't.
Unless you want to get there are a couple crazy responses, but unless
Let's hear the crazy one.
Okay, yeah. So El Dadarino says trade the house for Mendoza. He's going to be generational.
I don't argue with that,
Sure.
but they're not going to trade him.
Exactly.
But if you're going to trade the house,
do it for like Joe Burrow.
Yes.
That's what Brian V said. I would give up some top picks and see if you can get Joe Burrow from Cincinnati. And then let's see. Stephen Ruiz said Malik Willis would be exciting, but it just cannot be Kyler. The team and the player both need a change of scenery. And then Backman said, run it back with Brissett. Draft a guy on day 2 or day 3 of this year. Your quarterback of the future is in next year's draft, but maybe the rookie this year develops. Build the O-line and D-line for the next foreseeable future. So, again, a lot of answers all over the place, and a couple Mac Joneses, but those were the consensus answers. Okay, so D-backs fans, this next one, what GIF or GIF best represents...
GIF, please.
GIF?
GIF.
GIF, okay.
Yeah, I'm a GIF guy.
GIF. Okay, what GIF best represents your thoughts on the Diamondbacks bringing back both Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly? Is there one?
Kind of hard to do it.
I know.
On radio.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with the GIF catalog, so
Okay.
I don't know if I can go deep with this one.
Yeah,
but
this question sucks.
Yeah, this question sucks. I'll just put it into words. It appealed to me because it just felt very familiar, very hometown. I just like the fact that Zach Gallen is willing to give this another shot here, given the fact that he is no longer the opening day starter, given the fact that he was with Merrill Kelly and his wife when they found out that Merrill got the 2-year deal here, not him. The fact that he feels that there's unfinished business, that he owes it to the fans to either give a better send-off or to give them something better than he did last year. I admire all of it. So I probably feel better about this than I should from a competitive standpoint, but I do.
So put that in a GIF.
There we go.
Yeah, all of that.
To be fair, I posted this yesterday during the show just for the social media audience because we didn't have a social studies yesterday.
Because when I was prepping, there were only 2 questions out there, so I kept scrolling and I saw this one.
There's 2, and then there's the unlucky one I retweeted from yesterday.
Yes, but just a couple. I think it's the Blues Brothers saying, let's see. Saying we're putting the band back together. That's one.
Okay. I like that.
And then I don't know.
We're on a mission from Gad.
We're putting the band back together.
There's this one. Oh, I'm gonna get crushed. But he's bald, and it's the guy. He's saying "Welcome back" with his hands. He's in a very famous.
I can't even find this question.
Oh, it's deep in the gutter. And then lastly, let's see. Denzel Washington, and I don't know what movie, but him like nodding, going,
Oh my
okay.
Whoa. The bald guy saying
Dr. Evil?
welcome back was Dr. Evil that you didn't recognize.
Wow.
I can't tell you. I know who that is. Okay, anyway. So, again, some Winter Olympic talk, but what is an Olympic sport?
Throw me a freaking bone here, people.
Wow. Sorry. What movie is it from?
The Austin Powers series.
I haven't seen an Austin Powers movie.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Good movies aren't for everybody.
This is true. And it goes, Vinny, it goes back to our Mock My World. Movies that we haven't seen. Austin Powers would maybe be a pick for me. Okay.
You got way more to pick from.
I do. Okay, so next, what is an Olympic sport but should be?
What isn't an Olympic sport?
What isn't an Olympic sport but should be?
That combination of playing chess and boxing, that's fantastic.
Is that any more ridiculous than skiing and shooting?
Not really.
Right?
It's actually more ridiculous.
Well,
because it's, such a cerebral activity, and then you have the chance to get up from the table and get the cerebral knocked right out of you.
Right, and then you sit back down and you're in a brain fog and you gotta,
The beauty of it is you could do it in the summer or winter. It could be both.
Yeah.
That might be the first, because you could just do it on ice.
That's right.
And then the fighting would turn into a hockey fight as opposed to just regular boxing.
Okay.
I like where this is going.
So Tom Foss, and I kind of agree with him. Pickleball, due to its popularity, do you think pickleball will eventually be an Olympic sport?
Probably. They've given a lot of sports opportunities. The thing, and I like pickleball. It's a fun activity. I understand why it's blown up in terms of participation. What it isn't is a great spectator sport. It's terrible to watch on TV.
More fun to play than watch.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Sun Devil Doug said party games, flip cup, beer pong, cornhole, etc. It would be perfect bar entertainment.
Oh, the United States would just kill those.
No doubt.
Dominate. Okay, and
Well,
lastly,
on bar games, if you have archery, why not have darts?
darts not being an Olympic sport, that does, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely
because
the same
any
thing.
sport you play better inebriated is not a sport. It's disqualified.
There is that.
That's why no bowling, I guess.
That's why karaoke doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Several people did say mixed martial arts of some sort.
Or UFC. Okay, our last question, this was posed yesterday, and we can always bring it back up at 9:45. But Vinny and Jarrett both got flat tires the same day coming into work.
Same day, same chunk of cement did it to both their cars.
Within 20 minutes of each other.
So what was the unluckiest thing that has ever happened in your life? Unlucky.
I don't know if that qualifies because it was it was avoidable by somebody more adept at driving than me, apparently.
Yeah, all right, that's funny.
The unluckiest thing. I mean, I hate to get all like, woe is me, but being born.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I will say, for me, the most unluckiest thing that I have ever experienced was when my oldest son was very, very young. He became infatuated with roller coasters. He built these kinetic sets, whatever you can build roller coasters. He just loved roller coasters. So we built a trip to Disneyland all around him, being able to go down California Adventures, Screamin'. What was that?
Screamin' Mimi? Or California
Screamin', right.
Yeah.
It was all he wanted to do was ride that thing all day long. He was so excited. I took off the time. I bought the tickets. We drove to California. We checked in. And as we're checking in, the woman at the front desk said the ride was closed for the next few days.
Sorry, folks. The moose out front should have told you.
Yeah, it was.
It's now called the Incredicoaster.
Is that what it's called?
It's based on, they changed the IP to Incredibles now.
Ah, gotcha.
But it's the same roller coaster, same bones, if you will.
Same bones, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They have
Great roller
They have to
coaster.
brand everything now at California
Adventure, their original theme was California.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, no? So they made everything Disney now. Marvel and Disney.
The stupidest ride
Pixar.
at Disney that I love, you probably went on this too. They still have the swings.
Yes.
They just
I
go
do
around.
not go on anything that goes in circles. I get dizzy very easily.
Me and my daughter, we could have done it all day long.
I like those.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Do they still do Soarin' over California?
They do.
Fantastic.
Has that changed at all?
No, they did it. They changed it to Soarin' over America, and everyone got so mad that they went back to Soarin' California.
Really?
But they're putting in some new stuff.
I do love that ride,
There's going to be a new Avengers ride. There's going to be a new Avatar ride.
Do they still have the Toy Story shooting game?
They do, yeah.
That game is fantastic.
That is fun, yes.
I love that game.
Yeah.
The line is ridiculous.
Guardians of the Galaxy ride is the best, though.
They just put that one
They
in.
turned Tower of Terror into
Do you
Guardians
get
of the Galaxy.
weird looks going to Disney as adults without kids?
Do I get weird looks? Full stop. Yes.
It doesn't matter where he is.
Okay, I'm curious. I've always wondered.
We're not quite.
Because you've never done the adult trip, have you?
There's a subsection
Yes, there is.
of people called Disney adults.
Yes.
We're not quite them.
Okay.
Good.
I've taken one adult trip. Well, I mean, in my young adult years, that doesn't count.
With Disney's rebranding and doing everything around Star Wars and Marvel, there's a lot more adults.
Oh
that go
no!
without
Listen.
kids.
I know there's a ton. I wouldn't even. I used to know my way around that place. Like you wouldn't. I could hack everything, and now I would be clueless.
Yeah.
Or more so.
Or more so.
Thanks, Sammy.
Yes.
Thanks to everybody who chimed in. We still got to get some Disney stories from Jarrett before the end of the show. How about an off the grid? We'll get the Disney update. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Newsmakers Week continues. We will chat with the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation. Eric Moses joins us in studio. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
College can be rewarding, can be a lot of fun. Then you get done, and some people get hit with that student loan debt when it's due to be paid, and you're struggling with it. And when you're in that situation, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed, and you feel like you run out of moves. I've heard from people in that situation. There is a way out, and it's called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's what they do. They're not judging you in the process either. They're not going to grill you with a bunch of questions about why you didn't fix it sooner or how'd you let it get to the situation that it's in now. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, fear not. That's when Y Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say, and Y Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. If you're in this situation and you want to get out, give Y Refi a call at 888-YREFI-85 or visit yrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of newacunit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At newacunit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online? That's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at newacunit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, newacunit.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus free home delivery with any bed and base. Ends Monday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. ASU and Bobby Hurley got a huge 72-67 win over Texas Tech last night. GCU got a big win against San Diego State, 73-63. U of A will be in action against BYU tonight at 7. And as we roll on with Newsmakers Week here on Bickley and Murata, find out who will be joining us all week long at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Murata Mornings.
It is day 2 of Newsmakers Week 2026 here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Thanks to everybody who gives their time to us this week.
Yeah.
And that certainly applies to our next guest in studio, the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, Eric Moses, joining us in studio. Eric, great to see you.
Eric!
It's always good to be with you guys. Thanks for having me.
You're on camera. Do we have the camera on, Eric? Well, I don't see it yet, but we will. But Natalie attired as always. Right. You look fantastic.
Look, I got a face for radio, so it's all good.
We last spoke before the Fiesta Bowl matchup in the college football playoff semifinals. Miami and Ole Miss. Got a great game. Got to be happy about it.
Instant classic. I mean, our last 3 semifinal games have all been decided by one score. And so I tell people, if you're taking a chance on not coming to a Verbo Fiesta Bowl, you're going to miss one hell of a college football game.
And Indiana got the Cinderella story done. Still reverberating throughout college football.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, talk about the biggest demonstration of how the NIL and the transfer portal and all of these changes in college football have culminated in having a team that was the worst team in college football history for a while, now winning a national championship and having a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback.
On top of it.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to go with this story was when we talk to you, and we have for years, and you're always very open and honest with us, when we bring up issues with college football, you address the issues when we talk about it. A lot of people tend to focus on the negative stories about college football. What's wrong with it? How do you fix it? How big was a story like that for the overall health and wellness of college football in your mind?
Look, I think it was great. I think, one, Mendoza is a great representation of what college athletes can be and are in large part. I think the Indiana story is great for having more fan bases involved in following the sport and expanding the sport. With all due respect to Saban and Alabama and Ohio State and all those, it's nice to mix it up some.
No doubt.
That's why people love the NFL so much, because the Seattle Seahawks just won the Super Bowl, right? And they were garbage a couple years ago. And so I'm not saying we have to have exact parity, but having some parity so that everybody's team has a chance, I think is good for the sport.
One of the cool things about the Fiesta Sports Foundation is you guys have continued to kind of stay in the upper echelon of the bowl games, and that's not easy to do in this competitive. There's a lot of foundations and stadiums that want what you got. And this coming year, you're going to get a quarterfinal game, and it's going to be on December 30th, and you're going to have the only window of play that night, correct? You're going to have exclusivity that night?
So Wednesday night, yes,
okay,
on the 30th.
That's fantastic, though.
Yeah, we're excited. Look, we started saying around the office that Arizona's guaranteed playoff game every year will be the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, thanks to Scott Lightman, crack staff over there.
I love it.
So, yeah, we're excited about that and having that window and being the only game in town as it relates to that. It's a quarterfinal the next 2 years. The following year, it'll be on Saturday, January 1st. So back to the traditional kind of Verbo Fiesta Bowl date and time. And we're super excited, man. People are always going to be able to see I think, the best college football game played in the state of Arizona at our game.
Now, not only the exclusive window, but to have it on the 30th as opposed to the 31st on New Year's Eve, do you have data on how that affects the eyeballs and the numbers?
I don't, but I can tell you why we're doing it.
Yeah.
Three letters. Three letters.
Okay.
NFL.
Yeah.
Thursday night football.
Gotcha.
So, you got to be clear of the big bully on the block, right? And so
very protective of their calendar.
They are. And as you guys know, they like to play on every day ending with day. So
and that condition's only getting worse, I'm
only
told.
getting worse.
I think they're going to invent more days.
They might. They might.
So as somebody that's been privileged to handle your kickoff lunch in a couple of years in a row, I'm quite aware of everything the Fiesta Sports Foundation does outside of staging a football game. In fact, staging the football game is done for a lot of those particular reasons. Why don't you go ahead and sketch out some of the things you're most proud of in terms of community-related philanthropy and other things you've done?
Yeah, this was a great year, and you have helped us to elevate that football kickoff event, and so thank you for that. We had Jim McMahon this past year. That's one of our primary fundraisers that helps us deliver these charitable resources back to communities all throughout the state of Arizona. This year, our primary kind of philanthropic program, Palo Verde Wishes for Teachers, we upped to $1.5 million. So 540 individual teachers received $2,500 grants to help improve the learning environment in their classrooms. And then this year we did 3 $50,000 school wishes. And so being able to bring in a STEM lab or redo a library, having bigger impact on these schools. And all of this stuff happens because of the football games. We're not just a producer and promoter of college football games. We are an organization and a nonprofit that gives back to the state of Arizona by way of having these football games and our Par 3 golf tournament and our football kickoff event and all of the other things that we do. And recently, hopefully you guys have heard, we've really gotten into the flag football space. We introduced the Copper State Invitational, which was an in-season high school girls invitational tournament here in the Valley, won by Hamilton, I think the #1 team in the country with the #1 player in the country. And then in April this year, we will have the Fiesta Bowl Flag Football Classic, which is a Division I collegiate game that we will have USC, University of Florida, Georgia, Alabama State, GCU, Arizona State, teams coming into the Valley from all over the country. Awesome. And we're going to treat them like we treat bowl teams when they come here.
Oh,
right?
that's fantastic.
So we're just so excited and always looking to get this community in this state to support us and not take for granted just because this game has been around for 55 years that it will be around, to your point, Dan, at the highest level. We need the support of fans. We need the support of businesses and civic leaders to make certain that we're embracing this game so that we can keep it. And, places like Las Vegas and Nashville and other places that would love to eat our lunch and have what we have aren't able to do that.
In terms of, and we're talking to Eric Moses, the executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation here on Newsmakers Week. In terms of the future of the college football playoff, it's a big topic that we always discuss. Recently, the Big Ten came out with their 24-team proposal. I see a little smile on your face as I mentioned it, Eric, and the cameras caught it too. Reaction to that, realistic possibilities that this could be the model. I think most people that love college football and have enjoyed the college football playoff expanding to 12 are kind of a little afraid of this idea. Where does it stand right now?
I think it unlikely in the next couple years. We know we're at 12 again this season. I think 16 is more likely than 24. People are concerned that if you go to 24, you diminish the value of the regular season. And we want to make certain that the regular season, every single game counts. 24 is really about, from what I have heard, creating more television inventory for the broadcasters. So if you have 24, and what goes along with that, I believe in the Big Ten proposal, are 4 automatic berths for the Big Ten and the SEC, well, then if I know I get 4 every year, I can have teams in my conference compete at the end of the season to gain some of those berths. So maybe your 1 and 2 go in automatically, but 3 plays 6, 4 plays 5 for those other 2 seats. You give more inventory to your broadcast partner, right? More money. We all know what is driving this whole thing, and it's revenue generation. It's the dollars. And so I think protecting the regular season, I think protecting the student athletes. Like we're talking about right now, NFL players playing 17 regular season games and I think 2 preseason games, right?
Yeah.
You can't have college kids playing more games than the pros play.
No, Indiana played 16 games for Indiana.
Right?
That's absurd, but you're right.
So how do we figure that out? And then the calendar. You know, we're likely going to need to move to week 0 in order to have some time because, as we talked about a little bit earlier, the big bully is out there with the NFL, and you have to find time to get our games on the air for people to watch them. Once the NFL starts to get into its playoffs and they get rolling, you don't want to be in their way.
No. And I saw a lot of people speculating that the best way for college football to do this, theoretically, would be to play throughout December and wrap up on January 1. Is that conceivable?
I think it is. I mean, it would take those gaps out or what have you, but I think people associate college football with the New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. The farther you get away from that, I think the more, attenuated the connection becomes. And so, we're playing our national championship now on MLK Day, which is like the 19th or the 20th of January. That starts to get a little hinky, I think, for a lot of people. So I think if we could back it up some and wrap things up earlier, I think that would help us to continue to build the sport.
Well, Eric, thanks for coming in. Congratulations on the great game and all that you've done and accomplished. And here's to a brighter future.
You guys are the best.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks for having me.
Eric Moses, Executive Director, CEO of the Fiesta Sports Foundation, joining us in studio. Another in-studio guest, President of Grand Canyon University, Brian Mueller, is up next here on Newsmakers Week 2026. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
For me, this was a massive benefit for the Arizona Diamondbacks to bring Zach Gallen back. And sure enough, if it didn't happen, my expectation, I don't know what yours is for Zach Gallen, I think he's going to have an incredible year. As a matter of fact, my expectation is he becomes one of the best pitchers in the National League, one of the best pitchers in baseball once again.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and retirement plans are like snowflakes. No two are ever the same, nor should they be. So when you imagine your retirement, what do you see? Beaches, 5-star resorts, hundreds of rounds of golf, or are you consumed with a little bit of anxiety, worried that you will not have enough money to do all the cool things you want to do in retirement? Because if you're like most people, to be honest, you might not have the peace of mind you need. You might feel a bit uneasy, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to feel totally prepared. The latter is what you'll get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Highly recommend you schedule a free appointment where you can get a second opinion on your existing portfolio. You can get tailor-made game plans with personalized strategies built just for you and what you want out of your retirement. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, plus they're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound to act in your best interests at all times. I became a client. They earned my trust. If you want to get that anxiety about retirement off of your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary finish.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Newsmakers Week with Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
As we continue on this Wednesday morning, sending a thank you, tip of the cap to our audience in Tolleson. Appreciate the support coming from Tolleson to Arizona Sports and Bickley and Marotta Mornings. As we continue Newsmakers Week, Day 2, 2026 edition. Thanks again to Eric Moses for joining us. Keeping the seat warm for the president of Grand Canyon University, Brian Mueller, who joins us in studio now. President Mueller, good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, you have that the look of basking in a big basketball victory from last night. We were talking about it off the air. Great win for Bryce Drew and the guys at San Diego State last night.
Are you saying I have that look of being really tired? I'm telling you, the game was over at 10:30. You can't go to sleep after something like that. You just can't do it.
No. And what's the adjustment been like? Because, in the previous conference, there was some kind of predictability to what you were doing. Here, there's not a lot of predictability. There's a lot of fluctuation in starting times. There's been a lot of late nights. There's been some early afternoons on the weekend. How's it been, the adjustment to the new conference?
We'll take them all. Because 13 nationally televised games this year compared to 1 in the previous years. We'll take them all.
Dial them up.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I have noticed, because of these nationally televised games, the Havocs, your cheering section, is getting another wave of, wow, can you believe the vibe they've got going on there?
Yeah, our students are unbelievable, and they do that across the board. They're supportive of things we do at the university, whether it's chapel on Monday mornings or work in the community. But, yeah, they've developed a reputation from a basketball standpoint that's incredible. They travel with us. We took a whole bunch of them to UNLV last week, 5 busloads of them, and they took over the arena. It was so funny. We were coming back with 4 minutes to go. There was an African-American security guard in front of me, and we'd been making eye contact all game. He'd come out during timeouts. And with 4 minutes to go, the game's close, and the person with the microphone said, all right, Rebel fans, we have got to make more noise right now than those GCU students. and the guy looked at me and said, that ain't going to happen.
One of the first things we talked about the night in college basketball and the big win by the Lopes, but this recent domination that GCU has over San Diego State, do you ever feel bad? Do you ever lob a phone call to the president of SDSU and say, sorry?
Brian Dutcher is a class guy. I don't know him personally, but I just watch it, and it is amazing. It just goes back to, we were talking about Bill Frieder in Michigan before. He was an assistant at Michigan and did not recruit Dan Marley. And so when Dan got to be the coach here, Dan said, hey, you didn't recruit me. You owe me a favor. And so they scheduled a home and home, San Diego State and Grand Canyon. That's when we weren't even eligible for the tournament.
Yes.
So we went out to San Diego State, and we beat them on their home court, which knocked them out of the tournament. Next year, they came to our place, and we beat them again and knocked them out of the tournament. You just can't do favors for people. That's all there is to it in this world.
That's the lesson.
But we are 5-1 against them, but they do an incredible job out there. I mean, I lived in San Diego a couple decades ago, and that was a nothing program. They sell out every game now. They've got an incredible. They're so good for college basketball. And that game last night was a battle of defensive titans. I mean, we have one of the best defensive programs, and they do as well. And so it was great for college basketball.
Yeah, I was going to say Bryce Drew as a head coach seems to be such a great cultural fit for GCU, and as we discussed in the break, great knack for getting your team firing at the right time. So your thoughts on where this season is going and what might be ahead for the Lopes?
You know, he would kill me if I said this, but I'll say it anyway. He's probably not listening. He's probably getting ready for the next game. But we got 5 games left.
Right.
We got 5 games left. 3 of them are at home. We've beat all 3 of those teams on the road. We've got a road game against Air Force, and they're kind of down this year. So when you think about what might happen, Nevada got beat last night, so we step into the 4th spot. We're only a game out of the 3rd spot. And Coach Drew, I don't know how he does it. Maybe it's blind luck. I don't think so. But his history is that he gets his teams playing the best at the end.
Yeah.
And that was the best game we played. We've had some decent games this year. You know, when you think about it, we 10 points collectively separate us from being in first place.
Wow.
We've just lost so many close games at the end. But last night they haven't lost at home in a conference game since 2015 for 10 years by double digits. Last night was the first time. So that was that could have been a sign of things to come. I mean, the schedule is pretty favorable for us now going into the tournament. So
it's good.
We'll see.
Brian Mueller, president of GCU, our guest here in studio as we continue Newsmakers Week. Bick talked about life in the former conference, predictability, and you mentioned it, Bryce got his teams playing well at the end. That was good because you needed to win that conference tournament to get into the NCAA tournament. The landscape has changed, and you talked about being in a good spot going into the Mountain West tournament. And you've had success against the teams at the top of the standings. How does the pressure change, the mindset change, knowing that you're in a multiple bid league now?
Well, you know, it's funny how things change, and then you change your opinion. I was totally against conference tournaments when we were in a WAC because we dominate the regular season, and we'd have to win the tournament in order to go to the tournament.
Yeah.
So I was down on it. Now I'm all for it. All for it. Because we're going to come in as probably the 3rd or 4th seed, and we'll get a bye the first round, and we're probably not going to get an at-large bid this year. I think in the years going forward, I mean, but who knows? But for us to have to win 3 games, we're in it. That's the great thing about March Madness, right? It's just the great thing about March Madness is that these conference tournaments that I used to be against are awesome because everybody gets a new life. Everybody gets fan bases get excited. Fan bases travel. Las Vegas at that time of year is incredible.
Yeah, and we had Jerry Colangelo in here yesterday, and you and Jerry together, you're a tour de force in basketball. You obviously being a former coach yourself, and Jerry obviously his history speaks for itself. He kind of said that, you know, this year we've kind of had to calibrate ourselves to this new conference, but better things are coming. In the story of GCU basketball, which is a great story to this point, where are you in the arc of it all? How close are you to being what you want to be? How far away are you? What's next?
You know, we're just attracting people from all over the country that want to be part of this. You know, it takes money now. It just takes money, and I'm not opposed to that. Those are the new rules. That's the new life that we're in. But there's so many people that are getting behind this. We had a meeting. We had a big event a couple weeks ago, and had over 100 people worth a lot of money that aren't GCU graduates, but they identify with the institution and they want to get behind this basketball program. I know some people would say, you know, wanting to beat Gonzaga is we do. We do, and I absolutely believe it's possible. I mean, they do an unbelievable job up there, and they have for 2 decades. But it's Spokane, Washington. We're in Phoenix, Arizona. And in the new NIL world, the number of companies that are moving here, Global Credit Union is a great example, who are looking to get a foot into the marketplace. We're the largest private university in the country. We're teaching 130,000 students. We got a huge market to offer people who want to be sponsors of things at the university. And so things are really moving in a very strong direction for us right now in a lot of ways, academically and in other ways. But from a basketball standpoint, I think we're just getting close to where we could do something very significant and establish ourselves as a consistent top 25 powerhouse. I think being in Phoenix, and God bless Lincoln, Nebraska, and places like that, but this is Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And we've got 6 million people here in a growing, dynamic economy, and so to tap into that is what we're trying to do.
And your television broadcast team for basketball, unsung heroes, I say,
heck yeah.
President Mueller.
I appreciate it. We really appreciate the support. Appreciate the job you're doing. It's very helpful. It was a step up, another step up for us. And so thank you.
My pleasure. Having a great time with it.
And thank you
Brian,
for coming in.
you.
Great to see you. Best of luck with everything. And here's to GCU making another run in March Madness.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. President Brian Mueller of Grand Canyon University joining us in studio as Newsmakers Week continues. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking for career opportunities with great benefits and job growth? How about the chance to make an impact? What we do here at the City of Phoenix matters. 14,000 employees and counting, all dedicated to making a difference in the communities where they live, work, and play. So come join us. Help us do work that makes Phoenix work. You can see all open positions and apply at phoenix.gov/jobs. This message is sponsored by the City of Phoenix.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Murata here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
With a Global Credit Card, you earn reward points for every purchase. Use your rewards at checkout at many of your favorite stores. Or use points instead of cash when you shop online. You can even use them to book a flight up to 3 days in advance. New York, Vegas, Albuquerque. From groceries to getaways, redeem your way. Apply for your Global Credit Card now at globalcu.org. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night in Tempe, the Sun Devils shocked the Red Raiders 72-67 in a huge win for Bobby Hurley and his team. Mo Odom led the way with 23 points, and the Devils took down the 13th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders. GCU got a big Mountain West win last night on the road, beating San Diego State 73-63, led by Jaden Henley with 21 points. The Wildcats have another big one tonight in the form of BYU, but they'll look to get it done without Koa Pete tonight, as he'll miss both tonight's game and Saturday's game against Houston with a lower leg injury. But U of A and BYU tips at 7 tonight. The Suns still off, but will be back tomorrow night against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And for all Arizona Cardinals and Diamondbacks news, be sure to head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Peoria Kia. This President's Day, experience the no bull way. Simple lease specials, honest pricing, and a name trusted since 1951. Visit EarnhardtPeoriaKia.com today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right. Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's something I think we've talked about before, but who will be the Diamondbacks' closer to begin the 2026 season? Kevin Ginkel, Paul Sewald, Ryan Thompson, or other?
To start the season.
There's not going to be one.
Other, or all of the above.
It's going to be by committee.
You think they'll play the matchups?
Yeah, and then
I'm fine with that vote.
Then I think they're going to try to see if Paul Sewald can kind of get that magic back, or
one
if
may
Gink,
emerge.
Yeah, one might emerge.
You got intel from one of those candidates.
I did.
Right from the horse's
Gink
mouth.
told me he's back, baby.
I'm back, baby!
It's hard to, weed out a closer through spring training because there's not, real situational stuff to do it in.
You kind of
if you don't go into spring training with a clear-cut closer, it's hard for one to emerge.
Kevin Ginkel, 41% of the vote. Sewald, 33%. Others, 16%. And Ryan Thompson, 10%. So, got time at least.
Yeah. And then it's just the waiting game after that until Puck and Martinez come back.
Yep.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com. That concludes our interviews for today for day 2. We said it was a little light the next 2 days.
Yeah.
Jam-packed!
All right.
On Newsmakers Week, ArizonaSports.com for the full schedule. Thanks again to Brent Brennan, Eric Moses, and Brian Mueller.
Very entertaining interviews today, though, even though there was only 3.
I would agree. And we got the heel turn from Brent Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little smirk on the 24-team playoff proposal from the Big Ten from Eric Moses. We got Brian Mueller talking about being all 4 conference tournaments now that they're out of the whack. I hated that scenario, too, for GCU. And I hate that scenario for most teams that are in conferences that are one-bid leagues. It's pretty terrible.
They're literally saying that if Miami of Ohio, who is undefeated,
and
they are on the bubble 25. Right now. If they don't,
that's the travesty of being in some of those one-bid leagues.
Yeah. Now they've been so dominant that they should win the conference tournament, but that's ridiculous if they pay for it by having one off game. Anyway, earlier in the show we talked about the quarterback position. It's going to be talked about a lot for the Arizona Cardinals in the upcoming months and really in the upcoming weeks, because the speculation is from everybody that's following this or writing about this is that the Cardinals are going to move pretty quick on a decision on Kyler Murray, and the decision appears to be moving off of Kyler Murray, whether it's a trade, whether it's a release.
Yeah.
But what happens next? And one of the names that surfaced yesterday from our own John Gambadoro was Tyson Bagent, backup quarterback with the Chicago Bears, who kind of burst on the scene in 2023 for a 5-game stretch. He was one of those darling quarterback stories that everybody got behind. It's a great story. You mentioned it earlier. How many arm wrestling titles does Dad have?
Dad has got 28 arm wrestling championships.
Oh, my God.
Son has 29 collegiate records. Tyson Bagent is a Division II legend. 159 career touchdown passes in his last 2 years. Now, again, this is Shepherd University in Virginia.
You know their mascot, by the way?
Rams.
Yes.
Rams.
Wow, look at you.
Rams, the Shepherd University Rams.
Why wouldn't they just be the sheep?
That's a great point. Here's the sheep and here's the shepherd. It was perfect. He had 94 touchdown passes in his last 2 seasons. That's a big number. He's got.
Yeah, but what was their schedule like?
I know. He's got all these late game heroics, and again, it's all Division II stuff.
Yes.
But that's what makes it kind of intriguing to me.
Yeah, I kind of poo-pooed on the idea, and I'm not going to move completely off my stance that you're trying to find lightning in a bottle, and this very much could be a gap year due to the financial realities and the available quarterbacks to the Arizona Cardinals. So thinking outside the box, I think, is a plus. If you don't have to give up too much. And a lot of the reaction, when Gambo reports something like that, it gets a reaction. And it got a lot of reaction from Bears fans, too, saying, hey, this is the type of quarterback he is. But make no mistake about it, we love him here. We don't want to lose him. He's a pretty popular guy in Chicago.
He is a popular guy in Chicago.
But, I mean, I don't have any reason to have confidence, Division II legendary status aside, that he can be the guy for an NFL team.
No, listen, the only thing that intrigues me, there's 2 things that intrigue me. Number one, the resume, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's also the Kurt Warner factor, the fact that all football greats don't have to come from big schools.
Yeah.
Walter Payton, my favorite football player of all time, where did he go?
Jackson State.
Okay. Jerry Rice, where did he go?
Mississippi Valley State.
Okay.
The Delta Devils, by the way.
Oh, nicely done. So, and I'm also intrigued because if this guy really does have that this could be the game changer for Monty Ossenfort and for everybody. So I'm very intrigued by it. I don't know why the Cardinals would even let that information get out. Props to Gambo for getting it, because that would be something that you would think you'd want to do really on the down low. Because you don't want I mean. If you're trying to poach somebody else's backup quarterback, you don't want to seem you're all that gaga about it.
Yeah.
Especially when
for a team that keeps everything under wraps, why did this get out?
Yeah.
Well, especially because just based on the reports we continue to hear from these national NFL people, we played some earlier, saying what a possibility it is. Rappaport, Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals could still keep Kyler Murray.
Yeah. I am so tired of living this ruse.
But if you're the Cardinals, you want that ruse to still be out there, though, because you want teams to think like, we don't need to trade Kyler. Look, you have to make us an offer we can't refuse.
I don't think there's anybody who believes it. That's my problem. And I'm not saying the Cardinals are doing anything unethical or wrong. They're doing what they've got to do to end this thing. But I just think that there seems to be a lot in terms of don't say anything bad about us. We won't say anything bad about you. We'll part our ways. We'll make it as clean and tidy as possible.
This is why I think it's completely done for the people that are still sitting. Oh, they might want to bring him back.
Yeah.
They could have, to Jarrett's point, they could have made things 100 times cloudier on this front had they done one thing last year. And that is bring back Kyler Murray and allow him to play at the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
That would have clouded this to the point where it would still be a question, and they probably would have a lot stronger negotiating stance than they have right now in terms of finding a trade
That
partner.
could be.
Yeah,
that could be. But if word is out inside the industry that Kyler Murray is done with the team, then you can only pretend so much, right? And again, I think there's going to be a fear of some Cardinal fans. The Kyler Murray stands, they're wherever he goes, that fan base is going to get the stands with him.
True. That goes with so many athletes now.
Well, I know, but and again, there is a chance that Kyler Murray could be very successful the next place he goes, but it would involve Kyler Murray doing something differently than what he has done up to this point.
Yeah, I would agree. As a thank you for your support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics, we're inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th versus Utah. Use code 987 to unlock this exclusive discount. Head over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the info on how to get that discount. We'll have some final thoughts wrapping up this Wednesday during Newsmakers Week. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The thing I would be a little worried about the Suns is that their style of play demands such a high level of energy. I hope they're not running out of gas.
And where they've got nothing left.
Where they've got nothing left. Where they get to the last 20 games of the season.
You want to peak at the right time.
And they're just gassed. But Jordan Ott's style just demands constant energy all the time, especially for a team that outside of the center position doesn't really have that much size. So they really have to outwork, out hustle, do that sort of thing. That style of basketball requires an awful lot of effort.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Waltz TV and Appliance is a Valley institution. They have been serving the Valley since 1957, back when Eisenhower was president. They have seen a lot of trends come and go in the market, but what has never changed, their commitment to you, their customers in Arizona. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. And by the way, if you've never seen a television that big and curious what it looks like, they have got that on display in the theater room at Waltz. Go check that out. They've got an incredibly knowledgeable staff that can answer all your questions, give you the insight you'll never get from the big box stores. They'll price match any price you bring them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Also, great incentives going on at Waltz through the end of March. If you buy any 75-inch or larger Samsung QLED or OLED television, you will get an additional 43-inch Samsung television for free. And while you're at Waltz, for added incentive, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. All sorts of great things happening at Waltz TV and Appliance. Go check them out. They're right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash
back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Eli Winders. Just a reminder, if you're feeling low, you're not alone. Life can get tough and we all need a hand sometimes. Don't be afraid to talk to someone, even if it's just to get things off your chest. You have to take care of yourself so you can take care of business. Remember, there's no shame in asking for help. You've got people who care about you. Reach out if you need to and check in on those you care about too. We're all in this together. This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Yeah! Yeah, fire! Shut up, Beavis.
These guys rule. Are you familiar with this?
I think I've heard this. Who is this?
The unbridled power of Avenged Sevenfold.
Oh, of course.
A shepherd of fire. In honor of Tyson Bagent's alma mater.
That
Shepherd Rams.
That shepherd sheep thing reminds me of like Bowling Green. Their colors are orange.
Yeah,
like
orange and brown.
Right.
Have you ever heard of The Who?
Me?
Yeah, The Who.
Of course.
Not Peter Townsend, Roger Daltrey, The Who. The HU, the heavy metal band The Who. No, I'm not lying. This is dead serious. You know this group, do you?
No.
They're from Mongolia. They're Chinese heavy metal. and they blend like Mongolian guttural chants and singing. They are a trip. Check them out. The Who, HU. It's not a joke.
No, it's funny.
This is a good song, too.
I just pulled up the list of notable alumni of Shepherd University.
Who do we got?
Tyson Bagent. And then a lot of other people that have been... Brenton Doyle for the Colorado Rockies.
Wow.
He's good.
He went to... he plays for the Rockies.
Still, he's good.
Pretty much everybody else is in politics. State representatives and such.
Well,
But
I mean,
hey.
if you were going to talk famous shepherds, you'd have Abel, Jacob, Moses, David, Luke.
Best of the best, right?
There you go. There you go.
Not Luke. He sucks.
Sybil
Right,
Shepherd.
that's it.
Reed Shepherd. Jeff Shepherd.
German Shepherd.
Shep Howard.
Yeah.
Shep Howard.
Avenged Sevenfold. Shepherd of Fire. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Honestly, I can't believe we got through the whole show. I even mentioned this in the pre-show meeting. We got to get Dan Bickley's thoughts and Sammy's thoughts on the comments of one Tiger Woods yesterday.
Oh, baby.
Who's working his way back to health. He's not playing in his own tournament this week, correct?
No, he's not playing.
But...
the disc replacement has been one thing. It's been a challenge. I've had a fuse back and now a disc replacement. So it's challenging. And I entered a new decade, so that number is starting to sink in, and thinking about the opportunity to be able to play, in a cart. So that's something that I've, as I said, I won't do out here on this tour because I don't believe in it. But on the Champions Tour, that's certainly maybe a certain opportunity.
Do you have a target yet?
I don't.
Is the Masters off the table for you?
No.
Yeah,
are you captivated by this?
I am, of course I am. And I think any golf dork in the audience is. The idea of Tiger Woods. With Tiger Woods, you just believe that anything is possible, and that even after all the back surgeries and even after everything he's been through physically, you want to believe that between the years he can still find a way to get to the top of the leaderboard at Augusta.
And he did it a few years ago.
He did.
For many years, before and after. Right now, probably realistically, he's late career Tyson. Do you remember Tyson? Not now, but like when he was like in his 30s and 40s, everybody kept buying his pay-per-views because they thought this was the one where he could get the knockout, and he just would lose and lose and lose.
Not only 30s and 40s. How old was he when he fought that
Logan
stiff
Paul,
on YouTube?
or Jake Paul.
Or Netflix or whatever the hell it was.
The difference is just a handful of years ago, Tiger actually did it.
Went 2019, right?
Yeah, 2019.
Yes. Which is longer ago than you think, but
7
still.
years ago now.
But with the course knowledge he has at Augusta, it's priceless. You can't put a number on it.
Are you surprised he implied that he's going to play in the Champions Tour?
I'm a little surprised that he implied that he was going to play in the Champions Tour because I believe, again, I don't know how long ago it was that he went on record saying that he wouldn't not play in it.
Yeah, listen, I think that he's kind of caught in a tough place here because, number one, now he's integrated into the leadership of the PGA Tour in ways that he's never been before. In fact, what they're going to do, and this is a great idea, I think they're going to take Pebble and Riviera where they're at this week, and they're going to move it back into the summer because you shouldn't be playing two great courses in Southern California and Northern California when the weather's as bad as it is.
Right.
This is wintertime in California.
Yeah.
So my point is he's now vested into making sure everything hums and works on the PGA Tour, which means he kind of knows he needs to play golf.
Yes.
He's too proud to be missing cuts.
Yeah. He's way too proud to go out every week on the PGA Tour and miss cuts and walk and not be able to get through rounds.
Not going to happen. But yeah, listen, getting him back at Augusta, that's where anything is possible. That's where every golfer is eternal.
Tradition unlike any other.
It's a tradition unlike any other.
That was downright Nancy-and, Vic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another day we teased it and didn't do it.
Jarrett
Disney
Disneyland.
Stories from Jarrett.
Tune in tomorrow, folks.
Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. for Jarrett's Disney Diary.
He did dork out with the character from the Black Panther, though. I saw that on social media.
Yes, I tweeted a picture of Black Panther and White Jackass.
When's that movie coming out? Thanks again to Brent Brennan, Eric Moses, Brian Mueller. Big day on Newsmakers Weekday 3 tomorrow. Kenny Dillingham, Tori Lavello, Brian Gregory, Graham Rossini, Tommy Lloyd, Bryce Drew, Willie Bloomquist, all joining us tomorrow. That's going to do it for us. Wolf and Luke, or some pairing thereof, is up next. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Last night in Tempe, the Sun Devils shocked the Red Raiders 72-67 in a huge win for Bobby Hurley and his team. Mo Odom led the way with 23 points, and the Devils took down the 13th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders. GCU got a big Mountain West win last night on the road, beating San Diego State 73-64. 63, led by Jaden Henley's 21 points. The Wildcats have another big one tonight in the form of BYU, but they'll look to get it done without Koa Pete tonight, as he'll miss tonight's game and Saturday's game against Houston with a lower leg injury. But U of A and BYU tips at 7 tonight. The Suns still off, but will be back in action tomorrow night against Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And for all Arizona Cardinals news and Arizona Diamondbacks news, head to ArizonaSports.com today. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
So, I had to do a little extra preparation for the assignment today.
Really?
It included reading the following article.
Okay.
This is out of a business journal. You want to know the headline of it? Here we go.
No, I don't, as a matter of fact. First of all, Paulie, this was not in the show meeting. Interesting.
Yeah, well, this is my own personal prep for this show for 4 hours of mental warfare that is about to ensue.
Brace yourself, Sammy the Bull.
Hence, I read the following article, and the title reads, I quote, Psychology expert, the number one phrase to shut down a manipulator. It changes, quote, the power balance. Because if there's one thing that's on Ron Wolfley's scouting report as a talk show host, it is manipulation.
What are you talking about?
I've come to learn that.
You are so weird, Paul. You are.
So the key phrase, according to this article, to shut down a manipulator, this is something that can serve virtually anyone in any business setting.
This is incredible. I just can't believe people actually sit around and they think of this stuff, Paul.
Because it says here that manipulative people, they thrive on emotional reactions, confusion, and ambiguity. And this simple phrase helps neutralize all that and change the power balance in the conversation instantly when you say, that's interesting, tell me more. So it's a lot of buildup for the simple phrase,
all right,
that's interesting, tell me more. Because you're supposedly acknowledging what has been said without validating or challenging the claim. You're simply signaling, you know what, I heard you and I'm not rattled.
What is going on? I've never started a broadcast like this
There you
ever in my life, Basinonians. And of course, it figures that Paul Calvisi sitting in the sideline guy, if you will, for the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow, that was condescending.
The sideline guy sitting in right now, Paulie, a manipulator. Interesting. Do you plan on manipulating anything here today, Paul? Because you kind of fit that bill.
By the way, the last name Wolfley is a pretty good football name. Pretty good. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Do you know there's a baseball player for the U of A who has the ultimate football name?
No.
His name is Owen Kramkowski. The last name is Kramkowski.
Knock it off.
Is there a better name for a fullback in the history of football than Kramkowski?
Is it spelled with a K?
K.
Oh, now you've got my attention. Okay. Yeah, the Kramkowski. I think so. It's the cram with a K. Kramkowski. Paul, that'd be excellent, man. Yes.
That's second only to Kick-Buttkowski.
Did you actually look at the show sheet, Paul?
I did.
Did you look at the show sheet? What are we talking about?
The name we're supposed to be talking about is Bagent.
Oh, I see.
Tyson Bagent. Because 3 other names are meeting the media as we speak. The Cardinals coordinators are meeting the media here over the past hour.
My goodness, I know.
We're going to get into all that. We're going to hear from all the decision makers.
Don't you want to say Bagent when you read that, Paul? Yeah, Bagent just seems. I honestly, I don't see Bagent when I read that. Tyson Bagent is what I want to say. But maybe that's just because of the Badger. Maybe that's what I'm doing there, Paul. But Bagent, I don't know a lot about Tyson Bagent.
You know the name I see when I read Tyson Bagent in association potentially in connection with the Cardinals? The Cardinals are reportedly, according to John Gambadoro, quote, intrigued by Tyson Bagent, the backup to Caleb Williams and the Bears. The name I really see, Kevin Cobb. That's the name I see. The former backup quarterback in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
When the Cardinals were looking at the future of the position, and what did they do? What did Rod Graves do that offseason? He traded a second-round pick and DRC, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie, going into a contract year. And that was the haul that the Eagles got in return for Kevin Cobb, who played all of 2 years, barely played 2 years. He was so injured.
Yes.
And then eventually had to leave the game. So beware, buyer beware.
You know what's amazing about that, Paulie, too? Just that memory. Kevin Cobb, I was pretty jacked up.
Me too.
Then. I actually thought Kevin Cobb was a starter in waiting. And I was really excited when they went out and they got Kevin Cobb and they brought him in. It did not work, Basinonians. It did not work the way that I thought that it was going to work. Yet at the same time, Tyson Bagent, just because he reminds you of Kevin Cobb, doesn't mean that he can't become a starter in this league. To me, I just don't see him that way. I see him as a career backup.
5 years at a Division II school, a complete unknown coming into the league. He was a complete long shot to make the Bears roster. He did, out of Shepherd in West Virginia. He's actually better known for his dad, if you ask me. Back during the Combine, the best segment that NFL Network ever did was Tom Pelissero interviewing Tyson Bagent's dad, who was a world champion arm wrestler and an unbelievable personality.
You gotta be kidding me.
He's like
Paul.
WWE on steroids. And the guy literally grabbed the mic from Tom Pelissero. They sat down. He took him through the whole arm wrestling thing. And as Tom Pelissero was like, straining and then he just floored him, the arm wrestling dad, with the mic in his hand, doing commentary at the same time.
He didn't break his arm, did he? Because you know how that goes, Paulie.
He could have.
Sometimes he
could have. So, look, Tyson Bagent, he's thrown 6 passes in the last 2 years for the Bears.
Yeah.
Yes, he's had some regular season experience. Yes, he's fared well at times, but I mean, it's all about what you would be willing to give up, which I put to you, Ron Wolfley. What would you be willing to give up?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Paulie. I really don't. It's not like I know an awful lot about Tyson Bagent. Once again, I know that he threw 3 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions in the 4 starts he had in 2023. That's not great. He rushed for another couple of scores as well, but I just don't know enough. For me, I know that I consider him to be a backup guy, a guy that is going to be a backup quarterback in the NFL. And ladies and gentlemen, by the way, you need that. You need guys that are capable as backups as well. So if your starter ever goes down, of course, guys on the field can actually feel confident about going out and doing their job. I talk about this all the time, Paulie, the way that your head will snap up in a huddle 2 times. When a legend steps into the huddle to call the play, and then, of course, when the backup quarterback steps into the huddle to call a play, because everyone, they're looking at him like, dude, are you going to be okay? Are you going to be okay? Just want to know. Just go ahead. Are you going to call the play without stumbling all over the play? Are you going to be okay? Because if you're going to be okay, we're all going to be okay. It's amazing. So, again, I don't know much about him except that he's a backup quarterback, so it doesn't get me all jacked up and fired up like this is going to be the answer, of course, at quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals. It does intrigue me that the story is out on Tyson Bagent. The story is out there. John Gambadoro, of course, Gambo, reporting it. The story is out there about Tyson Bagent. And is there any real interest from the Cardinals on him? That's what I find fascinating.
Well, I didn't really think about this, but the quarterback question is twofold. Not just who's your starter, but potentially who's the backup. Because is Keaton Slovis a proven entity? No. So if Tyson Bagent, to me, if he is a backup, then you're looking at a day 3 pick. But are the Bears giving up a quarterback for a day 3 pick? That's just me. Here's Ian Rappaport from the Rich Eisen show yesterday talking about the Cardinals QB situation.
As far as Arizona, they have a tougher decision to make than Miami does. Like, feels like Miami is probably parting ways with Tua. With Kyler, he's due less money. He has played good football and has not, look, I think best case scenario for Kyler is he's cut and goes the Russell Wilson route of signing for, $1 million, the minimum, whatever it is, and just is a good value. But there's a new regime, and if you're Mike LaFleur, if you look at it and say, like, who are we going to get? It's better, and also we're paying for him anyway. I think Arizona, to me, is more of an open question because, like, when he's right, Kyler's still pretty good.
Right. Okay. And the timeline on all this is before the new league year in less than a month? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yeah. So this all should be handled, I think, before the middle of March.
Where,
yes.
Wow, how about that? That's Ian Rappaport talking about that, Paulie.
Day 5 of the new league year, it triggers a $19.5 million in guarantees for next year. So, yes, that is the most popular drop-dead date by which a quarterback decision will be made.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I think that is going to be the push point right there. But it is fascinating. The more and more that I hear, the more and more I wonder if, in fact, Kyler Murray is gone. And I don't know. I've always made that assumption, Paulie. I did, and it was because basically you just cannot rebuild your starting quarterback. You cannot. It's like a king that has been deposed. Now all of a sudden you're going to try to do this again with a guy. I think he's been deposed in the locker room, and because of that, you're going to have to move off him. I wonder if Mike LaFleur thinks that.
By the way, Mike LaFleur did talk to the media this morning, along with the coordinators. So we'll be on that throughout this edition. Hey, should the expectations for the D-backs be just as high this season as they were in 2025? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey,
It's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
I saw where the players were getting used to the new automatic balls and strike system. Is that akin to what you're doing right now, Wolf, with the new earbuds you have in?
Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about, Paulie. As a matter of fact, I'm just trying to broadcast here.
Right.
I'm just trying to do radio. Radio? Anybody? No, not in this day and age.
All right, speaking of new, how about a shout out to New River? What's going on, New River?
What's going on, New River? Man, I've driven through New River on a Friday night. Just so you know, Paulie. All right.
You were doing the driving, or you were in the back car being driven through New River?
No, I was driving through New River, as a matter of fact, with a Warrior Queen in the passenger seat. Doesn't get much better than that, brothers.
New River, new season for the D-backs after an offseason where, well, let's listen to the owner, Ken Kendrick. One of the great things about the beginning of spring training, ownership usually addresses the media. And you know what? Ken Kendrick has been very frank and forthright with the media over the years. Indeed. And here he is talking about just how challenging this offseason was in putting the D-backs together.
So we just finished, with our initial introduction to the players, and we have an interesting group this year. There's been a lot of hard work through the winter. Maybe one of the most challenging winters that we've had in putting a team together, and I complimented in front of the players, the front office guys, on the hard work they put into getting the team that we have. I talked to the guys about my feeling about how competitive I think they can be.
There it is right there, Paulie, once again. The Diamondbacks did not expect to pay as much money as they're going to be paying this offseason. And instead of actually reducing their payroll, they have expanded their payroll. Ron Wolfley reporting, of course. But when you think of this offseason, can I tell you right now that I can't see a better offseason, really, for the Diamondbacks? There's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts that have really come together for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Paulie, that I just can't even really fathom. When you think of Merrill Kelly coming back, we all thought, okay, maybe Merrill's going to come back. Maybe. Well, Merrill Kelly came back. That was a big deal. Zach Gallen actually signing a contract, and part of it is deferred, of course, and they're actually getting Zach Gallen for less money. Less money than the qualifying offer that he already rejected. So it's incredible to get Zach Gallen back. So much more on that as the show unfolds. Nolan Arenado, Carlos Santana, Paulie. I mean, honestly, you not think of Carlos Santana? Okay, right.
Oyo como va. Here we go.
It is. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, don't ever get out on the dance floor with Paulie, okay? I'm just telling you right now. Do not do it.
No.
Paul Sewald. So you've got Nolan
Okay.
Arenado, Carlos Santana, Paul Sewald. Those three guys specifically, I think of leadership when I see that. Those three guys specifically, leadership. Merrill Kelly, you can throw him in there as well. But to get the talent of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, and then those three guys, and by the way, Paul, the Cattell correction is what we're calling it in the Wolfley compound. The Cattell correction. I can't, don't at me on that, okay? Just don't do it. But anyways, that's what we call it. This is, look, he got a beatdown. He did. Cattell Marte got a beatdown publicly. No professional athlete likes a beatdown publicly, especially when it's about the subject matter that it was with Cattell Marte.
I'm elated they kept Cattell Marte.
And yet they kept him, Paul.
Keep him.
Exactly.
You're not going to get dollar for dollar, talent for talent in return for the player that Cattell Marte is, especially when everyone knew you wanted to deal him.
Yep.
So you were at a disadvantage right there. So I'm very glad he's still playing second base, still going to be a key cog in the lineup. There aren't many players who can exceed his ability to carry a team, carry a lineup. Even the Dodgers don't have a Cattell Marte.
Yes.
And so, but when you give your assessment, Wolf, and you name the other three players that you named, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and Paul Sewald, you know what I think of? 2023. They were all really good in 2023.
I see.
What about 2026? A new story came out this morning, ESPN.com. This is one of your favorites. Here's the headline, Wolf. Final 2026 offseason grades for all 30 MLB teams. In other words, the Rex Ryan Award. Who won the offseason? And what sort of grade did they get? D-backs were awarded, you ready for this one? Envelope, please. Yes. Here we go.
All right.
A C+.
Oh! Yeah, you know what, honestly, I disagree with that. I really do. Are you kidding me? Especially when you consider the fact, just think of the talent you have with Zach Gallen. Paul, I think last year was an anomaly for Zach Gallen, okay? I think he's got a sample size, he's got a prove-it record where last year was an anomaly, and I believe it's going to be that going forward for Zach Gallen. Think of the raw talent base, audience, of Zach Gallen. And then also think of the raw talent of Cattell Marte and the Cattell correction. Think of the raw talent of those two guys. Both those guys got a bit of a beatdown. Little bit of a beatdown. Seriously, and you know what, honestly? This happens to professional athletes. When you compete at the highest level, our species can generate, from time to time, things aren't going to go your way, and you're going to get a little bit of a beatdown. Zach Gallen did not get what he wanted. Zach Gallen did not get the offers, maybe, that he expected to get. Whatever it might be, Zach Gallen is a really good self-evaluator, and he knows that he didn't have a good year. He did not have.
Great players are even better self-evaluators.
That's right. Great players are even better self-evaluators, and Zach Gallen knows it. And he's got a lot to prove coming back. He even used those words. Prove it. Cattell Marte. Publicly, and again, publicly, a bit of a beatdown. Now, all of a sudden, you've got two really talented guys, Zach Gallen and Cattell Marte. Very talented guys that suddenly are highly motivated as well. I think that's a good thing.
Look, I said it last year. I thought Zach Gallen was a microcosm of the whole team, the whole 2025 season. He was too talented to play like that. D-backs were too talented to have a record like that, to be on the outside of the wild card looking in. But it was his own doing. He gave up more than 30 home runs last year, all the walks. It was either feast or famine. He gave up 0 or 1 walk, or he'd give up a half dozen. He's got to figure that out. He had a fat ERA around 5. Now, after the All-Star break, his ERA was just under 4. I get it.
4.83 ERA, Paul.
And to me, especially pending Corbin Carroll's return, I know you like the offense with Corbin Carroll in there, but not knowing when he's going to return and who's going to replace him in the outfield, and are they going to be able to hit their weight, and then what's the state of the defense, guess what? Don't know about the bullpen just yet. The starting pitching is going to have to carry this team until you get to midseason, and here comes the cavalry and the return, A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez and Corbin Burns. All that said, here's what Ken Kendrick said when he was asked if he expects the D-backs to be competitive this season.
Look, I think we're going to be a very competitive club. That's what I told the players. That the expectation I have in the job that I have is, now that we have put a team together that I think they have the potential to be very competitive and be playing baseball in October. That's what we always want to be able to think. And I tend to try to be pretty objective about these things. Over the many years, there have been years when I didn't necessarily believe that we were as competitive a club as I think we are now. And, you know, something kind of an interesting piece of information I got from one of you. I don't remember who wrote this, but I was a little bit taken back when I saw it a few days ago. In that clubhouse right now, there are 15 guys that have worn the Diamondback uniform in a World Series. 15 players are on this team that played in a World Series. That would make you think we have some very talented guys, and we have some other players that weren't there that are highly talented to add to them. So our chances to compete are I think, good.
Which brings me full circle. Again, 2023 on paper, this team, yeah, but this is 2026. How close can this roster get to achieving the results they put up in 23?
Yeah, Paulie, I'm going to ask you this at the rest of the show as well. Are you down with the do-over? The D&D back stands for do-over, Paulie.
Wow.
So don't answer. I just want to know, are you down with a do-over going forward?
Are you down with need or want, D-backs style? A little bit later, need or want. The game show is back, D-backs edition. Up next, Jalen Green's going to be back in the starting lineup for the Suns tomorrow, or is he? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers, now. Cactus League play, soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, and consider this your green light. That's a green light on a newer pre-owned Ford. It's truck month at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford right now. Where is the coffee? Paul, go get me it. Driving a Ram, Chevy, GMC, or Toyota, this is your moment right now, Basinonians, to step up to America's best-selling truck, the Ford F-150. Downsizing, Santan Ford's loaded with Rangers and Mavericks, the right size at the right price. Big selection, serious incentives, limited time right now. Green light means go. So go test drive the toughest, smartest trucks on the road at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP. or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for that game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles, don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Who is under the most pressure to perform for the Phoenix Suns over the last 27 games of the season? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I don't know what the poll question is currently. May Calvisi Consulting submit the following suggestion? Wolf, I know you love the poll questions.
Yeah, Paul.
Who's taken more time away in recent history? 1, Jalen Green. 2, Luke Lipinski. 3, Bilal Nichols. 4, Justin Jones.
Bilal Nichols. Okay, can I just say that?
Actually, Justin Jones is
more
time.
I think it's more Ron Wolf.
It feels like Bilal Nichols to me.
I'm just saying, and Wolf has his summer sabbatical coming up. There's the summer sabbatical, and then there's the holiday getaway, right? So Wolf is in between those two, so I guess he's exempt from the current poll question.
Yeah, Paulie, what's your point? What exactly is it you want to say right now, Paul?
Well, Jalen Green, you're going to see him tomorrow night. Suns back from the All-Star break, February 19th at the Spurs in Austin. Then you come home for 4 games, a 4-game homestand. You're 2-0 against the Spurs, by the way, this year. 7th in the West, 3 games out of 3rd. But here come the Clippers, who are in 10th, but they've won 20 out of 27 after they started 6-21. So, all right, what do you do if you're the Suns? How do you approach Jalen Green, if indeed you can count on him? Because you can count on 2 hands how many games he's played this year, right?
Yes, that's right, Paulie. Literally, I think it's 7.
So, Wolf, you sit around and you watch all the Suns games and you take your notes over there and what do you do if you're Jordan Ott when it comes to Jalen Green moving forward?
Man, Paulie, I love this. I really do. If I'm Jordan Ott, based on Ian's, I'm going to hit the reset button. And I'm going to say, okay, here it is. We're starting the season over. That's what we're doing. We're starting this beautiful break over the All-Star break. Of course, this little respite. Now that's the perfect opportunity to hit the reset button and run Jalen Green out there as a starter with Devin Booker as well. Here we go. Reset button. Yes, I'm going to start him.
Well, I think that's the incorrect answer based on Jordan Ott last week talking and giving his thoughts about Jalen Green running the second unit.
The first stint, I think, was really good overall just with the second unit. And we're going to have to go through some growing pains because it's kind of been Colin's unit for such a long time. Grayson was involved in that at times. And we play a lot through also. I thought today, just overall, our movement, Ryan was a big piece of that. Just our overall movement. I thought Amir gave us good minutes, especially in the first half, where he was able to make a big impact. We just need more movement with that group. And also he's such a good passer that we can play through him. But it all starts with that unit on the defense. It's not going to change. That's a unit that we got to be disruptive. And then when we get into transition, that's where we can use Jalen. In the half court, we'll play some pick and roll with them, and then the same thing, the small pick and roll. So that's the idea. That's at least what we'll try to tap into initially when we get back from the All-Star break, when we have a little bit of time to practice. But, yeah, that's the idea.
Is there anything wrong with Jalen Green earning it?
No.
Does he have to be handed a starting assignment automatically again?
Molly. I think he's okay earning it. I think he has earned the opportunity right now, Paul. I think
based on 7 games?
No, not on 7 games. Based on the 2 years that preceded his coming here and playing for the Phoenix Suns.
What about...
Paul, for me right now, honestly, this is a great opportunity. We all know this. It really isn't who starts the game based earnings. What is it? It's who finishes the game. That's what matters. Okay, so for me, I'd love to see Jalen Green start with Devin Booker. Start off this way. Here we go. This is our best lineup. This is what we're going to do. We're going to run these 2 guys out there, and then we're going to go ahead and our rotation is going to be different, and we'll go ahead and manipulate Jalen Green and Devin Booker's minutes. And maybe we'll have Jalen Green out on the floor a little bit more when Book isn't out on the floor in the middle of the game. We're going to start the game this way, and then we are going to finish the game this way. That's what I think it's ultimately going to evolve into. How quickly that is and how soon we see that, Paul, I don't know.
Says here the Suns have had 17 different starting lineups this year.
It feels that way
so
when you think about it.
If you're Jordan Ott, what are you looking for? You're just looking for consistency. You're looking at some sort of lineup that you can rely upon. You're looking for, dare I say it, fit. How all these guys go together.
In a long time.
And by the way, Jalen Green, to your point, maybe he best fits when Devin Booker isn't on the floor. That guys like
Oso. You got to find out, right? You have to find out, Paulie. I have to stop you right there. You got to find out. You need your best players when it matters most. You need them both out there on the floor. This is the reason why chemistry matters. This is the reason why culture matters. You have got to do this. And for me, you've got to throw those guys out on the floor to get that exposure to each other. It's got to happen, Paul. And it's got to start now. Hit the reset button now. You've got what? How many games left? 27 games? 27 games getting ready to go into the postseason. Because right now, that's our expectation, right? Postseason. Isn't that right, Rick? Postseason for the Phoenix Suns. Whoever thought that? But right now, with 27 games remaining, you better believe that's my expectation, especially with Jalen Green coming back. He's going to make him better. He makes him better. He's more talented. Now you've got to make that talent work as a team.
And you know what? For everything the Suns have done this year, and they're 32-23, and they're right there 7th in the West, and they're only 3 games out of 3rd, they need to get better in certain aspects. So far, they've been the try-hard team, right? Really aggressive, the defense. The three-point shooting has escaped them in recent games. It's been a struggle. Now, all of a sudden, guess what? This isn't before Halloween. This isn't before Thanksgiving. This isn't before Christmas. All of a sudden, down the stretch they come. All these other teams are playing just as hard as the try-hard Suns. And now your talent level is tested. Your teamwork is tested. Do you have a good enough team, a good enough roster? And to me, that's where the emergence of Jalen Green is critical.
Yes.
We talk about need or want. This is a need right now. You need to get better.
You need to get better. There's no doubt about that, Bully. You need to get better right now. For me,
need to win.
I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming.
I wondered why you were smiling.
Yet at the same time, they need to get Book and Jalen Green on the floor and figure out what that looks like.
Of course, Dylan Brooks saying recently it's the defensive end that they're, quote, lacking in right now with closeouts, rebounding, rim presence. So, once again, when the other teams start matching your effort and intensity, are you a good enough team?
And not only that, Paulie, the Phoenix Suns are not going to surprise anybody any longer. They're not going to do it.
All right, Cardinals are just wrapping up, holding their press conference this morning with the coordinators, new and existing. In fact, Nick Rawlis, why did he accept the opportunity to return as a Cardinals DC? We're going to talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what? You got to use Moving Team 6 because they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix, of course, and Arizona for smoother routes for you, faster moves, and less stress. And after all, that's one of the things that Moving Team 6 will do for you. They will remove the stress from the equation. Plus, they have a brand new Mesa facility that is now open, proudly serving the East Valley. This is a full-service moving solution for you, Basinonians. Local and long-distance moves, residential or commercial moves, professional packing services. That's right. They'll walk into your closet and bada bing, bada boom. They will pack that whole thing up. Plus, they have a secure climate-controlled storage facility in Phoenix and in Mesa if you have to store some things while you're in between moves. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Your move is their mission.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of NewACUnit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The NewACUnit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's NewACUnit.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, zero security deposit, 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, I got it. I know where Luke is. It's a snow day in Flagstaff.
Oh, there we go.
Kids missing school. Snow day. Wolf, your childhood in Buffalo.
Yeah. All right, Paulie.
So Luke obviously seized upon that opportunity and used that as an excuse. Paulie, pinch hitter, sitting in for Luke. Wolf has his headphones back on.
That's right.
Feels like himself once again. You good? You're good over there, Wolf?
Broadcasting, Paulie, are you kidding me? It sounds like me broadcasting right now. Can I just say this? Buffalo getting waxed. Did you see that?
Did not.
Buffalo, of course. It's been a harsh winter. It's been very, very difficult up there in the park, so I'm told.
Look, here's the deal. Cardinals had a press conference earlier today.
No.
In fact, this morning. And the coordinators met the media.
Oh.
Nathaniel Hackett, the OC, Michael Gobriel, the special teams coordinator. Sorry, Wolf, you didn't get that gig. Yet again, applying and getting denied. Cardinal special teams coordinator. You're 4 Pro Bowls as a special teams assassin.
Oh, I don't want to
Not
be,
enough.
I don't want to be the special teams coordinator. I want to be the special teams guy. I want to be the guy just like, let's go! Look, what are you doing? Like, Paul, I think I could really help a dude. I think I could. Like, I could help a guy. I could look him in the eye and say, what are you doing? I'm just saying, Paul, I want to be the special teams guy, not the coordinator.
Let's start with Nick Rollis as I go to the Cardinals defensive coordinator. And we heard a lot of reports about a lot of different names being considered, interviewed. Rollis was always in the mix, obviously, and he was asked about, just not knowing the process if he was going to be retained or not.
Yeah, it definitely gets like you get more anxious as it goes. The first 3 weeks, you knew it was going to be a long process, and I know how thorough Monty is, and I knew whoever he was going to hire was going to be thorough just like him, and so I knew it was going to be a long process. But that's not to say that at the end you don't start to get really anxious because you want clarity on, hey, what should I be working on right now, right? The first 3 weeks was easy, I would say, because I had so many things that I could work on regardless of what was going to happen. But then I started getting to the point where I was like, I want a free agent list here. I want, all these things. And you start to get antsy for it. And then you just, you take a step back and you say, like, hey, let it run its course. And, you're not going to be in 3 months thinking about, like, man, that 1 week right there, really, like, it's you got to let the process happen.
I think he's an excellent coach, not just a good coach. I think he's an excellent coach, and I think he will prove that, given the opportunity, and of course, if they stay healthy. What about you, Paulie? What is your thought on this? Were you surprised that Nick Rollis actually was brought back?
Not surprised, but it was an intriguing process, considering how many names were reportedly in the mix. So, yes, there were other candidates, there were other considerations, but the fact that Mike LaFleur went against Nick Rollis twice a year for 3 years, LaFleur and Sean McVay, he did have in-house innate knowledge of what it was like to face that scheme. So that gives me a good sense of confidence that he knew exactly what he was evaluating.
Yes.
And if you remember the Mike LaFleur comment, when the press release came out, they had long, in-depth conversations. And I feel that, If this was someone from the AFC coming in, another division, wasn't necessarily familiar with the scheme, but you heard Matthew Stafford back in 2024 extol the virtues of the Cardinals scheme and how it kept him honest. Matthew Stafford talking about, you know what, I'm never quite sure. They got 7 across the line of scrimmage, who's coming, who's going. And then we've talked about this at length, just the whole loss of the quarterback of your defense and the loss of Mack Wilson Sr. Did the Cardinals win a game that Mack Wilson Sr. missed down the stretch? They did not.
Yeah.
And there's a direct correlation.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, you heard the reference to Monty there. What was the charge from Monty Ossenford and ownership, Michael Bidwill? Player development. And that's something that Nick Rawlis, the defensive coordinator going into his 4th season with the Cardinals, was asked about.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of different things. It's funny you asked that. I was working on that this morning in terms of how do we improve, in layman's terms, teaching in the classroom. I call it like cognitive recall, because on the grass, it ultimately comes down to decisions and actions. How fast can they make a decision, and can they carry out the action necessary to execute the scheme? And so we got to go back and rehash, is there any other ways that we can teach this thing, or should we be changing how we're teaching it, what we're teaching, so that it ups execution and performance. And then there's the motor learning side, the actions, and really diving into how can we improve techniques that we feel like we maybe didn't execute at a high level. How can we drill those things better? How can we improve the underlying, physical outputs that carry out those techniques? So the better a player becomes, the better the team becomes. And if you do that with every guy, you're going to be a good team.
Yeah, wow, there's so many things I want to say about this, Basinonians, the young guns on this team. And to me, Paulie, it's 3 years or under. 3 years or under. You're still a guy that is developing. You could be in your 3rd year, and you could still be developing. You could. 3 years or under, that's what really qualifies as a young guy to me. And having said that right now, development, player development, it's the most important thing about this offseason for the Arizona Cardinals. It is. Okay, after I should back up and say the quarterback, of course the quarterback. You have to determine that. That is decision number 1. That is huge. It's a huge decision. We all get that. After that, it is player development. It isn't the free agent period. It isn't the draft. It isn't. It's player development right now. Think about this. You've got young guns that you need to prove that they have ammo and that they're going to use that ammo. You got guys like Will Johnson. Hey, Will, by the way, are you going to become one of the best this year? Will, you looked really, really good last year. You flashed last year in 12 games. Are you going to develop year 2? Are you going to develop and look like one of the best in the league? Darius Robinson. Hey, Darius, can you play? This is the question that needs to be asked right now. I love Darius Robinson, and I think he's going to prove it this year. He's going to go out and he's going to prove that he can play this year. I love the kid. I love the person. Go do it. But that's a question you've got to ask. This is the NFL. This is the highest level we can play the game of football. You can't just go out there and be another guy. You got to go out there and you got to prove you can play. And it goes on, Paulie.
Even after the Cardinals were eliminated from the playoffs, and that was midseason, did they play hard on defense? Yes. Did they always play well? No, especially in some of the division games. And that was a question to Nick Rawlis. Why wasn't the defense better last season?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables to that. The most important ones to me are the controllables for us in the building, and it's layered. I mean, there's things that we could do better schematically. There's things that we could do better with a technique. There's ways that we could teach it better. There's ways that we could execute it better. There's ways that I could call it better. So it's never one thing, and I know that's always a reoccurring theme when during the season of, hey, what went wrong this game? Well, it's not just one thing that happened. It's a combination of multiple things. And, that's when you look back at last season, it's how do we move the needle on all those little things that we have control over. So that's really the main focus of how do we, learn from our mistakes and learn from our failures and understand that, agitation is growth if you embrace it that way, so that when we move forward, we can be our best selves.
How much do you learn from last year and develop going forward? Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan III, Max Melton, Garrett Williams even, B.J. Ojolari. These guys have got to contribute, but first they've got to develop before they can contribute.
I'm going to go back real quick. Week 14, after the first loss to the Rams, he met the media the next week, and I just asked a generic, question off the top, what takeaways from the film stood out. And he started by holding himself accountable, saying, I did not like the plan.
Yep.
And he also added today that he's had, quote, a long process of reflection in terms of evaluating his own job performance and his own scheme.
I want to talk more about that as the show unfolds.
We're also going to hear from Nathaniel Hackett. That's going to be next. The Cardinals' new offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur. What's the plan for Kyler Murray? Darren Urban, bottom of the hour, all straight ahead. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics,
since I've gone to them, I run 20-30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training,
it's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. Chris, tell us more about the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for kids.
Well, you're right. It's the greatest way I think we can kick off a 75th anniversary milestone, 1951 to 2026. And this one's all about the kids, all about Boys and Girls Club of the Valley. Athletics and getting kids involved with sports can be a costly venture. And we want to supply equipment to these kids and these families at the Boys and Girls Club so families don't have to worry about that. We're looking for people to donate gently used or even new equipment at any one of our 17 locations valley-wide. I mean, whether you're in the East Valley, West Valley, North or South, you're never more than 5-10 minutes away from an Earnhardt Auto Center. We want this to be convenient and take in things that we'll turn around and give to the Boys and Girls Club and help them out with their projects.
It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. Like Chris said, you can donate at any of the 17 Earnhardt Auto Centers locations or text GEAR to 620-620 to donate online.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to Arizonasports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for the game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
In 40 days, he'll get $20 million guaranteed if he's still on the roster.
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
There is no sure thing that Kyler's out. During those interviews with those coaches, and I talked to several different candidates who met with the Cardinals, they asked the Kyler question, and from what I gather, Michael LaFleur is not shutting the door on bringing Kyler back.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
The only constant in life is change. Back during the break, the IT crew came in, NASCAR pit stop style, right? And just changed things out. It reminds me of the old saying, Wolf. It goes something like this. Planning is important, but the most important part of every plan is to plan on the plan not going according to plan.
Yes.
And how many times have you said Bill Belichick would take the week's game plan and in the first quarter just go, you know what?
Tear it up.
Yep. So
middle of the first quarter. Okay, guys, listen. Everything we practiced all week long, forget about it. We're not doing it. Shh. Rip the page. Turn the page. Well, however you want to characterize it, that's exactly what he would do, man. It would be incredible. It's one of the reasons why Bill Belichick is not going to bring a player that is dumb into a locker room. He's not going to do it, Paul. Now, having said that, there are a lot of challenges that you'll face with Bill Belichick as well. But let me just say this, Paul. It's interesting that you started the broadcast speaking of manipulation and what is going on right now in Studio Shangri-La, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. There's a lot of change going on right now. And you know me, Paul. I have to deal with this change. I have to get comfortable and adjust this because you know I'm not big on change, Paulie. And speaking of manipulation, here it is. Change is happening all around us. I'll take a picture of this and I will at this. I'll go ahead and do that, Paulie. I'll send that out on X. so people can see the change that is happening here in Studio Shangri-La.
Good luck to Bernsey when he comes in. It's going to be a totally different control center here. Just like the Cardinals have an almost entirely new coaching staff. There have been some holdovers, no doubt about it, but there's been addition in terms of the OC, even though the head coach, Mike LaFleur, is going to call plays. Nathaniel Hackett, his 5th OC gig, plenty of experience. 1 year as a head coach of the Broncos, lasted 15 games. Age 46, and here he is meeting the media this morning and just talking about being part of the tree, both of the LaFleurs and the Robert Saleh tree.
I mean, it's awesome. I mean, and I think it's because they're also such great people, so your conversations are fun, and you can talk about different opponents. You could talk defense, you can talk offense. And, it's funny, we all kind of started around the same time. I remember when I was I believe it was Tampa, I think we had a preseason game. I remember, Saleh was out there and the tree goes longer. I know Steno was there, who's at Green Bay. I mean, it's a very tight fraternity. And to be able to be part of that is awesome. It's great to just be able to have those guys to bounce things off of.
Yeah, you know what? It is great to have so many guys to be able to look at dudes that you respect greatly, to be able to bounce things off. This is one of the reasons why I'm really, really excited for Mike LaFleur, that he's got Nathaniel Hackett, some guy that comes from this coaching tree and understands the offense that needs to be implemented here, and a guy that Mike LaFleur can bounce a lot of stuff off. Now, once again, Nathaniel Hackett, we all understand, he got the head coaching job in Denver. It did not go very well. It did not go well, and I think Nathaniel Hackett would be the first guy to admit that it did not go very well. Having said that, it doesn't mean that there's not value there for Mike LaFleur to be able to bounce this stuff off. And honestly, I think it's really, really important that you have a guy that you trust implicitly, a guy that you trust completely on that staff. And I believe Nathaniel Hackett is that guy for Mike LaFleur.
And LaFleur told the media that he only wanted Nathaniel Hackett. And then Hackett was asked if that means something to him to hear the head coach say that.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I've known Mike for a long time, and he's first and foremost a great person. And I think that this game is all about relationships. It's about how you work with people, how you communicate with people. And to be able to work with him is very exciting for me. And, just the fact that all of our conversations for the past years have been awesome. He talked a little bit about the philosophies and all that, and it goes even deeper when it comes to the family and how he is with his, and that means a lot to me. And so I'm very honored to be here.
Look, he was the Bills OC 2013 and 14. Then he was a Jags OC, the Packers OC with Aaron Rodgers, Jets OC, actually succeeded Mike LaFleur. In between there, the Denver head coach. He actually, at UC Davis, played linebacker and was the long snapper. And he spent last season as a defensive analyst under Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. In fact, he was asked, all right, what'd you learn with the Packers and part of the Matt LaFleur staff, especially the defensive side of the ball last season?
Last year I was at Green Bay and I was able to work. It was absolutely an incredible experience to be able to work with both sides of the ball and just learn it from a different perspective from defense even more was absolutely phenomenal. Coach Hafley is an amazing coach. We've seen his success and where he's at right now at the Dolphins, and I wish him the best of luck. He's a great human being, and I think, especially last year, it's all about learning and trying to grow and find out how people look at things and how they game plan, and the more that you can do to learn, the better you're going to be as a coach.
I always thought to myself, based on that it was such a massive advantage for an offensive coordinator if he tried to see it from the defensive end, if he tried to see it from the defensive side of the ball, if he would try to see it from that perspective. I thought it was such a massive advantage for an offensive coordinator if he truly understood both sides of the ball. Now, again, rarely does this happen. Rarely does this happen in the National Football League. Isn't that right, Matt Patricia? Rarely does it ever happen where you're going to be a coordinator on either side of the ball. It's typically you've got to dedicate yourself to one side of the ball or the other. Having said that, though, if you can see it from the other side's perspective, offensively or defensively, if you can see it from their side, it's going to make you a much better coach. Promise.
All right, his relationship with quarterbacks, that's something he is known for, and he was asked about that, Nathaniel Hackett.
So I think for me, it's always been about that relationship with them because there's so many ups and downs. They have to have something steady, and they have to have a foundation that they can believe in and know that you're always going to be there with them and for them. I mean, that's the key, because you want them to have, as I've always said, as my father used to tell me, is they have to have a can't stop me mentality, no matter what the situation is. Whether you take a hit, complete a throw, don't complete a throw, they have to come back every single play, erase that last one, and be able to execute the next one. And I mean, they touch the ball every play. So it's one of those things for us, for all the coaches, it's about supporting that position, because when that position plays well, you're going to have a good football team.
Look, if it ends up being Jacoby Brissett at quarterback and they're not answering any questions about the quarterback in this setting, you know, during the opening press conference, it's a question going forward. But if you're telling me that Mike LaFleur and his experience with the likes of Matt Ryan, Jimmy G with Kyle Shanahan taking the Niners to a Super Bowl in 2019, the years with Matthew Stafford, Nathaniel Hackett's years with Aaron Rodgers, all the other quarterbacks he's worked with, and then if Jacoby Brissett ends up being the bridge quarterback this coming year, year 11, and the sort of respect that I can tell you everybody in that Cardinals locker room has for Jacoby Brissett, who's almost like an assistant offensive coordinator, akin to what Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner were back in the day, then okay, at least the football IQ I have supreme confidence in formulating and game planning the offense.
I really want to talk about the fact, too, the Arizona Cardinals don't want to talk about their quarterback position and don't want to do it publicly. I love this. This is the correct strategy, and I will tell you why that is as the show unfolds.
Hey, a reminder, join us April 11th, Pat's Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. All right, what should we expect out of Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen now that they're back in the AZ? That is next. Cal VCN, Paulie Pinchitter in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Arizona Sports. And a swing, that's gone. Good Lord, high and deep, way back, heads up back there, upper deck, home run.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, we've discovered 2 things about Ron Wolfley so far. It is the Wolf and Luke Show starring Paul Calvisi, Paulie Pencilneck sitting in today. 1, Wolf's a manipulator. We dealt with that right off the top. 2, Wolf is high maintenance, as we're now finding out, as changes are being made to the broadcast studio on the fly, break to break. We're just taking.
I am so low maintenance.
I'm just trying to stay 1 chapter ahead of the class right now, filling in.
So both of you guys have some traits that are high maintenance and some traits that are low maintenance.
Whoa!
What?
Wow!
What are you talking about?
Really?
What is high maintenance for me?
I'm a guest here, and I'm taking that straight.
I'm always on some wild goose chase for sound that I can't find.
Well, all right, there you go. Sound. That's not high maintenance.
Because I mentioned there was something
when the sound doesn't exist and it was a quote in an article from a one-on-one interview.
Yeah, well,
then
all
yes,
right. What's your point, Rick?
Wow. Well, look.
I mean,
here's the deal.
I use my head for a living, literally. Yes.
It is coming from that side of the table solely. I don't want. I have nothing to do with this.
All right.
Yes.
Yep. I just wanted to point that out there.
Jamal looks at me, I look at Jamal, and we sort of make executive decisions just via eye contact. So in the moment, we've now decided that this show really does need the game show that's taking over Arizona sports whenever I'm in need or want a D-backs edition. If you give us time, Wolf, if you can be succinct and get to the point when we talk about Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. By the way, Merrill Kelly already named your opening day starter. I mean, are you feeling some sort of way about that? If you're Zach Gallen and, by the way, you've been the opening day starter the last 3 years running, even ahead of Corbin Burns after the whole poll was taken across the D-backs clubhouse at this time last year. Zach Gallen was deemed to be the opening day starter 2025, but not the case in 2026.
That's right, Paulie, and that's another kick to the cradle right there. And again, I love this for Zach because I know him. I love the personality that he has. He's got a personality, Paulie, of competing and going out and not just, hey, he said it himself, great players or even better self-evaluators. He believes that. This is what his coach used to say to him, and he is bought into that and believes that 100%. And because of that, he's okay with this. He's okay with Merrill Kelly getting the opportunity, first time in his career, to actually start on opening day.
Torey Lovello saying to the media, when I don't know, I don't know. Talking about an opening day starter, maybe referring to last year. But since I knew, I was like, why not? I'll tell, and I'll tell you guys. So he made the decision. And I'll say this much. I think one of the reasons that Merrill Kelly earned the nod was because of what he did following Zach Gallen's starts last year. Do you remember the stat? And this was early July, not long before Merrill Kelly was dealt at the deadline. His record in the 11 starts that came immediately after a D-backs loss, he was 5-1 with a 2.67 ERA. Is there anything more valuable than a stud pitcher stepping in after a loss and preventing a skid, ending a skid, just reasserting and saying, you know what, I'm leading us to victory to make sure that a losing streak doesn't get out of hand. And especially the first half of last season, the way it went for Zach Gallen, more often than not, Merrill Kelly had to step in and stop the bleeding.
Yeah, Paulie, you think about it. In 22 starts last season, Merrill Kelly was that guy. He had a 3.22 ERA for the Diamondbacks and a 1.06 whip. And you know I'm big on this, Paulie. You know I'm big on whip, seriously. How many base runners do you give up? How often are you in trouble? I'm big on whip. Merrill Kelly was fantastic in regard to that. So, once again, it's a situation where this is a guy that is a leader as well. Merrill Kelly is a leader inside that clubhouse. The emphasis this offseason, as far as I'm concerned, the emphasis was on leadership by the freaky Mike Hazen and Torey Lovello. Leadership in that clubhouse. And it got a lot better in the offseason.
The leadership that can be felt from the Wolfley compound in North Phoenix all the way to Casa Grande. Shout out to Casa Grande.
Oh, Casa Grande.
As the big boss, the boss El Grande, Ken Kendrick, was talking about how the D-backs are more competitive with Gallen than without him.
Well, I think the answer is, I believe anyone who looks at our club would say with him on the team, we're more competitive than we would have been without him on the team. Would we be a competitive team without him? Yes, I think so. Would we be more with him? I think we are.
You know, Wolf, I can look over here once again, eye contact with Jamal, and we've decided that you really don't have anything else to offer on this topic. So let's segue to the game show that's sweeping the AZ.
No. Oh, my goodness. Masononians, I just want you to know this. I get blindsided with this stuff.
Here's the deal. I throw out the category. You tell us if it is a need or if it is a want. For example, let's start big picture. Real easy one for you, Wolf. Defense. Would it be need or want? Because to start last season, the D-backs treated it like it was a want.
Yes.
As they led the majors in errors to start last season, we dubbed them the E-backs, need or want defense.
Well, Paulie, as you know right now, and you know this very well, you're late as usual on this, okay? Because we needed this when they were actually out there acquiring Nolan Arenado and Carlos Santana. They were out there acquiring these guys to improve their defense, Paulie. It was a need. It wasn't a want. It was a need. And the freaky Mike Hazen went and addressed it.
All right, speaking of addressing, do they still need to address the closer spot? Because we need to know from you, Wolf, when it comes to closer. Need or want? I know they went and signed Paul Sewald. They want him to be the 2023 version of Sewald, but is that realistic?
Yeah, Paulie, this is a need as well. This is a need going forward. Now, is Paul Sewald going to be the guy? I don't think so. I think it's going to be Kevin Ginkel. Gink!
Gink!
I love Gink. You know that. Stink. It rhymes with Gink, and that's his nickname, by the way, in the Wolfley compound. Stink, and I don't mean it like he stinks. I mean it like, you know what? he's going to go out there and shut it down, and there's going to be a certain smell that the other team is going to receive, Paul, when Kevin Ginkel takes the ball.
We don't have time for one of your underwhelming nicknames right now. A long 2-decade history.
I told him, Rick, do you remember what I told him that to his face?
Nicknames.
That's his nickname, Steak, because there's a stench when he goes out there.
Here's the need. It's not just for a closer, it's for the entire bullpen, because what do relievers need? They need to know their role. You need to solidify the bullpen. There's a trickle down. You need to name a closer, stick with that closer, pray it works so everyone else knows their role.
Paul, honestly, you're going to tell Gink what he needs right here? You're going to tell the Diamondbacks what they need? I mean, if we need a mascot, we'll talk to you. If we need a sideline guy, we'll talk to you.
Here's the next one, real quick, all right? Hamate bones. Hamate bones, would that be a need or want?
Need or want?
Because I just asked AI, and it says technically no, that instead of trying to fix, surgeons usually remove, and once it's gone and the tissue heals, there's virtually zero long-term impact. Are we sure about that? Because Corbin Carroll, does he need or want his hamate bone?
Yeah, I think he wants his hamate bone. Paul, I didn't even know about the hamate bone. The guy broke his hand. That's what I knew, basically. Hamate bone.
Just makes me think of ham.
Yeah, do I have time to get to air conditioning ducts? I was going to throw that in as well. Arizonasports.com, all the D-backs coverage is about air conditioning ducts. So I'm like, well, it seems to be a big storyline. Is that a need or a want, Wolf?
I need you to stop talking, Paul.
We need Darren Urban and his observations of the new Cardinals coordinators. So we'll talk to the AZCardinals.com senior writer next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I also think he's protection as a 3-and-D guy in case they make a move in the offseason. They gave him a 2-year contract.
There you go.
Yes.
See, no, I'm being serious.
I know.
There you go.
Yes.
That's it.
If you trade Royce O'Neal, you traded a Grayson Allen, you've got another 3-and-D guy.
That's it.
That's under contract next year.
That's it. I mean, that's absolutely it.
That is it.
You're giving yourself, you're not going to go where you want to go unless you not break this roster up a little bit, but you are going to have to make moves this offseason.
And if you traded a Royce or an Allen and you've got Highsmith under contract next year, he replaces one of those guys.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for the game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it's real simple. I don't need to be the best on-air person today on Arizona Sports. I just need to be better than Ron Wolfley. And so far, so good. My plan, I'm executing my plan.
As far as you know.
Things are going. In fact, Wolf, he needs a breather. So far hasn't proven to be mentally strong enough, mentally tough enough to handle all the change here in the studio.
There's a lot going on, Basin on it.
So we're going to outsource the Cardinals knowledge right now. azcardinals.com senior writer Darren Urban joins us via video. D, how are we doing over there?
I'm just noticing, Paul, that you always dress up even on Fridays when we can dress down over here at the office, and yet you're looking all casual over there right now. Why don't you look like that on a Friday over here?
Well, Wolf's over here with whatever zip-up fleece, and we're lucky Wolf's even wearing sleeves.
Look at me. Paul's over here in a hoodie.
Usually, Wolf's over here in some 30-year-old T-shirt and sleeveless, and he's actually got a collar on today. So yeah, I got flim-flammed. What were some of the top takeaways? Also, the timing. I missed the press conference earlier with the coordinators. So give us some of your top takeaways.
I would think, the two that really struck me, one with Nathaniel Hackett was Mike LaFleur saying that Hackett was always the guy he wanted. It's just not a surprise to me. They haven't worked together necessarily before, but they do have a connection, a long-term connection. Hackett has worked with Matt LaFleur before, and that news came out pretty early. With Nick Rallis, the defensive coordinator, I found it interesting that, I think there was a good connection there in terms of when they started talking. LaFleur made clear that he didn't really know Nick Rallis, but what both of them kind of noted was less about 2025 and what happened with his defense, but what the Rams went through in 2024 when they played the Cardinals. And that was the first game was 41-10. The Cardinals won that game. And in the second game, the Rams won, but they only scored 13 points. And as LaFleur said, we couldn't do anything. So, I think obviously a lot went into both these hires. And, LaFleur admitted, and he wasn't necessarily talking about the coordinators, but he was talking about coaches in general. Like, some guys you're thinking you're going to get and you don't get them. And then other guys you aren't sure you're going to get, and then they're able to come to your staff. So, I think LaFleur talking about his staff overall, he's happy with who he's ended up with, even though he was kind of late to the party because of when he got hired. And we'll see soon enough what all this means on the field.
Derb, there's a lot of change going on in the studio right now. There's a lot of change. They're changing out
I heard
the
that,
monitor.
yeah.
Oh, Paulie, it's unbelievable, Derb. They're just changing out everything here, including my co-host. But having said that right now, what kind of offensive change do you expect to see from Mike LaFleur and Nathaniel Hackett?
You know what? I think we're a little early in that process. Wolf, I got to be honest, I kind of want to see who the quarterback is before you're going deep dive into that. I was kind of talking about this with Craig Greeley a little bit after the pressers today, and how there wasn't a bunch of X's and O's discussed. But, again, they've only been doing this for a couple weeks. And like, for me, I do think they're going to need to know who the quarterback is. They're going to need to know what the roster looks like. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the change might entail. I mean, we look at what this Rams offense has been the last few years, and I know Sean McVay is calling plays and is a big part of that, but I also think Mike LaFleur has been a big part of that. So do I think there's a chance there's still multi-tight end sets? I absolutely think that. I mean, the Rams were running the ball this past year and even the last couple of years, as well as the Cardinals had been before this season. So I think that will very much be a big part of this. I think what we're hoping for is what everybody is hoping for. Like, can you find a way when you have guys like Marvin Harrison and Michael Wilson and Trey McBride to really mesh together and give you the kind of offense you want? I did notice Nathaniel Hackett, when somebody asked about offenses, he was like, look, every team in this league and all the fans, what are you looking for? You're looking for explosive plays. And I think that's something you want to lean into. Now, it's easy to say that, especially with the way defenses play these days, but I think that's going to be a big starting point. And I think they feel like there's some skill guys, especially in the passing game, that can make that happen.
So we didn't really talk about the offense, and the speculation is definitely out there. How about Kyler Murray? Did he talk about Kyler Murray at all?
No, he shut that down pretty quick. We'll make that where I'm not, we haven't made that decision yet. And that's pretty much all that happened. But I mean, I think, Wolf, at this point, we know what the timeline is on what's going to happen with Kyler Murray, because you're going to get to mid-March and you're going to have some of those deadlines in terms of his contract. And if he's still here at that point, I think that the signs are going to point to having another year of Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
And until then, it'll be a poker face, a collective poker face until they get there.
Should be.
The quote that stood out to me was when LaFleur was asked about the offense, and he said, we're not going to be Green Bay. We're not going to be the Rams. We're not going to be the Niners. We're going to be us, whatever us becomes. And to me, that gives me great confidence that this coaching staff has the ability to take the players and let the players' skill sets dictate this scheme. This isn't a coaching staff that ostensibly only knows one scheme.
That's right.
And because that usually is a recipe for disaster. I mean, even if it's successful at first, guess what? The defenses will adjust.
That's right.
And then you have nowhere to go. You better be able to adjust to the adjustment.
You've got to be capable of being whatever you need to be to beat your opponent.
So I love the fact, Darren, he won't even answer what the identity or style will be, because that's to be determined.
Well, I'm going to say this, and this is nothing against Nathaniel Hackett or Mike LaFleur. This is me being around this for 27 years or 28 years. Every coach walks in the door and says, we're going to do what best suits the players. Every single coach, every single coaching staff. Again, I need to see it on the field. I agree with you. I think they have the background, both Hackett and LaFleur, they have the background to allow them to be a lot more flexible. And that is incredibly important. But until, we still want to see it on the field of what it looks like. I think the Rams have done that the last couple. The Rams did it during the year last year. They didn't really start leaning into the tight end stuff until they got into the season a little bit. And then they saw how well it was working. And,
True.
And like you said, Paul, like how much it might affect as they adjust to the adjustments. And that's what you're hoping for. And obviously that's a big reason why you hire a guy like Mike LaFleur.
What do you think is going to happen in the free agent period? How active do you think the Arizona Cardinals could possibly be?
Well, I think there's a couple of variables that we can't answer right now, Wolf. Like, number one, people talk about whether if you make a move with Kyler Murray, if he's traded or cut. Well, if you're able to, and I'm not saying they're going to do this or that they're even going to be able to do this, but for conversation's sake, if you're able to trade Kyler Murray in his current contract form, that cleans up a lot more cap room to give you a lot more ability to do a lot of things than other ways. So some of that is going to be determined on what other things happen. But I would think that they would want to look seriously at least one veteran offensive lineman that they could plug in, maybe a high-level guy at guard. But again, we will see who's going to be on the market and whether it's worth it. Do they look at running back? I don't know if they do that in the free agent market necessarily. I'm not a huge fan of that unless it's the right guy, like James Conner was in 2021. Other places, do they want to look at inside linebacker again? Do they want to get a defensive lineman? They got a lot, they got some defensive linemen that contracts are up or other situations. Is that a position you might want to look at? All these things are up. But for instance, defensive lineman guys, I think Calais Campbell won't leave them hanging. I think they'll know about Calais Campbell before we get to free agency. But until Calais gives you an answer, and assuming they would want him back, does that change things? It's those kinds of things that are tough to answer at this point.
By the way, Wolf, this week gets worse for you. Darren Urban is going to mop State Farm Stadium up with you on Cardinals Climb on Saturday.
That's right.
You are so host. He's a veteran of the Tillman runs for the last 20 years, and he's been training. Unlike you, Burnsy's going to stomp you as well.
Paulie, as a matter of fact, the Warrior Queen is coming with me as well, and so is Vetter James. So we're going to play down, I think.
I see.
Bit,
okay, it's good for you actually. Yes, that is. All right, Darren, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, guys.
Good stuff, Darren Urban, AZCardinals.com. All right, Chiefs, are they open up in a spot for Tyreek Hill? Really? That's next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026. You can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Gambo. Who are some of the key guys to watch as spring training is set to begin for the Diamondbacks? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and, of course, on 98.7 FM.
Do you know that Quitter's Day was more than a month ago? January 10th. Quitter's Day. That's the date at which the average American quits their New Year's resolutions.
Okay. Paulie, where do you get all this stuff? I mean,
I just looked it up because I was inspired by Jesse over here, right?
See.
Rick, who's telling us that, wait a minute.
Who's Jesse?
Akin to you once upon a time, he hit the a certain weight threshold.
Oh, yeah.
The exact same number you hit, and then decided changes were needed, and I'm applauding Rick over here. Give us an update, desk, reveal here. Where are you?
All right, so at the beginning of the year, I started at 270.
Oh!
And I am now down to, this morning, I was 249.1. So I've lost 21 pounds in like a month and 18 days.
Boy,
so
nice.
Rick, what are you doing? You didn't even tell me about this.
I'm not really doing much other than just like, counting calories.
It's amazing
and
the way that works.
Going for walks. Like I'm not even... I did go for a pretty big hike on Saturday in Tucson, but yeah, I'm mostly just going for walks and, counting calories. I'm not really changing my diet extremely, but yeah, so
here's what you're doing.
It's easier than I thought it would be.
You're giving yourself a ding. That's what you're doing. Give yourself a ding for pulling around Wolfley. You hit 270 pounds and decided changes were needed. So I applaud Wolf as well. Once upon a time, it was the 2010s that Wolf really kind of existed around that weight range, and then decided, the cheeks are a little too full, in your words, right?
It was brutal, too. You go back and look at some of the pictures. I was like, oh, my goodness, what was I even thinking? I need to drop 20 base.
You were putting the full into former fullback.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
All right, so there's overweight.
Oh, you were just fat. Just admit it, Ron.
And then there's over the cap. That's my segue. The Chiefs started this offseason an estimated $50 million over the cap.
I see.
With 23 players set to hit free agency. So what did they do? They called Patrick Mahomes into the office. They said, hey, Pat, yeah, why don't you come on over here? Guess what? We're going to do some maneuvering. We're going to convert about $54+ million of your 2026 salary into this big fat signing bonus. And then that's going to help us give us cap relief. And so your cap number will go from 78 to about 35 million.
Yes.
So now they've opened up this cap room. You know Kansas City is hellbent after missing the playoffs to come back with a vengeance. And there's a certain somebody who's out on the open market, a former Chiefs receiver, a former offensive player of the year, Stephen A. Smith earlier today on Tyreek Hill maybe going back to KC.
If there is a way for him to get back to playing with a quarterback the likes of Patrick Mahomes, he should do it. It should be 1 or 2 targets, you know what I'm saying, or 1 or 3. It should be Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. 1 of the 3. And I say back to Kansas City because obviously he's incredibly familiar with the coaching. He's incredibly familiar with the quarterback. He's incredibly familiar with the fan base. That's where he should want to go back to.
Wow. Okay. Where do you begin on this one, Basinonians? First of all, restructuring Pat Mahomes' contract. Do you think he was fighting them on that at all? I don't think there was any of that. I think Pat Mahomes may even been the guy that said, why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and do this right now, especially with Tyreek Hill. The availability of Tyreek Hill being out there. I just wonder how much of that really played into all of this that is happening with Pat Mahomes. Because, Paul, you know this. There's a way to get a message to everybody. There's always a way to get a message. The grapevine is vast and varied in the National Football League. This guy knows this guy. I played with this guy over here. They all know each other. And suddenly, if you want to get a message to anybody on another team, you can do that easily. You can do that rather covertly, I might add. And I think that is what is going on here. And I think Tyreek Hill is headed for Kansas City. I'd be shocked if he wasn't.
Do you remember 2017 Cardinals at the Chiefs? You were in the booth with Dave Pasch, and that was the game where Tyreek Hill was just beginning to become the dominant force that he's been in the NFL. He went for 7 grabs in that game, 117 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns in that Chiefs win against the Cardinals. And do you remember he'd be on jet sweep. He'd be in motion, and the entire Cardinals defense, all 11, would be pointing at him. It was the big, in addition to being productive, the trickle down to everyone else making plays, because the entire defense was just preoccupied with the fastest dude in the NFL.
That is exactly right, Paulie. It's well said by you. The sideline obviously is produced for you. Listen, this guy impacts defensive game plans when he doesn't have the ball. When he doesn't have the ball. When you're not even targeting him. Every play that Tyreek Hill lines up, or at least back when he was still running that unbelievable 4-2 whatever he was running, you had to worry about where Tyreek Hill was. You had to have a plan as to how you were going to defend Tyreek Hill. It's 1st and 10, and you're worried about where is Tyreek Hill? And suddenly the Chiefs would run the ball, a little tackle zone, and rip you for 7. You know, it's a situation where you rarely have to have an accounting for one dude that is on the field, where he is and how you're going to defend that one guy on the field, regardless of the situation, regardless of the down and distance. So to me, this guy is a game changer. I just wouldn't want him on my team.
Don't forget, Kansas City has the 9th pick overall. And the latest Daniel Jeremiah mock draft has the Chiefs using it on Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love, who is a dynamic playmaker.
Incredible.
If you were to add Tyreek Hill, here comes Jeremiah Love. We know the success the rookie running backs can have, especially top 10 talents, plus the other receivers, and then Travis Kelce, whatever his future is exactly. There's a lot of speculation they're going to spend big, potentially, on a tight end in free agency. We'll see. But, Wolf, did you catch what Stephen A. said, if I was going to go Stephen A. and throw out a hot take,
do
you know what Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, and New England all have in common?
No.
They're all contenders in the AFC, I think we would agree, and they're all missing wide receiver one.
I see.
With the emergence of Michael Wilson, do you think any of those teams are picking up the phone and, hey, Monty Ossenfort, would the number 4 pick overall perhaps be available? This is me speculating recklessly.
Yes.
But what do GMs do in every other team? They call every other team and they kick the tires. And if you're in need of wide receiver one, and Michael Wilson might just have asserted himself as wide receiver one with the Cardinals,
yes.
Do you not check to see the availability of Marvin Harrison Jr.?
Yeah, did you actually throw Kansas City in there as well? Did you throw them in there, Polly? Okay, I like that.
Especially if you can deal them
in there
to the AFC.
I'm just saying, you deal them to the AFC, and not only that, too, that makes an awful lot of sense, especially if, in fact, you're talking about the 9th pick overall in the draft and going running back right there. And then you have Tyreek Hill. Travis Kelce, I think, is going to come back and is going to play another year. That's just me, Paulie. I think that's going to happen. And then all of a sudden you have Marvin Harrison Jr., who needs a guy that can get over the top. He needs somebody who can take the top off. He needs space. He's not the space creator. He needs somebody who can take the top off. Tyreek Hill is that guy. That's very interesting to me.
Hey, coming up next, we'll go through the top stories of the day. Wolfing down your lunch. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play,
an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for the game is at 7. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, let me go into the cold tub time machine for just a hot moment here.
Okay, Bob.
It was last week at lunch. I was in the car for all of 3 minutes and very busy. And I was listening to this show, and I'm not sure it's ever hit a lower low.
How's
An
that?
all-time low. I mean, it bottomed out. You guys were talking about movies. First, Wolf just lying through his teeth, talking about how much he enjoys going to the movie theater, eating popcorn. Basinonians know this. Wolf leaves the house for basically 3 reasons: work, church, and Vetters football games. That's the only time he ever leaves the compound.
Okay.
Then Luke weighed in, and he called Shawshank Redemption overrated.
Did that get you fired up, man? I can only imagine.
I almost had a fender bender. And then Jesse weighs in and goes, yeah, I haven't seen the movie. Oh, my, what's going on? In a 30-second span, this show just bottomed out.
It's a good thing Jamal didn't weigh in. He has no idea what we're talking about with Shawshank.
He's smart enough to keep quiet. He didn't want to be associated with you boneheads. That was the key to Jamal. Say nothing.
Okay.
All right.
Rick, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Paul just hijacked wolfing down your lunch.
Yeah. Translation, shut it.
Arizona Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur and the team's coordinators met with members of the media today, and LaFleur was asked when a decision on the future of quarterback Kyler Murray could be made. Here is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
What do you guys make of LaFleur's latest comments regarding Kyler Murray, or I guess not really regarding Kyler Murray?
We're on a need-to-know basis.
That's right.
And right now, we ain't going to know jack. It's just the way it is. They're not showing their hand. Why would they?
No.
His future hangs in the balance. There are tens of millions of dollars at stake. What is the potential interest level in a trade? And Darren Urban broke it down, and it's real simple. If they trade him, there's far more cap savings, far less dead money they have to deal with than if they cut him. But is that to say he doesn't have a future with the Cardinals? Now, I would be surprised if he's back. But remember, you have new decision makers on the offensive side of the ball, including a new head coach.
Paulie, you must have been listening to me over these last few weeks leading up to this very moment right now, because you just ripped off my take. That is it right there. Why in the world would you say anything about Kyler Murray right now? Yeah, honestly, even in the interviewing all these guys who could be your possible head coach, I would sit there and I'd never commit one way or the other. We're thinking of leaving Kyler Murray. We're thinking of cutting him. We're thinking of going in a different direction. We're thinking, why would you say anything? I would want your opinion. If I'm sitting there and I'm in the room, Monty Austin Ford with Michael Bidwell, and I'm interviewing a possible head coach, I'm asking him, what would you do with Kyler Murray? What are your thoughts on Kyler Murray? Because we're not going to tell you what our thoughts are. We don't know what we're going to do. We want to know what you're going to do. This is exactly the posture that they need to assume the entire offseason until they can no longer wait, until they're forced to make a decision one way or the other. I'm not going to let you know exactly what it is that we're planning on doing with Kyler Murray. I have my own opinion what they're doing. I don't think they can rebuild him. I don't think they can prop him back up in that locker room. No, he's a king deposed is what he is. That's just my own opinion. But having said that, organizationally, there's no way I'm going to let you know what I'm doing.
The Phoenix Suns return to action tomorrow in Austin against the San Antonio Spurs. A Sun we have not seen much this season is first-round pick Kamon Malawach. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. It asks, how concerned are you about the lack of playing time for Kamon Malawach? Very concerned, somewhat concerned, a tiny bit concerned, or not concerned at all?
I am not concerned at all with Kamon Malawach. Once again, the kid is 19 years old. Physically, he's got so much room to develop. He's got this body, there's no doubt about it. He's got these physical talents and skills that will allow him to play a long time in the association. Yet having said that, it's all about spirit and soul that he's got to develop. Spirit is the mental side of the game and understanding the game completely. His soul is where he's got to mature the most. He's a 19-year-old kid right now. And I understand Devin Booker was what, 18?
He was 18, yes, when he came
when he came into the league. So once again, it blows my mind that you can actually have a guy that young competing at the highest level our species can generate. It blows my mind, Paul. Yet at the same time, once again, I'm not concerned at all, because I'd rather have the wins going on right now as opposed to, hey, how many minutes are you getting? Come on, Malawach.
Refresh my memory, but Devin Booker's rookie year, February, March, and April, those were breakout games for 13th pick overall Devin Booker, correct? He flashed a lot of potential.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
The second half, latter stages of his rookie season. So I'm not concerned, not yet. It's on the radar. It's in the others receiving votes category. It's on the watch list. You'd like to get a little ROI out of the 10th pick overall, right? Especially on the defensive side. Put him out there with a bunch of scores. I don't care about the offense, but man, you'd love to see him be a factor on defense and rebounding. That'd be nice.
Well, it'll be nice. We'll just go ahead and wait till we're up by 20.
So you're tiny bit concerned, Paul, then?
A little bit.
Okay.
Little bit.
I'm going to agree with Paul. And just to let you get to peel back the curtain here a little bit, this is a relatively new poll, so take these results with a grain of salt. All right. A tiny bit concerned leads 60%, 40% not concerned at all, very concerned 0%, somewhat concerned 0%. And just FYI, like, this has been put up in the last 15 minutes. So,
hey, the numbers are what the numbers are.
All right, we'll stick with hoops, but go to the college variety. Arizona State men's basketball pulled off a massive 72-67 win over number 13 Texas Tech last night in Tempe. The Sun Devils are now 14-12 overall and 5-8 in the Big 12. They're 11th out of 16 teams in the conference after being picked to finish last. It is a contract year for Sun Devil head coach Bobby Hurley. At this point in the season, has he done enough to deserve an extension?
Not yet. No. In fact, considering some of the post-game press conferences over the last 2 months, there's a little part of me that's surprised he's still the head coach. But that was a heck of a win. Unbelievable win. I know he was on with Bickley and Murata, and he was talking about, man, if we could go on a run, including this win against Texas Tech, the 13th team in the land, who knows? It's still attainable, getting into the tournament, and, kind of shook your head and said, yeah, right. Well, guess what? They pulled it off. And if all of a sudden they can go on a bit of a heater, Wolf, who knows? Once upon a time, the football team was picked dead last.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the year they ended up in the playoffs.
That's right. First of all, I love Bobby Hurley. I absolutely love this guy. I love his mentality. I love his culture. I love everything about him. Having said that, I just wonder if, in fact, he might be too harsh for today's college athlete. I'm just wondering if he's too convicted. This is something a good friend of mine, Rich Rod, as a matter of fact, who is now the head coach for West by God, Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the football team. Rich Rod, who was my roommate when I went in. I love this guy, know him very well. Yet at the same time, I do wonder if he is just too old school for today's athlete. And I wonder the same thing about Bobby Hurley going forward. I think he's a great coach. I love his mentality. I just wonder if his time has passed him by.
I wonder if time has passed your alma mater by when it comes to football, Wolf. I have some West Virginia Mountaineer news you can use. Goes something like this. The most players invited by school to the Combine, which is coming up here in a little bit. A&M with 13, Alabama with 12, LSU with 11, Ohio State with 11, then Georgia, Miami, Oklahoma, all with 10 apiece. ASU has 4 players going to the Combine. U of A has 3.
Yeah.
Would you care to guess how many players West Virginia has invited to the Combine?
1?
Answer?
0.0.
Okay, well, you know what? He has flipped this roster over, Rich Rod. He has completely flipped it.
Just to let you know, Incarnate Word has 1 player invited.
Okay.
And West Virginia has, and what was it again? What was the number again? How many players from the Mountaineer program going to the Combine?
Cal?
What was it again?
How many?
We've got 1, Wolf.
Okay,
We've got 1.
0.0.
Okay, that's it. You've got my attention now. That's it.
We're playing for keeps going forward.
I'm not going to let Paul beat me up on. Nope, not going to happen.
Don't have time for your threats. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids in the game. Get in the game. Donate and learn more. Text GEAR to 620-620. Earnhardt Auto Centers. Shout out John Nissen there. Hey, what is Nick Rawls' plan for turning around the Cardinals defense? We'll talk about that next. It's Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
one.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you got some back issues, if you've got some neck issues, you need to go see the good doctors over at DISC. That's right. Listen, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons at DISC, a little shout out, Dr. Chris. They've helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you are battling spine or back issues whatsoever. Listen, DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now their surgeons train other surgeons in the U.S. and worldwide in endoscopic and minimally invasive spine surgery. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, they called an audible here on you in the studio. Are you good now?
Green.
I mean, are you a mental error waiting to happen? Can they trust you at the line of scrimmage to execute the play? Or
hey, Paulie, they did trust me, as a matter of fact. I was the personal protector on the punt team, Paul. You think they just give that job to anybody? You think he's just, unless you know what you're doing and you're ready to call out protections? Yeah, I did it, Paul.
Well, they certainly didn't give you the special teams coordinator gig, despite your 20 years of campaigning.
I do not want the special teams coordinator job, Paul. Okay. I don't want that kind of responsibility.
Allegedly.
Let me be the special teams guy, basically. So I walk around the sideline. What are you doing? Okay.
Thankfully,
pick that up.
I have to interrupt you to give a shout out to Maricopa. Maricopa!
Oh, man.
What is going on out
Paul,
there?
Have you ever been to Maricopa?
I have.
Okay.
I've been there for more.
Beautiful. I love Maricopa.
Many a youth baseball tournament I've been to Maricopa. So, you know my speech, Wolf, as the third assistant on the youth baseball team. My speech was always, hey, bigger isn't better. Better is better.
I see.
Because I look over into the other dugout, and I'm like, what do they have in that Gatorade bucket? Like HGH? Are they putting HGH into the juice boxes? Like, these kids are huge.
Yeah.
Right? So I give my speech. Bigger isn't better. Better is better. Let's go be better. Get them.
Paulie, did any of your players raise their hand and say, Mr. Calvisi, are you wearing a helmet? Or is that your hair?
And then we'd
ever do that?
We'd get run ruled by the third inning, but that's not the point. The point is it was a great pregame speech.
Okay.
Now,
it doesn't sound like it was.
Does
I'll take your word.
Do pregame speeches work in the NFL?
Oh my goodness!
Say
do
no.
not work in
Say
the
no.
NFL.
Say no.
Don't.
They don't. They don't. It's the only thing we've agreed on so far in this show.
Jim Hannafin.
No, stop.
You want me to tell you a little halftime story? Is that what you want? You want a pregame story from Jim Hannafin? Let me tell you something right now. That month, you got to let me. When do you want me to do this?
You better be careful quoting Hannafin.
I know that. Jim Hannafin, Google it. He's passed away. He's one of my favorite coaches of all time, based on he's Jim Hannafin, 1985. He was my head coach. I've got to come back to him because right now we've got to pay something off. He's tapping his fingers. He's all worried about not paying off the tees, whatever it may be. I'm going to tell the Jim Hannafin story because of what Paul Calvisi just brought up, the pregame speech that Jim Hannafin gave us in 1985. Isn't that right?
1985.
Rambo.
When Wolf does it, you got to watch on YouTube because he's got the faux cigarette and he's got all the gesticulations.
I just want you to know this.
The mannerisms.
For every rookie show that happened after Jim Hannafin, he was fired. I was only there 1 year. The veterans would make me get up and do Hanny. Dead mother. Okay.
By the way, I never asked you this. Was Hanny a defensive or offensive guy?
He was an offensive guy.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that stinks because my segue was going to be to the Cardinals defensive coordinator, and his name is Nick Rollis. Yes, the same defensive coordinator the past 3 years.
Yeah.
Yes, the defensive coordinator that came over from Philly with Jonathan Gannon.
Yes.
Gannon and Nick Rollis, very, very tight. Very close.
Yes.
And so Nick Rollis earlier today was asked about the disappointment of Jonathan Gannon getting let go.
Yeah, I mean, what the disappointing thing about it is, he put me in position to, help him have success, and we fell short. And so, I know he's a great coach. I think he's going to go on and have success and do great things. But you want to, people that put you in those positions, you want to be able to go out there and achieve things for them. So, he's been huge for my career. He's always a resource I can lean on. That's one of my close friends. But yeah, I think he's going to go on and do great things. And, I'm here now. We're not together, and I'm going to learn from Mike, and I'm excited as hell going forward.
Yeah, that really is. I mean, this is the way that it goes in the National Football League. And this is the reason why, Paulie, for years I've been talking about what a mercenary league the NFL is. And it is a mercenary league. Whether you're a trainer, you're an equipment man, you're the head coach, you're a coach on the coaching staff, you're a scout there's always somebody trying to take your job. Never forget that. You are mercenaries. And that is, honestly, friendships are formed. Oh, man, lifetime friendships are formed and fostered. But, man, never forget why you're there. It is about supporting your family. It is the biggest mercenary league on the face of the planet.
So the new head coach, Mike LaFleur, told the media today that he had long conversations with Nick Rawlis over the past few weeks, in-depth conversations. And that was a big part of Nick Rawlis being retained as a defensive coordinator. In fact, Darren Urban brought this up. If you go back to 2024, guess what? That Cardinals defense stymied the Rams. Do you know Matthew Stafford did not have a touchdown pass in the 2 games? It was the Week 2 Jack stopping 41-10. And then you remember the Week 17 Cardinals were all banged up. They lost James Conner early in that game. And then they were the helmet deflection away off Trey McBride's helmet from sweeping the Rams in 24. So did Nick Rawlis earn some respect from LaFleur? Guess what? It sounds like yes. Here's Rawlis on Facing LaFleur, Week 2, 24.
Yeah, he always wants to bring that one up, and then they've had definitely their good games against stuff, and I always want to bring those ones up. We've talked about all our games. We actually when we went back to 2021 when he was in New York and I was in Philly and talked about those matchups, and he's got a really good memory. I'll say that because I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm in there like, oh yeah, that play. Oh yeah, I remember that. Play 34. Yep, the second quarter, and it's unbelievable. I think he remembers every single play going back 5 years ago. So those we definitely he's brought that game up a lot. But we've talked about the 6 games we had the past 3 years, which has kind of been an awesome experience, being able to share kind of the thoughts behind all those games and kind of see the evolution of both his offense and then our defense throughout that time.
You know what, Paulie? The first game of 2025 against the Rams, to me, that is the game that I go back, and that is the game where you had Nick Rawlis in a nickel defense and rundown situation against the Rams that were in 12 personnel and sometimes 13 personnel, and Nick Rawlis still left the nickel defense out on the field. For me, it was an act of desperation. It was the chi and the chung. You know this, Paulie. I'm big on the chi, the extraordinary. The chung is the base. It's the norm. It's what you should do. At that point in time, there were so many injuries for the Arizona Cardinals defensively, so many injuries, that Nick Rawlis was like, I've got to do something extraordinary. I've got to do something totally different to try to stop the Rams in this offense. So instead of going with the chung, the norm, he went with the chi. And he said, I'm going to go with nickel. And, man, they got exposed in that game. And that was the game that JG, I'm pretty sure, said he didn't like the plan after it.
Both of them said that.
Both of them said
yes.
Nick Rawlis.
Facts.
Because Nick was trying the chi. This guy is an excellent coach, and he's going to prove it.
That was the game where Matthew Stafford started 1 of 4 passing, went to the sideline. Him, McVay, and LaFleur were like, okay, all right. They're going to sit in nickel and dime.
That's right.
Guess what? Here's 13 personnel.
12 and 13.
And they ran it 40 times in the game, which was like some regular season record for a game where you'd run multiple tight ends like that. And
you've got to be capable of being whatever you need to be to beat your opponent.
I just wish I didn't know about the chi and the chung. Hey, how could potential realignment affect the D-backs? Wait, what? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. It's truly never too early to plan for retirement. Oh, I know that, Basinonians. Whether it's decades away or just around the corner for you, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can assure you feel prepared for this financial shift that's going to happen in your life. Trajan Wealth, their core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency as well. These are just a few key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from competitors. That's right. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn more. Would you like a little bit more peace of mind in your investment portfolio? I'm sure that you would. Who wouldn't? How about starting with a second opinion? Pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and President's Day means executive-level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7-liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through full credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for that game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 62620 for exclusive offers.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute. Some information has come to light.
Oh, no.
So we have our power poll of incompetence. That's sort of a running list Okay, it's just general incompetence, ineptitude. Doesn't necessarily have to be sports. In fact, our clubhouse leader for over a year was the guy who started the Endless Shrimp at Red Lobster, and then Red Lobster had to file for bankruptcy.
Okay.
Because guys like Wolf would show up and strap on the old feed bag for the Endless Shrimp. So
I did not do that, Paulie.
we put the Australian breakdancer Ray Gun on there, for that Olympics performance. So different, we actually, regrettably, unfortunately, we put Mark McClune on there.
Okay.
Sports director at Arizona Family.
What up, Mark?
YouTube TV, I still can't get D-backs games or Suns games on Arizona Family, and it's the old Jeff Van Gundy. I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying I'm going to blame you. So we've made Mark McClune the face of that. Earlier in the show,
what up, Mark?
I threw out there.
Paulie said that. He's the one ripping you, not me, Mark. What up?
This show last week bottomed out when Rick admitted to never seeing Shawshank Redemption. Wolf lied through his teeth, saying he likes to go to the movies and eat his popcorn when he never leaves the compound.
The Warrior Queen, of course, and the kids.
And then Luke topped it off by calling Shawshank Redemption overrated. So that was just the trifecta of incompetence and ineptitude there. But now information has come to light, whereas we absolved Jamal earlier, apparently there was an incident this weekend at a rec basketball game.
Not an incident, Paul.
Well,
really?
Something noteworthy where Jamal apparently was not the example he needed to be to the youngsters playing the game.
Oh, no.
Would you care to elaborate from the booth?
I may or may not have gotten a technical foul.
Oh,
on Saturday.
Jamal!
How old are the kids?
13 and 15.
Oh,
wait a minute. Are you their coach?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I wasn't. It was my gripe was with the referees because first of all, one of the kids I'm playing against looks like he has 4 children and a mortgage, and
he drove to the game.
He drove to the game himself at 13 years old. Yeah, and my problem was he was sitting in the key long enough for him to make a 4-course meal.
Okay.
And I was like, I kept asking the referees, like, hey, can you count? And then they just refused to count. And so then I got a technical foul.
Boom! You didn't say anything bad.
No.
Oh.
No, I just got very animated.
All right.
I just got very animated.
There you go. Okay, well, it happens, Jamal, from time to time.
Did you stomp on the court?
Well, yes.
How close How close to like Bobby Hurley, Greg Popovich levels did you get here?
It was. I was jumping up and down.
Okay.
Like there was after I got my technical in order to stay in the game, and they made another bad call or missed a call. I literally sprinted out of the gym to keep myself.
Jamal,
from
this
yelling.
is really, really important right now. What'd you say to your boys after the game?
I apologized to him because I got for the tech.
You were accountable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, 100%. And that's accountability
It's
is
the
big.
way to model it.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah. And I just, I know it's rec league, but like with them, like if they see me passionate about it and me just not there because I have to be or something like that, maybe they're going to play as passionate because, you know what? Coach wants us to win. And he's even willing to get a technical foul for it.
Yes.
But but it was funny that I got it.
Rec league, there's only one speed. Whether it's rec league or any league, there's one speed. That's the way I am.
Well, you know how it is.
Laughing at?
No, in rec league, everyone's going pro in a rec league. So, yeah, I mean, it's winner take all. Absolutely. Let's be real.
One speed. Listen, my young crunk brothers, if you're going to compete, if you're going to pick any sport, there's one speed for that sport. It's your best speed. It's everything you've got. Otherwise, it's time for you to walk off, if you know what I mean, bro. Okay.
All right. So
I feel better now that I said that, Paul.
Would you feel better about?
Go Ed Malloy!
There it is. Yes.
So, I haven't heard that in about. You know what? The last time Paul was there.
It's one of my all-time favorites. So, except this time, instead of
brutal,
Jamal was yelling, "Can you count? Can you count?"
Okay.
So it's amazing how the officials might get feel a little insulted by that.
Paul, you got tossed from a game, didn't you once?
Wolf, how many
baseball game? Blake's baseball. You got tossed.
You're lucky we don't have time to go into how many times you went into the stands after fans. Let's talk about Major League Baseball. Only
twice.
Only twice.
Yeah. So don't get me started. What's your point, Paul?
Wolf, how would you feel? Let's forget about your transgression and how many personal, unnecessary roughness penalties you received and cost your team. Right. Because remember,
only one, Paul.
You know, ME is in team, so Wolf used to take the me and put it in a team. What about if we took teams and shuffled them around, put them in different divisions, in different regions of the? What if Major League Baseball added 2 teams, went from 30 to 32? And then split up the divisions, because you know what? D-backs president Derek Hall was talking about potential realignment coming, and maybe coming sooner than we think, to Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I've heard it as well, and I think that would also have to depend on expansion. If there's going to be extra teams, you know, I've heard that we could go to 32 one day, and if that's the case, then it probably does make sense to look at realignment. We've had a lot of realignment in the past. You know, I can remember when our division was, before we were around, but it was the Reds and the Braves in that division, which, you know, didn't make much sense back then. So I think geographically there always could be a need for realignment. I do like the rivalries we have right now, Vic. I like the fact that, you know, we do have that rivalry with the Dodgers, whether people want to admit it or not. They've always tried to create a natural rivalry between us and the Tigers, and then it was us and the Rockies. But I think the fact that the Dodgers, the Padres, and the Giants all compete with us, I do like it. I like the way we're situated right now, but I could definitely be open to realignment if it helps all of us from a travel standpoint.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think this is coming. There's no doubt about it. Paulie, I know you don't follow Major League Baseball very often. I know you're on the sideline there, Paulie. I know, but there are only 30 teams in baseball.
Thank you.
They want to go to 32. They'd like to expand to 32. They want to split it up into 8 4-team divisions, Paulie.
Basinonians, this is the one story Wolf actually did some prep on. This is the one story Wolf actually sent us all some info on. So now he's the expert.
I'm just saying right now, Basinonians, Paulie, just got to bring him up to date on this. I know you haven't been around, but Paul, how about this? There are some cities that are out there that are being considered for this expansion to 32.
Such as, Wolf?
Paul, there's Nashville.
Oh.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Salt Lake City.
Okay.
Poland, or Portland, as I like to call it. I like to call it Poland in the Wolfley compound. Portland or Charlotte, Paul.
Charlotte.
Okay. Those 4 teams right there seem to be the front runners. I know there are other cities. Mexico City has even been actually promoted as a possibility of I'm not buying that. Rick, are you buying that at all? What about you, Jamal? Do you buy that, Mexico City?
I mean, it's kind of a haul down there. It's not. Mexico City isn't like very close to the rest of Major League Baseball. So, I mean, I think it would be cool, but I'm not sure. It's like the NFL saying, "Oh, we're going to put a team in London." Like that's a haul.
Yes, it is a haul. What about you, Jamal? Your take on that?
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean, like, imagine the Blue Jays going down and playing whatever team in Mexico City. I think it's too far of a flight. It's again, even for the Mexico City team, who's going to have to travel.
Of the 4 cities that I mentioned, Basinonians, right now, and you can answer along on this, what are the 2 you think are most likely to actually be included in the expansion? For me, I think of Nashville immediately.
Portland, I think. Portland.
I can't get my mind off Poland. I mean, that would be, you know, you're going into Warsaw, D-backs against the Poland Kibasas.
Yeah, right,
or,
Paulie.
you know, I mean, that would be outstanding,
Portland,
right?
Don't you, Paulie? You love Portland.
I mean, you know, the pierogies against the D-backs, that'd be great. You're going into Poland.
If you're thinking about countries that are, you know, most baseball-esque in Europe, like Poland is known for their sausage culture.
That's
and baseball is also known for its sausage
it's
culture.
like Milwaukee. You just go in, you get a couple of brats, couple of beers.
Exactly. Yeah. What's the difference between Poland and Milwaukee?
That has always been the name in the Wolfley compound for Portland. Poland. Okay, there we go.
Well, we accomplished a lot in this segment. That's good. We talked about...
You're late as always, Paul.
By the way, my opinion, thanks for asking. I never got to my opinion. Hey, Major League Baseball free advice. Calvisi Consulting, the Paulie Pine Tar Division. Do not become the Pac-12. Do not ruin all the existing rivalries. The D-backs better be playing the Dodgers. Capiche? Because if all of a sudden, like ASU playing Iowa State, when they're not playing UCLA and USC... That's a problem.
Yeah, Paul.
That's a detriment.
You know what's a problem, too? You're 2 minutes late, Paul. Did you really have to say that? Check yourself, Paul.
We didn't have to mop up your polling mistake. Who's the most important son down the stretch, it asks here, other than Devin Booker or Dylan the Villain? That's next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports. Local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
But all in all, it was a good weekend for the Suns.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You had Matt Ishbia playing well. Devin Booker nearly won the three-point contest. He was part of the winning team. We saw Devin Booker again do the things that Devin Booker does on stacked teams. He just becomes a jack of all trades.
Yeah.
He played really well. And then they get the handoff to All-Star 2027 in Phoenix, which was kind of a celebration in itself.
You could make a very strong argument, and this is fantastic for Suns fans, that Devin Booker won the All-Star game and Kevin Durant lost the All-Star game.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, now is the time to start building your defense against the sun. With All Pro Shade Concepts, you know it's coming, Basinonians. That's right. Smart homeowners are getting free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio. Why? Because if you wait too long, you're going to get burned back there. These shades, of course, are custom fit. So the earlier they measure, the sooner your home is going to be protected. Man, beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. I can tell you, we've had All Pro Shade Concepts come out to the Wolfley compound, and they totally did an unbelievable job, and we're sitting in shade right now. Go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com, where homeowners save 50% off or more on new AC units.
You're probably wondering, if I buy a new AC unit online, who's coming to install it?
Or am I about to get upsold once they show up?
Those are fair questions.
At NewACUnit.com, we only use hand-selected, top-rated installers.
And the price you see online, that's the price. No surprises.
Get your price in minutes at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com. And I don't want to believe that maybe this is the end. I know you're kind of a tease, but is this really pretend? Something tells me I'm wrong. With you, I never can tell. The way you drag
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Newsmakers Week continues with a jam-packed schedule that includes Kenny Dillingham, Torey Lavello, and a lot more. We get started at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Just to be clear, Wolf is not reporting that Major League Baseball is considering expanding to Poland. It was Portland.
Right. Also known as Poland in the compound.
So there is a chance, though, that the Cardinals next season go to either Rio de Janeiro, Paris, or Mexico City. Theoretically, because the home teams have already been decided. Cowboys are going to play in Rio. Saints are going to play in Paris. 49ers are going to play in Mexico City. The Cardinals visit every one of those teams on their away schedule.
Okay. So, Paulie, is
Tick,
the
tock.
sideline.
We'll
as a
see.
sideline guy, do you have a preference as to where you might actually be capable of going?
Brazil would be pretty
Yeah,
dang
I'm
cool.
just saying.
Pretty
Yeah,
cool.
you know what, honestly, if I were still involved in terms of broadcasting with you, Paulie, I would want Rio as well. Never been to Rio.
I forget.
Mental note to self. Take the Warrior Queen to Rio at some point.
One of the Fast and Furious movies was set in Rio. So, it's Ask Burnsy. He'll tell you all about it. Wolf, the Suns, okay, are going to be back at it at the Spurs tomorrow night.
Okay.
How many games to go again? You said it earlier.
27, as a matter of fact, Paul.
So,
isn't that right, Rick? 27, yes.
Last time we saw the Suns, it was a home loss to the OKC where they got KO'd 136-109. They lost by 27, trailed by 37. But they were missing Devin Booker and Jalen Green. They were held out because it would have been back-to-back. Grayson Allen missed that game with his knee. So, all right. The analytics here, and I have a hard time believing this, the Suns have the 9th toughest remaining schedule.
Yes.
They're 4 wins shy of matching the win total from last season. And if you do the math historically, you're going to need low 40s, at least in terms of a win total, to make the play-in. High 40s if you want to be in the top 6 and avoid the play-in.
Yes.
Okay. Can you do what you've done so far this season and make the playoffs? Can you do what you've done so far this season and at least qualify for the play-in, or the other teams gaining ground on the Suns?
Yes.
And you're going to need a little more out of some more dudes.
Yeah, Paul, I think they're going to need a little bit more. But right now, what they have accomplished right now, right now, at this point, at the All-Star break, what they have accomplished is truly incredible. Surpassed every expectation for the most part that was out there. Now, maybe not their expectation, maybe not alignment's expectation, yet at the same time, so many people, so many broadcasters, so many analysts in regard to the NBA, they were wrong about the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns are not going to surprise anybody anymore. And this is something that I think is really a big deal going forward. It is. There are teams now, Basinonians, that are getting up to play the Phoenix Suns. Getting up to play them. This is really important, Paulie. 27 more games to go, and you're talking about a tough schedule as well. They're not going to surprise anybody anymore. And that is a huge component, a huge piece to this story.
Okay.
The Suns have got to play exceptionally well if they want to actually get into the playoffs.
You've cited 3 factors that have me scared, that have me terrified, that have me sounding the alarm right now.
Oh,
I am really worried about A, that strength of schedule.
What is this?
B, what you talked about in terms of you're going to need more out of guys not named Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks.
Okay,
Can you count on that?
Yes.
And then maybe the most dangerous aspect.
Oh, dangerous.
In addition to the fact that teams are now gunning for you, you're no longer an unknown.
Yeah, you got that right.
Is the mindset you just shared, Ron Wolfley. I'm here to tell you, you're part of the problem.
Why?
Because you're content and satisfied with the Suns already reaching their preseason predictions for win totals.
I am not content, nor am I satisfied.
It's that sort of malaise you don't want in the locker room. It's that sort of sense of, oh, we've already overachieved what everyone expected. Here comes cruise control over February, March, and April.
That's why the dogs you have in the locker room are important, Paul.
That's what terrifies me. It's the human condition, the mindset that, you know what, I've already done what's needed to be done here. We've already exceeded the expectations. Everyone has been wrong, dead wrong, on what we were going to do this year. We're 9 games above 500. Hey, everyone, 1, 2, 3, Cabo.
Paul, remember when you were in the marching band and you were a trumpeter in the marching band, Paul? Remember when you were the lead trumpet and suddenly you got lax as the lead trumpet?
Last time, Rick, it was me as a male cheerleader. This time around, I was in the band.
Yes.
Funny how these fabrications work.
Paul got ejected from the marching band because he got into it with a player on the field.
By the way, no, I'm not Jamal with the referees. By the way, the Clippers sit in the 10th spot.
He was blowing the trumpet in his ear.
They've won 20 out of 27. Another reason to be scared.
I may have made that up based on it.
Danger on the horizon. And all of a sudden, the Suns might look at their standing right now and say, hey, man, we're 7th in the West. We're all good. We're only 3 games out of 3rd. 27 games from now. Psh.
We got Jalen Green coming back.
You're disrespecting Portland by calling them Poland. Here come the Trailblazers all of a sudden to snag that 10th and final spot, and you're on the outside looking in before you know it.
Okay, Paulie. Are you done? That was really kind of cool right there. I like that. I love the fact you use betting to make your point as well. Context matters, Basin Orleans, when you broadcast. It just does.
Also trying to buy you some time because you've yet to answer the question.
You know what else matters is actually making a point.
And I'm trying to get you to answer the question and make your point. Who is the most important Sun down the stretch other than Booker and Brooks?
Jalen Green.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, really, Paul?
Wrong answer.
I mean, honestly.
It's obviously Grayson Allen.
Oh, my goodness,
You need the
Paul.
three-point shooting. You need the dog. You need Grayson Allen to return to form.
Talent, Paul, that is trying to actually figure out who he's going to play with and how they're going to play when he's out there on the floor. Does that matter, Basin Audience? Do you think exposure to each other actually matters? Especially when you have raw talents, Mustangs out on the floor. Jalen Green, how's he going to play with Devin Booker? Not to mention the other 3 guys that are going to be out there on the floor, Paul. They've got to find this stuff out. Jalen Green is a massive, massive talent. How are you going to wedge him in to the rotation? And what's it going to look like?
What was the old
How
BA
can it
saying?
be anybody else?
The BA saying, Bruce Arians, right? You either get exposure or you're exposed.
Yes.
I'm afraid, Wolf, you were exposed in that segment. Hey, what style of offense does Nathaniel Hackett plan to install with the Cardinals? We'll talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke, who's been here around less than Jalen Green on the floor. It is Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The thing I would be a little worried about the Suns is that their style of play demands such a high level of energy. I hope they're not running out of gas.
And where they've got nothing left.
Where they've got nothing left. Where they get to the last 20 games of the season.
You want to peak at the right time.
And they're just gassed. But Jordan Ott's style just demands constant energy all the time, especially for a team that outside of the center position doesn't really have that much size. So they really have to outwork, out hustle, do that sort of thing. That style of basketball requires an awful lot of effort.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. And number 4, Arizona will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for that game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Babbo Italian Eatery. On February 25th, dine at any of Babbo's 7 Valley locations to raise money for pancreatic cancer research. In honor of founder Ken Pollock, a huge baseball fan. Support the cause. Details at babboitalian.com.
What happens to Kyler Murray?
They can cut him, but they would be taking a big cap hit.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, Paulie Pencil next sitting in.
Yeah.
I don't know much, Wolf, but I know this much. That when the New England Patriots came to play the Cardinals, the end of the 24 season, 2 years ago, you called the game.
Yeah, that's right, Paulie.
Remember us talking, right? We educate Dave Pash, obviously, on the game of football, the two of us. We were talking to Pash, and we're saying, you know what? This could be the worst roster we've seen in a long time.
Yes.
The New England Patriots.
Right.
They had Christian Gonzalez. He's a dude. He was even better this year at corner. And they had a young and up-and-coming quarterback by the name of Drake May, finishing up his rookie year.
What's up, Drake?
That worked out pretty well for New England.
Oh, you look young.
But other than that, I mean, you looked at their roster, and you're like, you got a bunch of guys. First name Jack, last name Squat. I mean, they had a lot of nothing. And what'd they do in the offseason? They nailed the head coach. They nailed the quarterback in Drake May. Missed the MVP award by a single vote. Now, they benefited from the NFL's easiest schedule. I get it. But they nailed Milton Williams and other free agents. They drafted well. Obviously, very well coached.
You don't get to the Super Bowl, Paul. You don't get to the Super Bowl because you played weak opponents. Okay? You just don't do it.
Good point.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Just saying.
Second thing we've agreed on in 3.5 hours. My point is, you went from 4 wins in an abysmal roster with zero future to 14 wins and the stinking Super Bowl in 1 year.
Yes.
It can be done.
It can be done, Paulie. It can, but that means your second-year players going into their third year really have got to develop. Your rookies going into their second year, you've really got to develop. As a matter of fact, I think exponentially, when you look at it, the biggest room for growth for a human being is from his rookie year to his second year. I think that is where you make your biggest jump. If that rookie year, so much about just laying the foundation. I belong here. I belong out on this field with these guys. I can play with these guys. You got to really convince yourself of that. And you have to feed your confidence level. That's laying the foundation. Then once you lay that foundation that I can play with these guys, now it's like year 2. And year 3, I'll even throw that in as well. Now you're building on that foundation. Now you're building and you're doing it with confidence. And that's one of the reasons why you see so many players take off from their rookie year to their second year, really establish themselves. The Arizona Cardinals, the biggest question mark that I have going forward right now. Listen, Big Red needs a quarterback. Do they now, Paulie? They need a quarterback. The Cardinals also have to rebuild their offensive line. Ron Wolfley reporting. Marvin Harrison Jr.
My sources.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to declare, who are you? Who is Marvin Harrison Jr.? Who is he going to be? He's got to declare. Having said all of that right now, there are so many young guns on this team. Guys that are going into year 3. Guys that are going into year 2. Guys that I'm looking at right now, Marvin Harrison Jr., it starts with him. Will Johnson, Darius Robinson, Isaiah Adams, Walter Nolan III, Tip Ryman, Max Melton, Garrett Williams, Trey Benson, B.J. Ojala. These are guys that are developing and have a lot of talent. Who are you going to be? Who are you going to be next season? That's what I want to know. And, Paul, that's where the biggest improvement on this team could come from. Right there, those names.
So you have a new head coach and a new play caller in Mike LaFleur. You have a new offensive coordinator in Nathaniel Hackett. Let's meet and greet. Here he was earlier today, and he was asked how he envisions his role.
Gosh, I don't even look at it as a split. You know, I think for me, my goal, no matter what the role is that the entire staff understands the plan and can call the game the exact same way. That's really, in essence, what you're looking for. That it doesn't matter who's got the paper. It doesn't matter who's got the microphone to the quarterback. It's everybody's going to call it the same way. So I think it's more about doing whatever I can do to help Mike get to that place that he's got a can't stop me mentality. And he's feeling it when he's out there and being able to call the plays and dial it up. And the quarterback knows that. So for me, it's just all about being there for him, helping him develop the plans, helping him develop anything that he needs, and make it so he could be the best version of himself.
You know what would help?
What?
If the Arizona Cardinals offense didn't lead the NFL in passing attempts while also sporting the fewest rushing attempts.
Yes.
That's how dire the disparity was last year.
And it was the only way they could really move the ball.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, 13 different offensive linemen played. They had 8 different starting offensive line combinations. They lost more than 50 man games along the offensive line alone.
And from the very beginning, the offensive line was underperforming ball.
Yeah.
That was the thing about it, man. The first couple of weeks, even when they won the first 2 games, it was like, whoa, hey, what's going on here? What's up with the offensive line, which was a strength the previous 2 years?
Let me just give you a quick Paulie postcard from the sideline. Do you know how many times Jacoby Brissett took a massive hit?
Man.
And he came over to the sideline, and he gritted it out, and he got to the sideline, and all the trainers came running over. Like, you good, what's up? And he would shake everyone off, wave everyone off, and he'd make it down to the bench, and he'd grab the tablet, and then he would go out for the next series.
Tough as nails.
I mean, Keaton Slovis would grab the ball and start warming up. He gained so much respect in that locker room and on that sideline. He is a tough dude. He would hang in there and take some hellacious hits.
It's the reason why I can say with certitude that I do believe, and this is just my opinion based on earnings. Nobody has told me this, but it's the reason why I believe the Arizona Cardinals will move ahead with Jacoby Brissett. They will do it. They are prepared to do that. Do I think they're going to try to address the quarterback position? Yeah, they could do it. No doubt about it. They could bring somebody in free agent-wise. They could bring somebody in to compete with Jacoby Brissett. They could draft a young guy, maybe even in the second round. Who knows? I'm just saying there's a lot of possibilities that are out there. But to me, I think the baseline is that they could step forward with Jacoby Brissett because of how he played last year. Once again, did they win games? No, based on earnings. They really didn't, okay? They won 1. But having said that, it was a situation where he played so much better. The offense moved the ball, and he wasn't even in a balanced offense. That was the most surprising thing about it.
I can see there's a thought bubble over your head, and it's saying, what about his relationship with Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay and the Jets? You know, what did Nathaniel Hackett learn from working with A-Rod?
Always have an answer for what you're going to do. I think that as a coach, if you're going to get up in front of anybody and you're going to talk to them, you have to have the answer of the why. And we always say that, but not a lot of guys will kind of test you. Aaron will test you. And I think that made me a much better coach because every step, every footwork, from how do you take a snap from under center to how you throw a football to how you hand a football off, how you mesh every single thing had to be answered. And so I always had to have that. And that, again, makes you better. So you have to truly be an expert of every facet of the game, whether it's pass protection, whether it's O-line technique. And so it just made me better and challenged me every day.
Your thoughts on that, Paul?
Well, not surprising, that Aaron Rodgers is going to challenge you and want to know the why.
Yeah.
That's all right. It elevates everyone. But B, what do you hear about the young players these days? That they absolutely want to know the why. I mean, Wolf, you come in here with your ideas, and Jamal and Rick, they're not having it. They want to hear the why. They want to hear the why around here.
Yeah.
How about a thank you for the support of Arizona Sports 98.7 and Sun Devil Athletics. We're inviting you to the men's basketball game February 28th against Utah. Use the code 98.7 to unlock the exclusive discount. Head on over to the contest page on arizonasports.com for all the info. All right, expectations for the D-backs. Should we expect them to be as high as they were last year? That's next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Coffee.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I also think he's protection as a 3-and-D guy in case they make a move in the offseason. They gave him a 2-year contract.
There you go.
Yes.
See, no, I'm being serious.
I know.
There you go.
Yes.
That's it.
If you trade Royce O'Neal, you traded a Grayson Allen, you've got another 3-and-D guy.
That's it.
That's under contract next year.
That's it. I mean, that's absolutely it.
That is it.
You're giving yourself, you're not going to go where you want to go unless you not break this roster up a little bit, but you are going to have to make moves this offseason.
And if you traded a Royce or an Allen and you've got Highsmith under contract next year, he replaces one of those guys.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You might want to go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com if your teeth are all jacked up. Paulie knows all about that. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, man. The Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they are locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team, man, they deliver results that you can trust. This is your health, Basinonians, not a sales pitch. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free, too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait, what?
Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click BuyFordNow.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Wolf and Luke talk spring training now.
All right, so earlier I went through Need or Want, the game show that's sweeping the AZ. Wolf jacked it all up. I didn't get to all the bullet points, so I'm going to return to and just to refresh your memory, we listed Need or Want for the D-backs this year. Defense, closer, ham-ate bones, air conditioning ducts. We never did get the center fielder. You know, history shows in that ballpark, you better have an above-average center fielder if you want to be above average in the win-loss column. And then in terms of this one, how about $200 million? Do you consider it
Need or want?
Meaning the Dodgers. Do you need another $200 million to compete with the Dodgers? Because the D-backs' current payroll is projected around $200 million, an all-time high in franchise history. In fact, they're only $7.5 million away from the luxury tax. So they've increased the spending. We get it. But you're also in the same division as the stinking Dodgers, whose payroll is around $400 million.
So, Paulie, it's a situation where it can't be a need because it's not going to happen. It can't be a need. It's got to be a want. Correct?
No.
You see the logic behind that?
No.
It's not going to happen, Paul.
No, Wolf.
You're
Wolf.
not going to add $200 million to the Diamondbacks' payroll.
That's not the question. The question is, do you need the $200 million to compete in the NL West?
Yes.
That's the question. Oh, you do?
Well,
so the season's over. Forget the division title.
It's all about whose perspective you're talking about. Need or want, Paul.
I mean, the folks in Anthem are trying to follow what you're trying to say here, Wolf, and a shout-out to everyone in Anthem right now.
Yeah.
My condolences as Wolf tries to elaborate.
You need $200 million more. You're never going to get it. So it's a want. I don't know what you're talking about, Paul.
Wolf, in the 2023 postseason, when the D-backs took out the Dodgers, they didn't need another $200 million. They got it done. I'm asking you, is there enough on this roster right here, right now to compete?
I see the perspective you're coming in.
I mean, are you automatically setting the ceiling at the last wild card? That's pretty much where I am right now in terms of until I see more out of the bullpen, until I see the defense prove itself. I know on paper the defense is a lot better. I got to see it. You know, the starting pitching, to me, is still the strength of this team. I get it with the offense, but... You know, look, I mean, you added two corner infielders who struggled the last couple of years at the plate, and Carlos Santana and Nolan Arenado. So, can they really?
Yeah, you know, for me right now, I'd like that. Just go ahead and let that go, based on it. You know, can I just say though? Thank you, Paul, for that. For me, I do believe the Diamondbacks can be competitive if the rotation is competitive. See, that is a big if right now. This is a team that I believe is going to have to win games, basically built on pitching and defense. I think it's one of the things that the freaky Mike Hazen went ahead and really tried to improve. Freaky Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing. And I also know, too, this is a good hitting team, but Basinonians, I believe pitching and defense is how you win. And having said that, win consistently, I should say. And having said that now, I want to know if that rotation is going to be able to hold up. This is a do-over. It really is. When you think of the Arizona Diamondbacks going into the summer of 2026, it is a do-over as far as I'm concerned, especially when you talk about the rotation. Now, I realize Corbin Burns, he started. I understand he started. There he was. Look, everybody, it's opening day. There's Corbin Burns taking the ball for the Diamondbacks. I realize he went out there and got roughed up a little bit and all of a sudden got a whole lot better. Had an ERA of 2.66 overall before he got hurt, and then he was done. Okay, so the rotation to me is going to be critical. Why? Because the bullpen is a question mark right now. So if your rotation is starting to fall apart and not eat as many innings as you think they should, it's just going to turn the bullpen into a mess at that point in time. For me, defense is going to be greatly improved on this team. Having said that, the question mark to me comes down specifically to the rotation, and it's a do-over. It is. Look at the rotation. Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, E-Rod. Yes, Brandon. Brandon Pfaadt, the question mark is there. Will it be an exclamation point or will it turn into a period? We have to wait and see.
Well, it took more than 3 hours, but the booth is finally on its A game, actually contributing to the show here. Thinking they're cute.
Kick in the face.
With the Carlos Santana. I mean, let's be honest. Come on. How old are you guys? What do you guys know about Carlos Santana?
Yeah, Paulie.
Go to the Woodstock movie and watch that performance. By the way, I went into AI. Did you know that Oyo Como Va, that it translates loosely into, hey, how's it going? Or more formally, listen to how it goes. So that's the question we posed to the owner, Ken Kendrick. Hey, how's it going when it comes to the general consensus around the league about the Dodgers?
Well, I don't. I can only speak for us, and the Dodgers are a very financially successful enterprise, very, very large revenues, and what did I say earlier about spending on the expense side? The revenues that are coming in is something that we all look at doing. The Dodgers are honestly not overspending their revenues. They're playing by the rules, and good for them and bad for us that they have a lot more revenue than we have. But I don't have any bad feelings about what they do and how they do it. They're very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can argue the Shohei Ohtani and the criminal deferral of money to avoid California taxes. We can argue that all day, but I would say this. I would say, well, to answer the question that I posed, I share your opinion a little bit on the starting rotation. The starting rotation for the D-backs will allow them to compete.
Yes, or not.
But they're not going to win unless they fix that bullpen. Because when is a loss more than a loss? When it was a win until the bullpen took the ball.
Yeah.
And too often that happened last year.
Yeah.
Where all of us, the bullpen is getting booed at home by D-backs fans.
Yeah, but once again, Paulie, I think you can continue to address that. I think you can with a bullpen right now. And they've got some arms back there that I'm very interested in seeing how they're going to develop as well. But having said that, so much of it is going to be predicated on that rotation. And those five guys taking the ball and going out there and going deep into games. It's going to be critical, especially for the guys at the top, Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. They have to set the tone for everybody else. I love this because, once again, there's a lot of star power that is out there. Corbin Burns, waiting for Corbin Burns to actually come back, and hopefully that's going to be in July when that's going to happen. Hopefully it'd be awesome if it was before the All-Star break, but you get my point, him coming back and suddenly having Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, a motivated Zach Gallen. Merrill Kelly coming back, getting the ball to start opening day. And then Zach Gallen, of course, coming back, trying to prove a point. His own words, not mine. And then you get Corbin Burns back. Man, I'm just saying right now, this is a run-it-back rotation right now. And I cannot wait to see how it produces because I think it's pivotal. If the Diamondbacks are going to be competitive, it's going to be because of their rotation. being better than anything else on their team.
Yeah, Corbin Burns did say he hopes to be back around the All-Star break.
That's right.
To your point. So, and you know what? Forget ESPN.com this morning saying the D-backs offseason was a C+, giving out their grades. Come on.
It's just awful. It is.
I mean, okay, they didn't win the Rex Ryan Award for winning the offseason, but C+? No.
They kept Cattell Marte, the Cattell correction.
Hey, Mike LaFleur spoke to the media in addition to the coordinators. So guess what? We're going to talk about that next. We'll hear from the Cardinals' new head coach, Calvisi in for Luke. Down this stretch we come on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is turning heads everywhere, and now you've got a President's Day event to match.
You've got it, Dave. President's Day is the perfect time to go electric in a big way. Right now, get up to $9,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV or lease it for just $749 a month. This is a bold ride with serious savings, but only for a limited time.
So shop and buy online all the time by going to libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to CBS Sports, the Arizona Cardinals will be keeping Matt Feeney on their defensive staff. He was the team's outside linebackers coach last season. According to NFL Network, the Cardinals are hiring former Texas Longhorns defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski as their defensive line coach. For the latest Cardinals news, head on over to arizonasports.com. And number 4, U of A will be without Koa Pete tonight when the Wildcats host BYU at McHale Center. Tip-off for that game is at 7. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food. Family-owned since 1977, bringing you award-winning Mexican flavor and a great happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hungry yet? Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Need or want?
That's right. Here we go. It's the game show sweeping the AZ. Need or want? Ron Wolfley, come on down.
I would not say sweeping it, Paul.
You're not going to mail in the last half hour of this show. Not on my watch. Here we go. Need or want? We're going no huddle. Little tempo here from the top. Do the Cardinals need or want the following? Starting with the Gamble report that the Cardinals are, quote, intrigued by Tyson Bagent. So when it comes to the Bears' backup quarterback,
need or want?
Well, you know what, Paulie? They definitely need a backup quarterback, and you need that guy to be ready to play. I think, though, I'm going to put this in the want category at the moment.
Have you picked up a mock draft recently? Because there seems to be a consensus. Do the Cardinals, at number 3 overall, when it comes to offensive tackle,
need or want?
What says you?
Oh, they need it, Paulie. They need Francis Mauigoa, as a matter of fact. I like calling him Francis. Francis! I just love that, and I hope he's got the Francis mentality as well. They need Mauigoa as their right tackle. And I also like the fact he could literally play, I believe this based on needs, he could literally play at anywhere across the board other than center. He could play any guard, any tackle. He could do it if you give him some reps there. Having said that, he's going to be the right tackle if you draft him at number 3.
If we have time a little bit later, I'm going to rip one of your recent takes when it comes to offensive tackle versus edge.
Oh, my goodness.
The next one, all the talk about QB1, offensive line. What about RB1?
Need or want?
I'm sorry, right now I've got to put that in the want category because what they need is Trey Benson to step up. That's what they need. They need Trey Benson to be that guy. He is flashed. There's no doubt about it. He is flashed. And you look at him, he is capable of being that guy, and we have seen it. They just need him to be healthy, and they need him to be consistent going forward.
All right, speaking of health, one last category. Calais Campbell, is he coming back?
Oh, man.
Bilal Nichols. Is Dalvin Tomlinson a cap casualty? Walter Nolan III with the knee. Defensive line.
Need or want?
Yeah, and I'll take Calais if he's coming back. I'll take him.
We all will.
About it.
Sure.
What is that, year 19, Paulie? Yeah, okay, we'll take you coming back, Calais.
The ultimate OG.
Yes. I think there will be a lot of upheaval on the defensive line. I think there's going to be a youth movement that is going to come rolling around. Walter Nolan III, oh my goodness. If there is one guy that could stay healthy going into 2026 on the defensive line right now, I'm looking at Walter Nolan III, because if he could stay healthy, this guy is going to explode. I honestly believe that. Become one of the most destructive forces in the football universe.
Oh, yeah. Every time he was on the field, he was a problem. He was a headache.
He was.
All right, so this morning, you had the head coach, you had the new coordinators all meeting the media, including special teams coordinator Michael Gobriel from the Giants, where he's 2 years as special teams coordinator. Before that, the assistant special teams coordinator with the Jets. And, Wolf, this is for you. He was asked how he gravitated towards coaching special teams.
Well, I've always felt that special teams is the purest form of football. In a special teams, whatever unit you're coaching, you're doing things that you do on offense and defense. And that's part of my job, is to create some similarities to some players that may not have experience doing it, especially when you're talking about the transition from college to professional. It's block destruction, it's blockability, it's speed of the ball, it's tackling, it's ball security. All those things show up on offense. All those things show up defensively.
Yeah, defensively and offensively, because you have to be able to block playing special teams. You also have to be able to tackle playing special teams. You might not be a defensive player, but you've got to be able to tackle. You might be a fullback, as a matter of fact, and you have to go out there and tackle somebody, which I was really not that good at. Having said that, though, for the most part, kickoff cover, it's interesting to hear him say special teams is the purest form of football. Can I tell you right now, the scariest thing in the game of football was kickoff cover. It used to be where you lined up and you sprinted 60 yards down the field, and you may not have contacted anybody until you actually get up on the return man. And the collision of that is stunning when you think about it, the violence. Well, you know what? And when I say violence, Basinonians, I mean that in a football sense, not real life. Comprendo? Yes. Listen, the kickoff cover is still about violence. The more violent man wins, even today. You can't use your speed because the dude is 5 yards away from you for the most part. But you know what you can use? Violence. Again, as it pertains to the game of football, violence to get by the guy who is trying to block you. Sometimes, Paulie, that violence is a threat. Maybe it's a threat. Maybe he's seen you on tape do really, really violent things on the football field. He's like, this guy, he's a violent guy. He's a really physical guy, and he's going to hunker down. And because of that, you can beat him easily. You can actually set him up because of your violence. It's sometimes the most important thing you could do is have a threat of running a guy over. And because of that threat, it allows you to beat him more easily. So, Paulie, it's
like a pass rusher with the ball. You establish the ball early, and then you use that to your advantage.
It's still very physical. You know what? I will also say punt pro. Punt pro. My coach used to put the red dot on you. When you were, there you were. You were the right guard on punt pro. And he'd put the red dot on you. And the guy that would line up over you, he'd say, better man wins. Better man wins. He would literally put the dot on you and say the better man wins. And you were hoping on that play, you were the better man.
Can I put the dot on you right now?
Yeah.
We've got a whole sheet here of Mike LaFleur sound. Can we get to the head coach?
Paulie, honestly.
Are you done with the special teams soliloquy?
People want to know this stuff. Never forget this, Basinonians.
Oh,
Are you ready?
No, I'm making the segue.
That's right. Forget it, Paul. Listen to this. Are you rolling on this, Rick? You better be rolling on this right now.
This better be good.
Basinonians, velocity times mass equals impact.
Thanks, Einstein.
Is the game of football. Velocity times mass equals impact.
Hashtag no math. Speaking of being better.
Hey, you two, do not forget that.
Mike LaFleur asked how the defense, he's head coach now. He's not just an offensive guy, he's head coach. So how can the Cardinals defense be better?
Yeah, I think sometimes, again, I'll go back to the totality of it, the improvements from 23 to 24. I mean, I've been on record. I mean, they got after us good. Obviously, in week 2 out here was one of the more embarrassing losses I've ever been a part of. And then really that second to last game up at SoFi, we're going to catch that ball next time. But in that moment, being a Ram, we escaped one right there. We couldn't do anything, and our defense played well that game to give us a chance, but we couldn't do anything. And, I look at the first part of the 25 season. I was on record in the press conference saying, what Stafford said, and that's real. You can ask him. We came in, it's like, this does not look like the record that shows, and we knew that. And yeah, there's a lot of learning lessons from that back half of the year. I like what I heard in terms of how we're going to improve from there. And he's too good of a coach. He's too smart. He connects with these guys not to be able to improve from those, from that back half.
What do you think of that, Paul? Nobody cares, but what do you think? I mean, honestly.
Well, he's not lying. I mean, 2024, that Cardinals defense took it to Sean McVay, Mike LaFleur, and the Rams.
Paul, you're going to walk up to somebody and say velocity times mass equals impact.
What I am going to say is
game of football.
When you were professing your man crush on Reuben Bain Jr. earlier this week, right? And then you wrapped up that whole thing, you're Shakespearean on Reuben Bain Jr., and then you wrapped it up by saying, but I still wouldn't draft him over Maui Noah. I was in the car pounding the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Why not? Why would you not take the edge rusher?
Because Francis.
Do you
Francis is
not
special.
Remember the hierarchy?
Francis is special, Paul.
Mass times velocity, you need to remember this. 1, quarterback. 2, get to the quarterback.
Yes.
3, protect that quarterback.
Yeah.
Get to the quarterback still supersedes.
Paul, get it right.
Protect that quarterback.
It's not mass times velocity. It's velocity times mass equals impact. Get it right, Paul.
Hopefully Devin Booker and Jalen Green can be better together than the two of us here today. Suns GM Brian Gregory had something to say about that.
Oh.
And it's next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The thing I would be a little worried about the Suns is that their style of play demands such a high level of energy. I hope they're not running out of gas.
And where they've got nothing left.
Where they've got nothing left. Where they get to the last 20 games of the season.
You want to peak at the right time.
And they're just gassed. But Jordan's style just demands constant energy all the time, especially for a team that outside of the center position doesn't really have that much size. So they really have to outwork, out hustle, do that sort of thing. That style of basketball requires an awful lot of effort.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander-level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from gated financing. Exclude some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Hey, it's Bodie, owner of newacunit.com. Look, I know, buying an AC unit online sounds like it's probably going to turn into a mess. People always ask me who's installing it, who's coming to my house, what's the price really going to be. So here it is, as straight as I can shoot it to you. The newacunit.com price, that's the price. No upsells, no surprises. People honestly save 50% or more on their brand new air conditioning unit. It works, it's real, it's legit. That's newacunit.com.
newacunit.com. We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location
Here are the
at
top 3
BabboItalian.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Nick Rallis is not taking his second chance as Cardinals DC lightly. Brent Brennan says great choices helped Arizona rebound from what he called a terrible 2024 foundation. And ASU rides pressure to signature win over number 13 Texas Tech as JT Toppin exited late. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
My game plan coming in was going to be opposite-itis. That's what I call it. Whatever you said, I was just going to go opposite and rip you. But since you really didn't bring anything, there wasn't a lot for me to go on. Well, shout out to Luke when he comes back.
What are you guys laughing at? That was not fun.
I'm laughing at the fact that Jamal put "Teach Me How to Dougie" in the rotator, which was like a dance craze 16 years ago, and then Jamal started to do the Dougie.
I don't even know what the Dougie is.
Well, if you're on camera, go ahead. Bust out the Dougie.
No,
Let's
you
go.
read my mind, no idea what
you
it
read my
is.
mind. Exactly.
Yeah. Jamal.
Jamal will coach you up a little bit later. That's how that'll go. Anyway, I was just saying there, having to carry this show like I have today. Luke, you better be careful. You might injure your back one of these days. Be very careful out there. So the Suns went 11-5 in January. Jordan Ott was the NBA Coach of the Month.
No.
But they're 2-4 in their last 6 games.
Are you panicked, Paulie?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. You know me. You know me. A little bit.
I love that. Okay.
So I'm a little concerned. Now, Brian Gregory, Suns GM, met the media earlier today. And, a really good development would be Jalen Green returning to form. Heck, returning to the court. He's played in 7 games. So Brian Gregory was asked on the fans being impatient about Jalen Green.
Yeah. I mean, totally understandable, but, he's 23 years old, and he's got a bright future in front of us, and you want to make sure that things are in the right place for not only game 1, but also game 20, and then for his entire career. So his work ethic has matched anything that we needed, and now I think he's good to go.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, he's good to go. This is, to me, the most encouraging thing. The fact that here it is, it's the All-Star break. And guess what? This is a reset button opportunity for Jalen Green. This is it. We all know coming into this season. Oh, we could not wait for it. Devin Booker and Jalen Green. It's just going to be really interesting to watch this. And then all of a sudden, the Phoenix Suns went out there and they couldn't actually put Jalen Green out on the floor for whatever reason. Now, he's played in 7 games, not a full 7 games by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
He's been hurt multiple times. It's just been a nightmare scenario for Jalen Green, of course, to get on the court. Having said that, this is an opportunity to hit the reset button. And I'm going to be really interested to see if this opportunity presenting itself against the Spurs tomorrow night is going to be as a starter with Devin Booker on the floor, of course.
Does Dylan Brooks need to hit the reset button. If only he could hit the reset button when it comes to technical fouls, because he's reached the threshold. He will miss tomorrow night's game. Brian Gregory asked about that situation with Dylan Brooks.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court. So I think with that, I think he understands exactly where he's at.
This is exactly what I've been talking about right now. Dylan Brooks has a responsibility to the team. He has a responsibility to not get teased and get technicals. He does, Paul. Now, listen, I understand. You're out there and you're competing, but, Paulie, you know me. All right, honestly, the only thing I had going for me on the football field was the fact that I was willing to give more than you were. And so much of the time, it was, what does that translate into? I was willing to try more than you were. And so much of the time, I'd explode.
But you had the emotional intelligence not to get flagged up.
Exactly, Paul. You couldn't do it. Right. You could never do it. And I realized in basketball, it's a little bit different. It is. You can't, you're going to get a technical. It's just a matter of when you're going to get teed up at some point in time. Even Book's got, I believe, 8 technicals on the season? 7 or 8, I think, right there. Don't hold me to that base and earnings, but it's really close to that.
What Devin Booker did in the All-Star games, right, those 3 games, he had 12 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, only 1 turnover, shot it really well in the three-point contest. That's what he needs to do the rest of the way down the regular season. That's the sort of D-Book you need.
Yes.
It really is.
Yes.
Now,
okay, he's got 6. All right, how about that? All right. Anyways, to me, once again, Dylan Brooks has a responsibility, not just to the organization, not to the fans, to his teammates, to get it under control. You can still bring all of that rage, all of that intensity. You can still bring it to the floor and do everything. Just don't talk back to anybody, and you're not going to get teed up.
All right,
he's got a responsibility. He's got to take that seriously.
You brought this up earlier. Would trading Nick Richards open up more minutes for Malawach? Well, guess what? Brian Gregory was asked that question.
Well, obviously, with one less big in the rotation, there's that possibility. And I know everyone's excited to watch Kaman and Rasheer play. Such bright futures for both those guys. And their development has been, we're very pleased with it so far this year. Obviously, the opportunity and them always bothering us about trying to go play in the Valley games when there's the free time to do it. They want to play. They're on the court every day with us, working on their game and practices and so forth. And I think you've seen even progress in when they've gotten minutes in games. So I know if the opportunity comes that Kaman will be ready for those minutes.
Man, that's a situation, Paulie. Once again, I'll take the Suns winning games as opposed to developing Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming. Even now, I realize that you want them to develop. Hey, you know what? They're young guys, both of them, especially Kaman. Young guys, let them develop. Okay, not this year. We're not going to play them at the cost of winning games. The Suns have superseded every expectation right now. I'm not interested in developing Kaman Malawach.
Burnsy's Burnsy's ready to come in here, Try and be cordial. I know you guys have been exchanging some death glares with the Cardinals climb coming up on the weekend, and the Vegas odds say he's going to jack stomp you. So, Wolf, hopefully you're a gamer on Saturday.
Yeah, Paulie.
Okay.
Taking the family.
All right. My work is done here. Stay frosty, Arizona.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo next.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Get ready to tee up an unforgettable night under the lights of Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. From February 20th to March 15th, 2026, you can enjoy Sparky's Fairway presented by Four Peaks Brewing, the elevated driving range experience at ASU. Each bay fits up to 6 people, and you get a full hour to play. It's a really unique experience, perfect for a date night, friends night out, or even team bonding. Grab your 1-hour bay now at ASU365.events.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I'm working with Galaxy Lending Group and their Goal Loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan. It helps you work towards retirement with your home paid off using the income you already make without changing how you live. If owning your home outright is part of your retirement plan, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. Mike LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
You got that? You got your burner account deleted? Have you deleted it? Has somebody made the website GamboFiles.com? Boy, wouldn't that be a treat to go through, Lauren? Wouldn't that be fun? Everything he's ever said, everything he's ever tweeted. Go to GamboFiles.com.
I have never had a burner account
organized
They
for you.
also should employ us, because we could read any sort of who's this about? Oh, I remember that incident a few years ago.
I've never had a burner account like KD. I've never had one.
I think you should start one. Now's your time.
I should start one. Who would be the first employee that I rip?
Me.
Why? But you're such a nice guy.
Me, because...
Well, Mitch isn't here, so
okay.
let's say Mitch.
Wolf. Bickley.
Should be Bickley for me, because, for the spoon thing and the yogurt.
Murata. You and Murata tend to go at each other from time to time. Not in a mean-spirited way, but in a
burner. I'm going to do that when I retire. I'm going to have a burner account and just rip the people that I don't like that are on
That
the
was
station.
a crappy take by Vinny, man.
Whoever
That
replaces
sucks.
me. This new guy sucks. Bring back Gambo. This guy's terrible. He's got no
He's
info.
become a menace in the YouTube chat.
Who chose this guy to replace Gambo? That person should be fired. I know, that's why we have a burner account ripping whoever replaces me.
That's
First of all, we got
funny.
this. I gotta say, we got this new setup here, and I'm trying to get used to it. I don't hate it yet.
Yep.
But for the YouTube viewers, and we have a lot of YouTube, we've kind of changed everything around so that the monitors aren't in our face, so you could, I guess, see more of us now. So whatever it is. So I've got a monitor here. It's low, and it's tilted, backwards, so it's not even straight.
Yeah.
But they do all this stuff now for video, for social and video and things like that. So so it's just odd. It's a little odd, trying to get used to it. Looks okay to me. Looks okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
For
see how
anybody
it
who's
goes.
watching on video, I mean, it really does. There's no monitors now blocking the way. It's just us. So, hello, YouTube. If you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube, what are you waiting for?
If I put my monitor up, it'd take away half of me.
See, you don't want that, right? We want to see all of you, especially when you wear the Schmedium shirts. I mean, we must see. Okay, put that away.
This is a large. This shirt's you want to go look at the tag? This is a large.
I'm going to start a burner about the Schmedium shirts.
Go ahead. Look, if it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch. Take a look at the back. If it's not a large, I'll buy you lunch.
It's a medium. He owes me lunch.
It is not.
Look at the tag. Look at the damn tag.
This is a medium?
Look at the damn tag. Schmedium boy.
Really?
Yes, it's a medium. It's a medium. You owe me lunch.
Okay, I owe you lunch.
Let's weigh in on our top story.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. During the next break, and I'm sure our audience loves this, I'm going to take a picture of it, of your tag, and I'm going to show it to you.
Okay.
It's a medium. Wow. Here's our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo show. Yeah.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
I don't wear mediums. We got a surprise appearance today from Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, on a day in which all of the coordinators were introduced, or
in the case of Nick Rallis, reintroduced to the local media. From what I understand from the Cardinals media who cover the team on a daily basis, we were not expecting to hear from Mike LaFleur. We did, and he talked about, well, first of all, it's a 7-second soundbite. I'm just going to play it and get it out of the way because, as you would expect, he doesn't say squat about it. Any decision on Kyler Murray, when could it be made?
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
No surprise. And when I say squat, I mean I mean that as nicely as possible. We knew he wasn't going to address it. He didn't address it. You know, we're having conversations. That's all we're going to say, and we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and that's what they have to do. They have to play it like that. They've got to. They're probably going to get rid of Kyler Murray through either trade or release. So what they have to do is they've got to just play it very close to the vest, not say anything negatively, not say anything positively, just don't say anything at all.
Yeah. On the topic of Nathaniel Hackett, his new offensive coordinator.
It's setting the table, setting the menu, having just great energy around the building, having great communication when I'm doing stuff with the defense, when I'm doing stuff with Monty, when I'm doing stuff just around the building. So it's one of those things, like, you know, when you're a play calling head coach, it's like you always get asked what's the order of, you know, the most important coaches. Like, well, they're all important. You know, the position coaches, the coordinators, that is such an important role because of all the things I just said. And, you know, I've never worked with Hack. I've obviously known Hack for a lot of years. But obviously the years that he spent with Green Bay and my brother, what a vital part he had in the success, you know, early on. And what an opportunity for us and myself to be able to land him.
I don't have this cut. I'm sure we'll find it. But Mike LaFleur on Nathaniel Hackett, quote, I don't think I have this cut. If I do, I don't know where it is. Quote, if you take one thing from this press conference, it should be this. I wanted him and nobody else.
End of story.
That is what Mike LaFleur said about Nathaniel Hackett. If you take nothing else from me sitting down in front of you for 10 minutes, take this away. I wanted Nathaniel Hackett to be my offensive coordinator more than anything else in this whole wide world, and I got him.
Yeah, the knock on him is as a head coach for the Denver Broncos, but he was the offensive coordinator for the Bills for a couple of years. He was an offensive coordinator for the Jaguars. He was the offensive coordinator for the Packers, the offensive coordinator for the Jets, and now he's the offensive coordinator for the Arizona Cardinals. So this is his fifth time being an offensive coordinator at the NFL level. He's also in that middle group, right? He's not 38 years old, but he's not 58 years old. He's 46 years old. So he's got a little bit more experience than some of the younger guys. LaFleur's 38, but he's also not 60 or 65. But there is a lot of experience there. He's actually been in the NFL since 2013. So you're talking about 13 years of NFL experience. LaFleur spoke very highly of him.
Nick Rallis and the hiring of Nick. This is what Mike LaFleur said about his defense and how it can be better next season with the same DC.
Yeah, I think sometimes, you know, again, I'll go back to the totality of it. You know, the improvements from 23 to 24. I mean, I've been on record. I mean, they got after us good. Obviously, in week 2 out here was one of the more embarrassing losses I've ever been a part of. And then really that second to last game up at SoFi, you know, we're going to catch that ball next time. But in that moment, being a Ram, you know, we escaped one right there. We couldn't do anything, you know, and our defense played well that game to give us a chance, but we couldn't do anything. And you know, I look at the first part of the 25 season. I was on record in the press conference saying, you know, what Stafford said, and that's real. You know, you can ask him. Like, we came in, it's like, this does not look like the record that shows, and we knew that. And yeah, there's a lot of learning lessons from that back half of the year. I like what I heard in terms of how we're going to improve from there. And he's too good of a coach. He's too smart. He connects with these guys not to be able to improve from those, you know, from that back half.
Quote, he's a stud. His best days are ahead of him, close quote, was what Mike LaFleur said about Nick Rallis. Now, we'll hear from Rallis later.
He didn't say, this is the guy I wanted, like he did with Hackett, end of story,
he wasn't
period.
As passionate as he was about Hackett, but, quote, he's a stud. His best days are ahead of him, close quote.
I think that they probably went after 4 or 5 different guys, weren't able to get them. They still didn't. So not like he didn't like Rallis. And he knows the guys and he knows the team, and they decided to keep him. So we'll see. You know, it's a little bit of an oddity because it's, you know, you bring in a new coach and you expect them to bring in a new coaching staff, and yet there's several coaches that are going to remain on the staff. Now, whether they liked him or not, or their hands were tied, I don't know. Remember, there were 10 teams that hired coaches. That's 10 teams that hired new coaching staffs. And that's a lot of guys that move in places, a lot of guys that are getting hired. It's very possible they didn't get their, top 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 defensive coordinators, and Rallis was a fallback option. But LaFleur's speaking very highly of him.
Yeah, LaFleur also spoke on what the first few weeks have been like for him since he got named head coach.
Just take it one day at a time and just roll. So it's been fun. It's been really fun to put this staff together, to get to know a lot of people that you didn't know, a lot of people that were recommended from people that you respect, that you've gotten to know through this process. Coolest part is just getting to know these players, though. It's been awesome, and we got some really cool ones.
I don't think the staff is complete. There were a couple of other names that were reported upon today that you mentioned, the Cardinals keeping coaches. It would appear, according to a report from Matt Zenitz at CBS Sports, the Cardinals are going to retain Matt Freeney as a member of their defensive staff. He was the outside linebackers coach last season with Nick Rallis, and I might butcher his last name, Kwiatkowski, as the defensive line coach, the former University of Texas defensive coordinator, who was Buddha's DC at Washington.
Really?
In college.
Oh, interesting.
Pete Kwiatkowski as their new defensive line coach, longtime college coach, and obviously Texas defense has been one of the better ones over the last few years.
Yes.
That hire has caused a
Was
little...
he the Texas defensive coordinator when they beat ASU?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
Yes, he was.
Couldn't stop Cam Scottaboo, though, could he? How about that?
Yeah.
Let's make sure you don't play the Giants anytime soon.
Yeah.
You got the Giants this year in the schedule?
There is that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about this big event coming up on February 28th, a monumental all-Mexican clash in the Arizona desert, when IBF World Super Featherweight King Eduardo Sugar Nunez and WBO champion Emmanuel Navarrete will meet in a unification battle at Desert Diamond Arena, and I'm sure our boxing fan over here will be there. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com or win a pair at ArizonaSports.com. Just click on contest. The Diamondbacks, the back end is a question mark, but the depth perhaps has never been better in their bullpen. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Arizona Sports.
Right field on its way. See you later.
Burns and Gambo talk spring training now.
And before we do that, speaking of Dan Bickley, a hello to our audience in Fountain Hills on this cloudy, gray afternoon here in the valley.
You know,
hello, Fountain Hills.
I took all 3 of our cars to the car wash on Sunday because they all needed to get washed.
Yeah.
But there's like this 48-hour thing, right? Like, so like if it rains within 48 hours, you can get a new car wash. I've never taken advantage of that. I might actually do that.
What day did you take them?
Sunday.
Okay.
Or Monday. Monday.
Well, you better.
It was Monday.
You better bring them back quick because you're running out of time.
If it rains within 48 hours.
Yeah, today's
Wednesday.
Monday.
So it rains
48
hours after I got the car wash.
Yeah, so if you gotta wash to 2 o'clock on Monday, you're out of luck. It's been 48 hours.
No, but if it rains in 48 hours, you can bring it like the next day or 2 days later.
Oh, I thought. Yeah. Oh, okay. So
yeah, to give you this thing, like, I never usually take them, but I like, my rain, so I'll take it.
Well, let me know how that goes for you. Troy Lavello from a few days ago on who he's going to be looking at in late inning situations for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I'm looking for anybody to emerge. Right, I know you're probably targeting some newer names. One that probably got here about a week ago, right? I don't know what that looks like, but I'm gonna act accordingly based on what I see and what I'm getting from these players. I do like the stability of Ryan Thompson. He's throwing strikes. He doesn't beat himself, but we're gonna find 8 guys down there that are going to complement one another. And right now, got to figure out roles. Maybe find a closer. I don't know what's going to happen. It's all very, very gray, and I don't mind that. We got to figure some things out, but we got to watch and observe.
I've been thinking about this for a while now. Okay. And last year they had was it 17 different pitchers recorded a save.
That is correct.
The key to me is not having the one guy that could go get you 30 saves. It's not blowing 30 saves. Last year, they blew 30 saves, 29. Like, you got to, like, that has to change. They finished with 29 blown saves. It was the second most in Major League Baseball. So do I need one guy? Look, if it's Thompson one night and Ginkel and then Puck comes back and he takes it, like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay if you, like, but what you can't have is you can't have 30 freaking blown saves because you're going nowhere with 30 blown saves. Nowhere. So to me, it's not so much about establishing the one guy. We would all love for them to establish the one guy. I would love for it to be that way. But if it's going to be a different guy on different, as long as these guys are getting the job done.
Yeah.
The problem last year is they blew so many freaking saves. It killed them. I mean, it ruined them last year.
It did. I just Googled it real quick. The 29 blown saves were second only to the LA Angels, who blew the most at 34. They were tied with the Rays and the Rangers. The Red Sox blew 28. The Mets blew 28. And then what's interesting to me is some of the best teams in baseball are in the top 10 in blown saves. The Dodgers blew 27. The Dodgers blew fewer saves than the Arizona Diamondbacks.
But it was their one weakness last year. They had no bull. Everybody got hurt.
The Phillies blew 27. The Mariners blew 26, right? Like some teams that participated in the playoffs, went deep in the playoffs, won a World Series. We're in the top 10 last year in blown saves. It's just kind of a...
The Red Sox were up there in blown saves?
Yeah, the Red Sox had 28 blown saves last year.
Aroldis Chapman had an incredible year for them.
I mean...
It must have been like, you could blow a save in the 8th inning, too.
Of course.
Doesn't have to be the 9th.
Of course.
But you could blow a save earlier.
It's a good point. And so when, Torrey talks about the bullpen earning it...
And that's been my theme, okay? Yes, I do know that Ryan Thompson is here. But I want... And I'm going to get done here talking to him in a couple minutes. My message is going to be to him, go out and earn it. Don't take anything for granted. That's been my theme, earn it. And nothing is going to be handed to you. There is nothing for free in this game. And we got to get back to that concept.
It's weird. I've been thinking about this too, and I don't disagree with the words you're saying about the blown saves. You're right. I don't know if I've ever been more unsure about who is going to handle the back end of a Diamondbacks bullpen than I am this year. I have no idea who's going to do it. Our friend over at D-Back Stats and Info, they put out a 26-man roster projection today.
Okay.
They projected Ryan Thompson as the closer. I mean, okay, maybe, could be. They had him as the closer. They had Ginkel as the setup guy. That could very well be. So I've never been more unsure about who is going to be the back end guy and who Torrey's going to call upon. But it's weird. I've never felt better about the vast number of arms they can throw at the problem this year. They have got a lot of options. I mean, like I was going through
two guys this last week that nobody's ever heard of that they signed to minor league deals.
Okay,
and
yeah, I mean, so
two guys at Grant Holman or
it was Holman and it was
and two guys minor league deals invites. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll give me a second. It was Grant Holman. And it was, who was the other guy that they just got? We'll get to it in a second. I'll figure it out in a second. Look at this. Look at it from this way. Ginkel's in, Thompson's in, Sewald in, Taylor Clark is in. That's 4 spots right there, right? Let's assume Loaisiga gets in because he's a fairly high-profile non-roster invitee.
Like him a lot.
That's
like him
5.
a lot. Okay.
Let's assume that, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, that Brandon Pfaadt wins a rotation spot and Soroka moves to the bullpen. That's 6, okay?
Okay.
That's 6 spots. Now, maybe that's a stretch. I don't know. That leaves 2 spots for Juan Burgos, Taylor Clark, Brandon Garcia, Andrew Hoffman, Cade Stroud, the guy they got, Dre Jameson, Grant Holman, Philip Abner, Yilbert Diaz, Juan Murillo, Taylor Rashi, Bryce Jarvis, John Curtis. I mean, they've got...
So it's good.
So many dudes, right? Like,
but
I don't know if any of them are going to be good, but they got a lot of options down there.
But I think there's a lot of short leashes because they have all those options. Hey, you're not pitching well in 10 games? We're Joe multiplying you.
We're Joe multiplying you.
Joe multiply 10 games, he sucked, goodbye.
How you've turned multiply into a verb.
Yes.
We're multiplying you.
We're Joe multiplying you. What does that mean? You're out of here.
You've been Joe multiplied.
You've got a ERA of 7.5. You've been here for 10 games. You're Joe multiplied. I think because they've got so many guys, it allows them to have a short. Look, here's the thing. Paul Sewald goes out there and he pitches to an ERA of 9 in the first 10 or 15 games. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Like, no, seriously.
Yeah, goodbye.
Like, I'm not paying you enough money to. Goodbye. You're out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, who's the guys that you have set? Give me the guys that you have set right now.
I think the guys that you have set are Paul Sewald, Ryan Thompson, Kevin Ginkel, Taylor Clark, Loaisiga, and I'm going to put Soroka in there, as I think you're set with those guys.
Loaisiga, Clark, Sewald. If any of those guys pitch really poorly in the first month of the season, they're gone, either to the minor leagues or waived, and somebody else will come up. Now, I think Ginkel and Thompson are set, but I think these other guys, like if you don't pitch good enough, we've got 15 guys that are waiting to take your spot. So pitch well or goodbye.
Yeah. Joe Ross was the other name.
Joe Ross, yeah.
Joe Ross was the guy that they just added to a minor league baseball deal as well. In addition to Derek Law, we didn't even mention him. Isaiah Campbell, we didn't even mention him. There are options. Whether any of them are good or not, I don't know. But it feels like they've set themselves up better to be able to do exactly what you're saying. Hey, if things go wrong and we got to multiply a guy, we'll multiply a guy. We got 4 guys who could replace him. We have 4 guys who could step in and take that job. Brian Gregory.
You've been multiplied. We should create a soundbite for that every time they send somebody down.
Joe Mantiply's sitting. He's listening to the show right now, going, "Man, I was an all-star. I was an all-star, guys.
Yeah,
and now you're gonna use my name as a verb to describe when somebody gets let go from the team. I was an all-star.
I mean, you did pitch 10 games last year to an ERA of 15.83.
Brian Gregory, for the first time this season, spoke to the media. What did he have to say about the state of the Suns, Jalen Green, and come on, Malawatch? That's next. You'll hear what he had to say coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about the great people at M-Drive, where every single day I take my M-Drive. I make sure that I'm working out every day, and I'm running, and I'm getting my exercise in, and M-Drive does a great job for me. Clinically tested ingredients. It's a great product. You could find it at Sprouts. It is the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. You could also go online at mdriveformen.com and get 20% off any product right now when you put Gambo in the promo code. M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Prime, M-Drive Boost and Burn. Their #1 seller is M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's fantastic for people that are active, but they got a little extra belly fat and they want to lose some weight. They don't want to lose 100 pounds, but they want to lose 10, 12. M-Drive Boost and Burn is a great product for you. Go online at mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code for 20% off.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray. This is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And Juve will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza, and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action Thursday night at San Antonio. We'll get you prepped up for the final 27 games of the NBA season. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lauren, would you do me a solid and tip jar Stone Temple Pilots, please? Thank you. By the way, the YouTube chat would like to know if you've replaced the limo with Mantiplied.
Oh.
Is the limo now no longer a part of the Gambo vocabulary?
You've been Mantiplied.
Is it taking
Guy
over
in an
for
area
limo?
16 in 10 games. They were like, you're a guy.
That's why they're asking.
Yeah,
that's why they want to know. When you, because it's been a while since you've called for the limo.
I haven't had the limo in a while.
No, you really haven't.
Eventually, I'll call for the limo for myself.
It feels like the limo is under like a dust cover in a parking garage somewhere, right? Like, and you're gonna walk up to it, and whoosh, take off the dust cover and warm it up and make sure it still works.
This is a little bit different of a year. Maybe we'll just take the blowtorch out and we'll limo so many people this year.
What?
This could be the year we just go crazy on the limo.
Okay. Don't go writing checks that you can't cash. Are you making promises here?
Like it might be.
Your fans out there will be very excited to hear that you're going to get real liberal about who you're calling for the limo for, right? Very excited if that's what you're going to do.
Get what?
Cambo, liberal is not just a political term.
Oh, okay.
It's also a word.
The word, okay.
Just like Trump is not just the president. It's also a word in our vocabulary.
Right.
It does. You know that, right?
Jamal trumps Mitch when he's on the board.
See, there you go. There you go. You've used it well in a sentence without referring to the president.
We might take the blowtorch out this year and just start limoing guys left and right. I'm ready. This will be a year. We're gonna go crazy with the limo this year.
Oh, wow. I don't know what's so special about this year, but I can't wait to find you get all excited
nothing to
about
lose.
the
Let's
limo.
do it.
Sure.
We're gonna break out the limo.
We'll see what you do on that. Brian Gregory today, general manager of the Phoenix Suns, and it's been a while since we've heard from Brian. In fact, he hasn't addressed the media since the season began. Lot to talk to him about, and he met with reporters today. And Brian Gregory, and I'm going to play this one because Jamal just played it in his What's Trending Now just a minute ago. On Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, which will come to a head tomorrow when the Suns are back on the court and they take on the San Antonio Spurs.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court. So I think with that, I think he understands exactly where he's at.
We've had the talk. He knows how important he is to this team.
We've had multiple conversations.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I know what you've been saying all along, that you think now that it's real, now that it's staring him in the face,
he'll be better.
He's going to stop.
I promise.
I have my doubts, but we'll find out. We'll see. And I only have my doubts because it's clear from that 14-second soundbite, they've been talking to him about this.
Yeah.
And it really hasn't stopped it. They've had multiple conversations with him about it, and nothing has stopped.
Yeah,
so,
you don't want to lose a game because he misses. Like, he's going to miss the San Antonio game.
Yes.
And I think that's the wake-up call. When you realize you hurt your team, you can't help them, you're healthy, you should be out there, you're having this great season. Why ruin it by missing 5 games because of technicals? So I think that the wake-up call will come when he's sitting and he's watching the game against the Spurs.
All right, here's Brian Gregory on if trading Nick Richards will open up more minutes for Kaman Malawach.
Well, obviously, with one less big in the rotation, there's that possibility. And I know everyone's excited to watch Kaman and Rasheer play. Such bright futures for both those guys. And their development has been, we're very pleased with it so far this year. Obviously, the opportunity and them always bothering us about trying to go play in the Valley games when there's the free time to do it. They want to play. They're on the court every day with us, working on their game and practices and so forth. And I think you've seen even progress in when they've gotten minutes in games. So I know if the opportunity comes that Kaman will be ready for those minutes.
They feel good about giving him, they're 55 games in now. They feel good about, he's a young kid, he's a teenager, he's had a 50-game ramp up, 55 games, and that if they need him, they will. Look, they weren't comfortable trading Nick while there were all the questions about Mark, right? There were so many questions about Mark and his health and his availability, and there were even questions about Oso, whether he was even an NBA player or not. But because Mark's been good and healthy and Oso has been so valuable, they now had the luxury to get rid of Nick. Nick was an insurance policy. He wasn't better than Mark, but he was the insurance policy in case Mark got hurt or Oso didn't play well, that he could play backup center. Matter of fact, his first game with the Bulls, he was terrific. Go look at Nick Richards' first game. He was really good. Knocked down some threes, I believe, as well. So he had a really good first game with the Bulls after he got picked up by them. So now you look at Malawach, and he's clearly the third center. If somebody's hurt or somebody goes out, he's going to get mega minutes. If Oso's out or Mark Williams is out, back-to-back, you don't want to play Mark Williams, you're going to see this kid get 15 to 20 minutes in a game. How many times is he going to get 15 to 20? Probably not a lot, but I do think there's a few games this year which he's going to get that.
I can't wait to I would love to have the opportunity to watch Kaman Malawach get non-garbage minutes to see how he does. You know, because it's so hard to evaluate him in garbage minutes. It just is. He's not playing against the best. I want to know what strides he's made. I want to see it. I want to see it when it matters. He's the 10th pick overall in the draft, you know, and I'd be lying to you and everybody listening. I'm not going to make it sound like I'm a lot concerned about this, but I'd be lying if I said to you I wasn't a little concerned over the fact that they've gotten basically nothing out of him so far this season.
Right.
You know, because it's just
they got it
because there's at least the possibility that he has not developed the way yet they thought he might. You know, like I understand he's 19, and I understand the Suns are winning, and I understand they've got really good play from their center position, all of that stuff. But he's the 10th pick in the draft, you know, and I would be dishonest to you and everybody out there listening if I said I wasn't at least a little concerned that he hasn't forced the issue a little bit more with how he's played to at least earn some non-garbage time minutes.
Yeah, I understand.
It's
I
a
understand
worry.
because when people give the Suns grades, they're giving them poor grades on the draft because none of those guys, Fleming, Kobe Brea, Malawach, outside of garbage minutes, Fleming's got a few minutes in the first half of some games, but those guys haven't contributed. I'm still very, very high on that draft class. I just think that there's a lot of guys in front of those guys that are playing very well right now, and it's hard to get them in.
All right, here's Brian Gregory on Jalen Green and how he's doing, obviously with the injury and the limited playing time.
Yeah, he's in a good spot right now. Injuries, unfortunately, are part of this league. And he's done an unbelievable job. His spirit on a daily basis in terms of attacking the rehab, attacking the recovery, attacking the workouts has been spot on from day one. There are tough days. Anybody who's an athlete or anybody who's coach knows there's tough days when you're going through that, days that you want to get out there and play and you're just not ready yet. He's always bounced back. And he's had the support of not only our human performance group, but all his teammates as well. The one thing that is a testament to that is just watch him when he wasn't playing, when he was on the bench. Engaged, sitting right next to the coaches, always there for his teammates. A lot of guys don't do that.
Especially, and you made this point last week, especially with Dylan not playing tomorrow against San Antonio.
Yeah.
Jalen Green becomes the guy to watch tomorrow night when the Suns take the court, and really the guy to watch in these final 27 games to see how much better he can make them as they gear up for the playoffs.
Yeah. I think there's a good chance that Grayson Allen will be available tomorrow.
Okay.
Good chance that he'll be available to play.
We were talking about Jalen Green, but okay.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Like, as far as with Brooks out, I think Grayson Allen could possibly play.
That's good news.
Then you'd have Book, you'd have Green, you'd have Grayson Allen. I'm going to say it's better than 50-50.
Okay.
Probably more like 75% that he can play. But not set in stone, but I think there's a good chance Allen will be back.
Okay, that's good because I think he's way much more of a glue guy than he gets credit for on this team. So that is good to know. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, I don't know if it's enough to save him or not, but ASU got a signature win last night, and it was a really bad loss for Texas Tech. And we'll explain why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Morana Mornings.
Why are we bringing up the name Tyson Bagent? Because it's been brought up in the Cardinals' potential quarterback search moving forward.
The thing about Tyson Bagent is when Gamble put the name out of there, I would venture to guess 97% of the Valley said, who?
90% of the Valley, 100% of the Owls.
Yeah, exactly.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
When it comes to all of your electric, plumbing, AC, heating needs, you got to know about Christian Brothers. 50 years in business right here in Arizona. The only company I trust. They do a fantastic job for me. I had a plumbing issue, toilet bowl not flushing properly not too long ago. They came out, had the repair done by them. I had an electrical issue. I had my backyard lights they were old and the wires were coming up and they weren't working properly. I hired Christian Brothers and paid them to install the new lights. I wanted an electrician doing it. I didn't want my landscaper doing it. He's not an electrician. He's a landscaper. He does a good job, but I didn't want him doing electrical work. I wanted Christian Brothers. So they came out and they did the work for me, installed all the new lights. So I get the guarantee of their work, and I know it was done right. Christian Brothers can help you right now when it comes to a new AC unit. They've got $2,500 off. Train, Goodman, Bryant, top name brands. This is a good time to buy. And they keep their guys busy, and they give you a big discount. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and President's Day means executive-level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7-liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren's here. She's got Jamal assisting on the other side of the glass with Mitch out today. Did you come up with this poll question in the last 30 seconds?
Mitch!
In the last 30 seconds? No.
Just based off the conversation we just had. It feels like it was a very...
I know.
Like
it was
reactionary,
serendipitous.
yeah. Like,
Do you have a burner account?
No, that's not the poll question.
That's not the poll question.
And you'll have to answer yes, because we all know you do.
I do not have a burner account.
Yeah.
I've never had a burner account.
Said the same guy who said, I only wear large shirts, and I'm wearing a medium today.
I didn't know this was a medium, but I'm surprised that this physique fits in there.
I'm surprised your ego fits in this room sometimes.
Oh, man.
Just like you fitting into a medium shirt.
Do you want to open the window over there?
Really, can we? Mm-hmm. Can we? Because sometimes I'm surprised there's room for me in this chair with that giant ego over there.
Wow.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, I'm not the most humble person. Like, I get it. Like, I get it.
Look at my physique. I'm so impressed I'm able to fit into this shirt.
He was very excited about the lower monitors so that there was more flexing.
I was not. That's what you guys said. I was going to help you with your flexes. Like,
It was very amusing. The whole newsroom was laughing.
Old. I like everything the same. I like everything. I don't like a lot of change. When you get older, you don't like a lot of change. Like, I was happy with everything the way it was, but they want to move everything around. Okay.
Yeah.
Now everybody I will say the one thing people complain about the most is the background behind me sucks. There's nothing there.
So it's
a little. I don't know.
It's a little drab. We could use some. What you need to do is.
Maybe I'll get a picture of me and I'll put it behind it.
I was kidding. That's a total joke. That was a joke. That wasn't real. That was just making you guys laugh. Poll question, please.
Yeah, there is no easy pivot here.
There's no easy way out.
No.
There's a
There's
door.
no shortcut
There's a
home.
door right there.
If there was an easy way out, I would have taken it by now. Mm-hmm. All right, we're asking, what are you more concerned about as a Suns fan this season? Is it Jalen Green's health or Kaman Malawach's development?
Oh, this should not even be a question, I don't think. It's got to be Jalen Green's health.
Jalen Green's health.
I mean, if they're going to go where they want, I'm not expecting Kaman Malawach to lead them to the promised land, but Jalen Green, you could play any team in the first round and he can drop 40 on them if he's on. Yeah. Good.
I mean, it's closer for me than it is for Gambo, because I think I'm more concerned about the Malawach thing than he is. But I hope. We've had no evidence so far that Jalen Green is going to make it back this year. None. I mean, he's back, but I mean, back like the way we know him to be back. I'm worried about that. So I bet this is a fairly one-sided poll question.
77% are going with Jalen Green's health, 23% going with Kaman Malawach's development.
A well-timed poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. One word is where it's at. Jeff Goodman, longtime college basketball reporter, tweeted out just a bit ago. Brutal news. Texas Tech's J.D. Toppin has suffered a torn ACL and is out for the season. Happened last night with about 6 minutes to go at Desert Financial Arena against ASU in the Sun Devils' big win against Texas Tech. And Gambo, as you would expect, based off of this, their odds from winning the championship went from 22-1 to 80-1, knowing that he's out.
He's one of the best players in college basketball. He decided to return to college this year because he got a $4 million NIL deal at Texas Tech. $4 million. That's how good this kid is. I mean, size, 6'9", length. He could jump out of the building. Great rebounder, great scorer. This kid's phenomenal. And now Arizona still has to play them again at their place. Look, Arizona State beat them last night, and Toppin played almost the whole game. So
Arizona still has to play them this year?
I think Arizona gets them again, right?
I don't believe so, no.
No, they don't?
No. No, they
okay.
don't. They don't get Texas Tech again.
Okay.
They get Kansas again. They don't get Texas
Kansas
Tech
again. They got BYU again. They get Kansas again. They get Houston. So they don't get Texas Tech again.
BYU, Houston, Baylor, Kansas, Iowa State, Colorado.
Okay.
They don't get Arizona does not get Texas Tech again.
Good win by Arizona State last night. Hats off to those kids and Bobby Hurley. I mean, Toppin played almost the whole game. He came out with 6 minutes left. They played out of their mind. They won that game. So credit to them. But this kid, this is a devastating injury for this to happen to him right now, considering his draft status, how good of a player he is. I think somebody is still going to grab him. But he decided to come back this year, got a great NIL deal, return, big boost for them. And they had a chance to go to the Final Four, that team with Toppin. Now, without him, they can't.
And in a way, I want to apologize for ASU because I don't want to make it about JT Toppin and not about them. It's just that the news just came down less than an hour ago about JT Toppin being lost for the season. That was a big win for ASU last night. It was their biggest upset win since, remember that 60-foot buzzer beater against U of A a couple of years ago?
That was a great shot. At U of A. That was at U of A.
Yeah, biggest upset win since then. First win over a ranked team since January of 2025. It ends an 11-game losing streak against ranked opponents for ASU. The fans stormed the court, and afterwards, Bobby Hurley said he does not care that if he has doubters out there.
I don't know. I don't care about doubters, what people say, and all that stuff. I mean, I've coached against some of the best coaches in the country. I've been doing it now for 11 years here, and so I feel like I'm in my element that I could go toe-to-toe with anybody. So I'm very confident in my abilities, but for me to have that confidence, you need to have guys like I have and the players that I played tonight. When you have guys that fight and battle like that, then there's going to be a level of confidence on my end, too, in my abilities.
I've never seen a coach that's so high and low on his team as Bobby Hurley. I love him. We got the best players ever. We can beat anybody. We suck. We can't rebound. We haven't learned how to rebound all year. We're not going to be able to rebound now. I've never seen somebody so
high and low.
Yeah, I was going to say bipolar, but I don't really know if that fits. But somebody's just I'm so high on my team, I'm so low on my team. I'm so high on my team, I'm so low on my team. But just depending on the game, he could be we could beat anybody. I have all the ability in the world and myself. And then he could be we can't beat anybody. We don't belong. There's been some crazy press conferences with Bobby Hurley this year.
Yeah, there was the West Virginia game, I think, where he was. He was so down on himself, and he was so down. I was looking through my notes after the West Virginia game. One reporter described the press conference as morbid.
Morbid, right.
Quote, "We failed. I'm failing. I can't get through to this team.
Right, that was it. I can't get through to
say. We've not played well here in years. There isn't a commitment to listening. My voice is not working with this group."
Right. And then they beat Texas Tech.
And he's like, "I don't care about my doubters. We can beat anybody in the country. We play like this." Yeah,
I have all the ability. Yep. Right, it's a freaking roller coaster with him.
Look, it's at this point. I saw they got a nice little bump in their net rating. Not enough to put them on the bubble by any stretch of the imagination. They still have a lot of work to do if they want to even remotely get into the tournament talk. And I don't think one win over Texas Tech changes the overall narrative of Bobby Hurley and this being his final year. But he did give a one-on-one interview to our colleague Doug Holler over at The Athletic. And you talk about a very confident quote. He gave this to Doug specifically, quote, "If I'm not wanted here and valued here and what I've done is not good enough to be here, then it's not meant to be and things have run their course. and I'll find somewhere else where I'm wanted, close quote. So,
and this is after the game last night?
This was, I believe, before the game.
Before the game, okay.
Before the game.
Okay.
I don't know. You know, I'd have to ask Doug to be sure, but it was either right before or right after. One of the two, where he said...
so is he almost kind of saying, like, if they want me, I'll stay?
He's saying...
His contract's up.
If I'm not wanted here and valued here, and if what I've done isn't good enough to be here, then it's not meant to be. And that's fine. I'll find something somewhere else.
Yeah, first of all, it's not good enough what you've done. Like there is no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not good enough.
And he said later, I don't want to take time off. I'm in my prime right now, and I don't want to stop. Yeah. If I can coach at least another 10 years, assuming things stay okay with my health, it's what I love to do, being in the gym. I wouldn't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Close.
I think he could go somewhere else and have success. It's hard here. It's hard because of the facilities. It's hard because of the 900-pound gorilla that's in Tucson. Like, there's a lot of things that make it very difficult to be successful here. Doesn't mean he can't go somewhere else and be, St. John's flirted with him at one time. I don't know where he's going to go. He is going to coach again, and he might do a better job if there's a real commitment to win.
There was also a line in the story, quote, Hurley was not ready to discuss why it's so hard to win consistently at ASU, close quote, kind of referencing what you're saying. One other real quick note about ASU's win last night, and I thought you being the U of A basketball fan, you'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Big 12 teams are now 2-10
after U of A
in games immediately after playing Arizona.
I saw that note that you sent. It was fantastic. It's almost like, playing a physical football team. You're not going to win. Like, you play a physical football team. You play Seattle. You get your head kicked in. Next week, you're probably going to lose.
Yeah.
It's with Arizona. You put so much effort into beating Arizona that you don't have a lot left to the next game you play.
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems. 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. We're going to talk Suns basketball with our guru, Kellen Olson. He's going to join us live for his weekly visits. Stay tuned for that next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm going to end this offer real soon, like probably within the next couple of days or so. So if you've heard me talk about lifeguard imaging and you want to get a free scan, we're not going to keep doing this. It's not forever. It's just a limited time. Right now, lifeguard imaging is offering our listeners a free coronary artery and heart scan. Absolutely free. Now, a lot of people get this done and they pay for it, and it's $600-700 to get it done. But Lifeguard Imaging is offering it to you for free. They'll even offer it to your spouse for free. So if you and your husband or you and your wife want to go in and get a scan, you could go ahead and do that. Lifeguard Imaging believes that early detection saves lives, and it does. Early detection from a scan could give you a good read and maybe help prevent a heart attack, could help prevent a stroke, heart disease. You get ahead of it. You get a great readout. You know exactly what your system looks like because you've just gotten a scan. And now you can go ahead and talk with your doctor about, hey, what do I need to do to get better? What do I need to do to stay healthy? What do I need to do to make sure my arteries aren't clogged and I don't have a heart attack? And so there's a lot of things you could do. But the first step is really getting the scan. So call this number and get a free scan at 602-755-5003. That's 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
On February 28th, boxing's biggest spotlight shines on Glendale, Arizona. Two Mexican warriors, Eduardo Sugar Nunez collides with Emmanuel Navarrete in a huge WBO and IBF world title unification. Only one can rise as the next king of Mexico. Live at Desert Diamond Arena. Don't miss boxing history. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinator spoke for the Arizona Cardinals today. They spoke to the media. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also mentioned that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here, Kellen. Great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
It's our weekly visit with Arizona Sports at Night co-host Kellen Olson, Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com. Kellen Olson, he joins us every single Wednesday at 3 o'clock to talk a little basketball. Kellen, welcome to the show as always. We appreciate you coming on. How we doing today, sir?
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're good. Before we get into Suns basketball, I just want to ask you real quick, being one of the most devoted basketball fans I've ever known in my entire life, what were your thoughts on the new All-Star format and if it resonated with you at all as a basketball fan?
Yeah, I thought it worked. I thought that it worked. I'll put it that way. And you don't want to overreact and say they fixed it because it's been 1 year, and you kind of want to wait and see how everything progresses from here, because we've had situations before where we've tried to change the All-Star game a little bit and then it has initially worked. Like, you guys remember how exciting it was when we were voting for the players were picking, and there was that awkward like Durant and LeBron one that was incredible, and then the draft started being less eventful, and then we tried an Elam ending, and there was that really fun one that Book was in, and then that kind of went away. So we have to see next year, but obviously Wemby playing that hard right away kind of inspired everyone else. So it was more exciting and better, but in terms of like going as far as declarations of like the All-Star game is fixed, we figured it out. We'll have to see if this works, but it was a better, it went better than I thought. I'll put it that way.
All right, how do you think Book did in the three-point contest? He lost it to Dame, but we had talked about, like, could this get him going? He's had such a rough year shooting the three. It's the worst of his career. He's really struggled. We were wondering going into it if he's going to get that many balls up. Could that, help him a little bit? He shot the ball well in that three-point contest.
Yeah, as he told us before he went, like, he can shoot it off the rack pretty good, and that's what we saw. Unfortunately, maybe they can put a rack out there for him right now, but it's not even that he's taking catch and shoot threes right now. He'll like that joke. I think he'll find that funny. Maybe he won't. The problem is, like, those types of threes aren't the ones he's like missing, right? It's like those pull-up threes specifically that he's really been missing right now for sure. So yeah, it is the inverse, right, Gambo? Because like guys are shooting really well. The home run derby of it all, you're like, don't want a guy to screw up their shot, but maybe this can get him going at least a little bit. I think he was more out there just to like have fun and enjoy the experience, and more just like tee up next year. I think to hype up next year in the All-Star game, of course, coming to Phoenix. I'm sure Book will be in the three-point contest again. There's already that chat going on between like him, Steph, Clay, Dame, kind of making it like a Hall of Fame sort of quartet that they want to form and see the premier shooting talent that they can bring to Phoenix. And I would be more than welcome to see that.
Yeah. I'm of the belief that Dillon Brooks sitting this San Antonio game out and having to watch his teammates and realizing that he hurt his team is going to have a big effect on him down the stretch in these final, 28 to 30 games, whatever it is. Give me your thoughts on him. I do think that he can control this temper with the referees, and I do think he control it, and I expect it's going to be a lot better now that the All-Star game is over and they're focusing on the end of the season.
I will see it when I believe it. I'll put it that way. I'm doubtful in some ways just because when we started to get in like the 12, 13 range where it's like, okay, like you really want to chill out here for the rest of the season because you're naturally going to get 1, 2, or maybe 3 along the way. So like this is where you really got to start to dial it down a bit, and just being there at the games as much as you are, Gambo, like you saw the conversations, they were still going on as much as they normally did. And I think that's the part of the equation where can he just have less dialogue with the officials? Because more often than not, those are the types of technicals that he's getting where it's like the constant conversations are going on. And I'm curious to see how much those continue when he does get back. To your point, it's so hard for me to say because he could not be like a nicer, more down-to-earth guy in the locker room. I know people who only watch him on the basketball floor, like most people who know Dillon Brooks, would be shocked to hear that about him, but he seems like a very chill, down-to-earth guy off the court. It's just when he steps between the lines, he's a totally different person. And like, I don't know if that person can be controlled. I've had doubts about it so far. We'll see though. And he has to get it controlled because there's a lot of games left. And if this pace continues, he'll get suspended a couple more times.
Kellen Olson is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show talking Suns basketball. Great story that you wrote at ArizonaSports.com in which you were very, very clear. You're not labeling him a bust. You're not saying it's a failure. You're not saying it hasn't worked. But you're saying that Kaman Malawach's lack of minutes is significantly unprecedented for a player of that caliber where he was picked in the draft. So for you, kind of not towing that line necessarily, but what do you feel about his lack of playing time based off of where he was drafted and whether any red flags should be raised over that?
That he would be playing if he was ready to be playing. I think that Oso Ighodaro is one of the best backup bigs in basketball, and I think that Mark Williams has been pretty good for this team. I think the last 6 weeks he's really trailed off, but I think overall he's been pretty good for this team. With that said, Kamon is one of the most talented players on their team. He's one of the most important players on their team, not only this season, in my opinion, but for the next couple of seasons. And that factors into the part of this season that I'm talking about as well. Like, he can help them in the short term. Like they have games lately, especially in the last couple where they're getting beat up inside in the ways that we had worried about with how undersized this team is. He can help them there, but I don't think he's ready. We would be seeing him if he was ready. I know people are watching the garbage time minutes and trying to analyze those. I really try and stay away from that. Those are like lessons learned from previous bad Suns teams. I don't try to analyze young talent there, but this is just nearly unprecedented. As you said, you go back a quarter century, look at the 250 top 10 picks, and there's only been a handful that have played this few minutes to this point in their career, and it's not good company that he's in right now. Again, special circumstance, and you wonder if it is a special circumstance. But to your point, like, not calling him a bust, not saying that this is a failed draft pick by any means, but I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't concerned. Like, I'm a little bit concerned that he hasn't been out there. Same thing with Rasheer, with how much they've needed his dynamic as well. We'll see. Maybe March is when this really starts to turn around. Then again, you're fighting for that 6-7 line. But I can't believe I just said that.
Fighting for that 6-7 line.
Man. You didn't have to do it.
I didn't have to do it. Of course I had to do it. I mean, right? Like, you got to do it.
Oh, does that? Oh,
Okay.
I get it now.
Oh, you see,
I get it.
Yeah, like 10 seconds
I get
behind.
it.
Yeah,
I get-
6-7. Yeah, you just did the
I'm
6-7
way
thing.
behind on that. I'm way behind on that. I didn't.
We're going to be talking about this line a lot, so we just have to figure out a way to not call it that line.
I did something not too long ago where I said 6 or 7, and people like went, I didn't know what it was. Go home and ask your kid. I said something like, it's, I forgot what I said, but I said it at some point, 6 or 7.
Yeah, this is when you tweeted it and I replied the joke to you and you didn't know the joke.
I didn't know the joke.
I said it.
Understand it. Yeah.
I said it to you because I thought you knew the joke because of your kids and everything. I assumed you being you're a hip guy.
I'm kind of
Gambo, but anyway,
you should know.
Leave me with this. I haven't reported this yet, but I will soon. Highsmith is not going to be ready to play for a while for the Suns. He's still probably 3 weeks away, maybe 4. But that move was really made for next year. That move was not made for this year. It wasn't. If he could help, fine. But again, he's not close to playing. He's still, I'm going to say, 3 weeks away from being able to play. And now you're coming towards the end of the season, and he hasn't played all year. But I do believe that he is an insurance policy as a good 3-and-D wing guy and a young guy who's got a lot of experience and playoff experience and NBA Finals experience that protects them in case they want to trade, say, a Royce O'Neal or somebody, one of their other wings, next year. Give me your thoughts on that and whether you think this does open up the ability for them to make a trade.
It's really interesting in that facet, Gambo, because you do want to have some sort of insurance if you make that type of trade. With that being said, like, what kind of insurance are you rolling with within your system? You're just putting so much, I don't want to say blind trust, because we've seen when they take their type of player, which Haywood Highsmith certainly is, and they put that type of player in their system, it's going to work. But with that said, to the timeline that you just shared with us, it's like, okay, how many games are you going to be able to see him play for your team before you trade a Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen? And part of the reason why you do it is because you have a Haywood Highsmith who is not necessarily that caliber of player, to say the least. So it's like, it's so many different dynamics at hand when you bring that up. But he's a good player. Like, he really fits in with what they do extremely well. Like, I'm excited to see him in that second unit whenever he does get healthy, because he just fits in totally with like the Jordan Goodwin, Colin Gillespie, minutes to a T. Like, he's really perfect there. But at the same time, with what we were talking about with Kamon just now, like, it's obvious where the priorities lie right now. We talked about this at the start of the season. Like, these are minutes that like Rasheer could be maybe getting at some point. We thought, like, no, like, they're bringing in Amir Coffey, they're bringing in Haywood Highsmith. Like, they're not only going for it, but they're not seeing enough progress from their young guys to not bring in Haywood Highsmith at this point.
Kellen, good stuff as always. We appreciate the time. We will see you next Wednesday, and enjoy your U of A basketball game tonight against BYU. See how they do.
Are we okay, Gambo? Are we fine?
I think we're going to be okay. I think we'll, BYU lost their best shooter. He's out. So I think you win this game. I think, Houston's going to be the tough game. The main thing is got to get a number 1 seed. I don't want to be a 2 seed. Got to get a number 1 seed. I don't care if you're number 1 overall, but you need a number 1 seed.
So Lauren, the college basketball connoisseur, asked her if we could get a 1 still if we lose to both Houston and Iowa State, because both those are on the road.
I'm going to say no, because Houston would jump us.
Exactly. She said no, so we have to split those. So I'm worried about splitting those, especially with Ko out this weekend.
Yeah. All right, good stuff, Kellen. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
Bye, guys.
Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports at Night, Phoenix Suns Guru at ArizonaSports.com. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, Nick Rawlis reintroduced to the media today, keeping his gig as defensive coordinator with the Arizona Cardinals.
Can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, you're going to hear from Nick next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run, presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run, presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did my LASIK surgery 15 years ago. One of the best things I've ever done for myself. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. I love going to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and getting that vision correction procedure done. Truly one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. If you are looking for a vision correction procedure, I highly recommend the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. All you have to do is go to any of their 3 locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. Dr. Schwartz, of course, is the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he can help you with all of your eye care needs, dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, but especially can help you with the vision correction procedure. They offer 2 years interest-free financing, too. Why wait? Why hesitate? Let's get it done. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Shouting out Santan Valley for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Hello, Santan Valley. We do appreciate you. Today, Mike LaFleur, Nathaniel Hackett, Nick Rallis, the Cardinals' new special teams coordinator, all met with the media today. We weren't expecting to hear from LaFleur. That was kind of a pleasant surprise. We did know the coordinators were going to meet the media for the first time, but of course, Gambo, as we know, for Nick Rallis, it's not meeting the media for the first time. It's a reintroduction to the media after the surprise of him keeping his job.
Look who's back. Look who's back. Look who's guess who's back, whatever it's what it is.
So Nick spoke today, and I'm just going to play a few of these. Where I haven't heard these either. I read some of his comments on social
media.
We'll
react.
All right, this is a longer cut. Nick Rallis on not knowing if he was going to be retained or not. Here's what he said.
Yeah, it definitely gets like you get more anxious as it goes. The first 3 weeks, you knew it was going to be a long process, and I know how thorough Monty is, and I knew whoever he was going to hire was going to be thorough just like him, and so I knew it was going to be a long process. But that's not to say that at the end you don't start to get really anxious because you want clarity on, hey, what should I be working on right now, right? The first 3 weeks was easy, I would say, because I had so many things that I could work on regardless of what was going to happen. But then I started getting to the point where I was like, I want a free agent list here. I want, all these things. And you start to get antsy for it. And then you just, you take a step back and you say, like, hey, let it run its course. And, you're not going to be in 3 months thinking about, like, man, that 1 week right there, it really, like, it's you got to let that process happen.
What's interesting to me is Petzing very quickly got a really good job with a great offense.
Yes.
Rallis didn't get any jobs. He was out there, nobody hired him, right? Nobody brought him in. And I mean, not even like a demotion. Like, hey, I don't want to hire as defensive coordinator, but could you be the linebackers coach or secondary? Could you do something like that? Petzing went from offensive coordinator to offensive coordinator, and he went to a much better offense. I mean, he's going to be loaded with the talent on that Lions team. I think that was a little surprising to me because I think the fans' wrath was more on Petzing than it was on Rallis. So because look, for a while it was the offense was criticized heavily. But then it was the defense down the stretch that was just absolutely brutal. And it was, I guess down the stretch it was both. The offense and the defense were both terrible. But Petzing quickly got a job. And Rallis was sitting there, and he just ends up back with the Cardinals.
I think the wrath was pretty equally spread by the end.
You think so?
Yeah, I think by the end it was. Just
might
because
be right.
Because the offense you could look at, and not that I'm making excuses for Petzing. Okay, I'm glad they moved on. But the offense you could look at and go, man, look at all the backups they're out there playing with. Look at all the guys that are hurt. Look at the running back situation. Look at the offensive line. Look at even the wide receivers and how they're on their, all you got to do is look at a depth chart and realize how deep they were into it with the guys. It wasn't that bad defensively. Yes, they were missing guys. Yeah, Will Johnson was in and out. And Mac Wilson Sr. being out, I think, really hurt this defense. A lot changed when he was gone. But they were by far the healthier unit than the offense.
Yeah.
And I think by the end, watching them give up 30 points in the blink of an eye, I think the wrath was pretty equally spread. So, to your point about if he was getting if he was looking at other jobs getting filled and getting nervous, here's what Coach Rallis said.
Yeah, that's just not in my control, though. I know at the end of the day, it's not about the job that you have. It's about the job that you're able to do. And so whatever opportunity would have came, I would have embraced it and done my best.
He would have gotten a job somewhere.
Maybe not as a DC.
I don't think as a DC. I don't think he would have gotten a DC job. I think he would have got a linebacker coach somewhere.
I think the thing that surprised us the most about Rallis is the heavy investment in the draft and free agency on the defense. And the defense not being very good and the players not being developed the way, like, they got to develop these guys. These guys have to develop. They've got a lot of young talent on that roster. And look, that's why the general manager stayed and the coach went, because it was like, hey, you know, I feel like I drafted good players. They're not developing. Well, Rallis was in charge of the defense. Gannon let him run the defense. Gannon didn't really interfere, you know, that much. So I just wonder if maybe, you know, a new voice and a new coach from LaFleur could, you know, unlock something in Rallis that we hadn't seen before. And but again, the major thing is there's 5 or 6 really talented players on that defense that need to play up to their potential.
Yeah.
And if they do, the Cardinals defense could be good.
Again, longer answer here, but to your point, why was the defense not better last season? Here's what Nick Rallis said.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables to that. The most important ones to me are the controllables for us in the building. And it's layered, you know. I mean, there's things that we could do better schematically. There's things that we could do better with the technique. There's ways that we could teach it better. There's ways that we could execute it better. There's ways that I could call it better. So it's never one thing, and I know that's always a reoccurring theme when you know, during the season of, hey, what went wrong this game? Well, it's not just one thing that happened. It's a combination of multiple things, and you know, that's when you look back at last season, it's how do we move the needle on all those little things that we have control over. So that's really the main focus of how do we, you know, learn from our mistakes and learn from our failures and understand that, you know, agitation is growth if you embrace it that way, so that when we move forward, we can be our best selves.
Look, go ahead. See what you can say.
The most interesting thing to me is we always talk about head coaches who get fired. And when they get that second opportunity, you're Robert Saleh. You get that second opportunity, you're going to be so much better. You're going to be so much different. You learn from your mistakes. But it's always with another team. Mm-hmm. How many guys get a second opportunity with their same team? How many guys nobody thought Rallis was going to come back. And he's getting another opportunity, but it's with the same team and the same players.
Right.
Usually it's you go somewhere else. Hey, it failed. I was here for 3 years. It didn't work out. You get another opportunity, clean slate, another team that doesn't know you, a fan base that doesn't know you, a roster that doesn't know you, and you get a fresh start. This isn't a fresh start, but it is another opportunity.
And because of that, does he change everything? You know, I would think the temptation would be, if you're Nick Rallis, okay, everything I did last year was wrong, so I'm going to do everything completely opposite. Or do you trust your gut and your instinct and believe, you know, some of the things I was doing last year were the right things to do? We just have to do them a little bit differently to get different. Because remember, this time a year ago, Nick Rallis was looked upon as a real bright, young, rising coaching guy in the NFL. The defense was coming off of a good year, considering they didn't have a whole lot there, right, in terms of personnel to be able to use. Everybody was talking about how exotic the scheme is and how hard it is to prepare for and how different it looks week to week. And I think everybody was really excited when they went out and gave Nick Rallis all these fun toys to play with. Wow, that coordinator with that defense, they're going to be they might even change the whole identity of the Cardinals in 2025. They're going to be a defensive team, not an offensive team. And then everything was an abject failure all year long.
I was looking at my notes from the Seattle game early in the season, and I put this down. The defense has now gone 4 games in a row and not given up more than 23 points. They've gone 13 points, 22, 16, and 23. When Arizona needed stops, they got them. They had 3 sacks, Calais, D-Rob, and Sweat. There are moments in this season, but to your point, they were earlier.
Yeah.
They were earlier.
Much earlier.
Right. But later on, the defense was consistently giving up a lot of points, a lot of yards.
When we come back on the Burns and Gamble Show, we'll stay on the Arizona Cardinals because we are getting very close to free agent season in the NFL. The Cardinals have cap space, some of the most in the NFL. Boy, they can make a whole lot more if they want. The question is, who among these players do you want to get rid of to create it? We'll give you some of the names next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, T-backs manager Torey Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza, and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Required minimum distributions can trigger a tax bomb, raising taxes, Social Security costs, and even Medicare premiums. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Nick Rallis is not taking his second chance as Cardinals DC lightly. Brent Brennan says great choices helped Arizona rebound from what he called a terrible 2024 foundation. And ASU rides pressure to signature win over number 13 Texas Tech as JT Toppin exited late. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yeah, and if you are tuning in later, haven't heard, JT Toppin tore his ACL last night in that game against ASU. His season is done.
Great player.
And Texas Tech's championship odds have plummeted because of it. They went from 22-1 to 80-1. Based off of that injury. So just absolutely devastating for the 13th ranked Texas Tech Red Raiders. And the Big 12 is a gauntlet, and U of A will see it again tonight. They got BYU at home this evening with no Koa Pete, as Jamal just mentioned a second ago. So
and BYU lost their best shooter for the season, too. So.
Yeah, so it's the injuries coming late as March Madness is just a couple of weeks away. NFL free agency is just a couple of weeks away, and the Arizona Cardinals they're not in the best position in the NFL when it comes to cap space, but they've got some. They can create quite a bit more if they want. And it's not that hard
I would want to.
I would want to.
I'm a new coach. I want to change the ride. I got a philosophy. I got a way that I want my team to play. Some of these players may not fit into that. I might want to shuffle the deck a little bit and just bring in some new players. I'm also players I'm familiar with. I mean, if there's some free agents out there, look, Gannon eventually brought in Sweat and Kaiser White, and you bring in players you're familiar with. So that I would expect LaFleur is going to do that.
I would think so too. Right now, as it stands in effective cap space, which is basically cap space measured against if you're filling out a 51-man roster, right? Like how much you actually have left to spend after you would fill out a 51-man roster. Cardinals are 13th in the NFL in terms of cap space that they've got. They're sitting at about $27.7 million in effective cap space, according to overthecap.com. With these cuts, they could go from 27.7 to 72.2.
Wow.
They can increase by almost $50 million in cap space.
Okay.
You stop me when there's a player you want to talk about, given if they can cut him or not.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Defensive tackle Dalvin Tomlinson, $9.4 million.
I'd cut him.
Okay. They used him a little differently. We were all very excited when they signed him. We thought he might be the difference maker. They're very thin at that position. He was not the defensive difference maker we thought. There are times, honestly, I barely noticed him out there.
No, did not have an impact.
Running back James Conner, $7.6 million.
Coming off of an injury and the age factor, I'm moving on to a younger running back to be my main guy.
I would agree. This one emotionally is tough. This one emotionally is, and you can't do this emotionally.
Okay.
You have to be cold, and you have to be logical, and you have to be
cold-hearted, okay?
Kind of heartless with this one a little bit. James Conner has been the heartbeat of this football team for a half decade. You know me. I hate paying running backs. I do hate it. And without knowing what he's going to be able to physically bring to the table next year at his age, coming off those injuries, if there was a way to bring him back for significantly less, I would be open to it just because he's mattered so much to them, but not at $7.6 million.
Would you be open to... Look, they need a number one running back. Would you be open to paying him to be the number 2 running back and moving on from Benson?
Yeah, potentially.
You could have a number 2 running back. Connor's going to be 31 years old in a couple months.
Yep.
Benson's a lot younger. Would you be open if Connor would take a low market deal to come back to be your number 2 running back? I'm still going to go to try to get Walker or Breece Hall or somebody in the draft. But could you have him as a number 2 guy? Hey, you know what? We're going to give you 10 carries a game as the 7 to 10 carries a game as the number 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Trey Benson warrants that kind of complete desertion, and totally giving. We don't know.
No,
what Trey
2
Benson
years.
brings.
But that's the problem. We have 2 years we don't know.
Yeah, we have absolutely no. I like James Conner and I like his presence, but I also, to your point, this free agency class at running back is loaded. I mean, loaded. Now, how many of those guys get franchise tagged? I don't know. I was looking at an Athletic top 150 list, and they got 3 guys in the top 10, 3 running backs in the top 10. They got like 6 or 7 guys in the top 50 or 60 free agents in all the NFL. There are a lot of running backs out there in free agency. A lot. Okay. The rest of these, I think, are fairly easy. Sean Murphy Bunting, $7.2 million.
Gone. Easy decision.
Bilal Nichols, $5.8 million.
Gone. Easy decision.
Akeem Davis Gaither, $5.2 million. Yeah, you're right to pause on this one. You're right to pause a little bit, if only because Mac Wilson Sr.'s hurt, coming off an injury.
Yeah.
We assume he'll be back. Cody Simon played
You're very young.
Okay.
You're very young if you don't have him.
And was very young. You're gonna need an inside linebacker
I'm going to say
anyway.
you got to keep Akeem Davis Gaither.
Okay.
I'm going to say you've got to keep him.
He had his moments. He was okay at times.
I just don't have enough depth there right now, unless I want to go out and spend money.
Yep. Guard Evan Brown, $4.9 million.
That's another one that's. I'm going to say you keep him.
Really? I think he's gone.
You think he's gone at $4.9 million?
I think he's gone. I think you need to go sign a guard in free agency.
Okay.
And you need to create a little competition between Isaiah Adams and John Gaines.
Okay.
I'm assuming Will Hernandez is gone too. That did not work out well for anybody last year.
Yeah, Gaines is right behind him on the depth chart. And if you believe in Gaines, then you could save $4.9 million to let him go. Okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
I mean, I could see it.
And I think guard is a major priority for this team in free agency in terms of spending dollars.
Wow.
I think it's what's wrong?
USA just won in overtime.
Oh, I was going to say,
wow.
There's no way you just wowed at what I said about the offensive line. It wasn't that revelation.
No, listen, on the corner of my eye, I've been watching this game. They lose, they're out.
They lose, they're out.
They lose, they're out.
Almost lost earlier today. They had to go to overtime.
Canada went to overtime and won.
Quinn Hughes, who almost played that entire overtime period, who waved off the bench, scores the game-winning goal.
Wow. That was, I've been on the edge of my seat watching this thing, like trying not to talk about it. The USA just beat the Dirty Swedes in overtime. Dirty Swedes.
Dirty Swedes.
Yeah.
So are the Dirty Swedes out?
They're out.
Are they eliminated?
They're out.
Okay, they're eliminated. Okay.
The USA would have, if they would have lost this game, they would be out. They would have been no medal. No, there would have been no medal.
Wow.
They would not have gotten a medal, right? They would have been done?
Yeah, they would have been done.
So, because you still got Finland still in it, right? So now the USA, I think Canada's going to play Finland, and then the USA is going to play.
I don't know.
I can't remember who.
Lauren, look it up real quick if you could. I'm sure it's pretty easy.
Wow,
freaking
wow.
Maybe we don't know. I knew the game was going on.
No, it's so Canada. It's Slovakia is the other team. I just don't know who plays who.
Canada, I believe, plays Finland.
So Canada plays Finland. The U.S. will play the Slovaks.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if they win, then you'll have USA Canada.
Okay.
You'd imagine. That's what they're teeing it up for.
Okay,
Of
but
course.
Canada Canada needed overtime to beat the Czechs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. And
Finland
Sidney Crosby might be out for the entire Olympics now. He just got cross-checked in the leg earlier.
Here's the winning goal right here. Watch this. I know this is radio. This doesn't play very well, but Finland needed overtime to beat Switzerland. Every game today except the Slovak game was overtime. The USA needed overtime to win.
Wow.
Canada needed overtime to win. And Finland needed overtime to win.
Exciting.
What a shot by Hughes.
What a shot right at the post.
What a shot by
right
Hughes.
At the post,
You
and it
guys
just kind of
know
banked
the
in.
jokes about Quinn Hughes seeing ghosts?
No.
Oh, this is devastating for me in my new hockey arc. The whole thing is that Quinn Hughes zones out like no other. He looks like everybody's talking to him. He's not paying any attention.
He sees dead
and
people.
that it's that he's seeing ghosts on the bench. And he played into it. They asked him about it, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm going ghost hunting."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's
wow,
great.
that's
Look
exciting.
it up.
That's
Well,
exciting.
just because that would have been a humiliating loss for the USA if they had
it would
lost
have been
that.
for them to not even get to the medal round.
It would have been
Yes, that would have
humiliating,
been
and they just
really
wanted.
tough
They
to
just
take.
want. Sorry to take our attention away from
it's
that,
fine,
but
it's fine.
I was on the edge of my seats, hoping we wouldn't lose that game.
That's fine. No worries about it at all. Real quick, the other player on this list was Edge Zaven Collins, $4.4 million. Add all those names up: Zaven Collins, Evan Brown, Akeem Davis Gaither, Bilal Nichols, Sean Murphy Bunting, James Conner, Dalvin Tomlinson.
I like Zaven Collins.
$50 million.
I'll keep him around.
That doesn't even count.
I'll keep him around.
If you trade Kyler Murray and you don't have to
free
eat
up.
any of the money,
Yeah.
that's another
30-something.
$34 million you're saving. And now you've got $100 million in free agency cap space-wise.
Zaven is not the player they thought he would be, but he's a decent player. You got to have some guys with experience, and like, he plays hard. He's good. He's a good sideline to sideline guy. He just hasn't had the impact that you thought he would.
Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Club of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Today, Kevin Durant was asked about his Twitter burner account.
Raro!
You'll hear what he had to say next on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning. Newsmakers Week continues with a jam-packed schedule that includes Kenny Dillingham, Tori Lavello, and a lot more. We get started at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Today, Kevin Durant was asked about the infamous burner account. This is what he said.
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to see and keep it pushing. But I know I get feel happy. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. So we got a break. We had a break practice today. Looking forward to the road trip.
A little hard to make out, but obviously I'm not into Twitter nonsense. We're not talking about this. My team is locked in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This KD Twitter account story has taken on a complete life of its own and has given us, Gambo, I don't know if you've had a chance to peruse this yet. Some hardy soul has taken all of the tweets from the KD burner account.
I saw it.
And turned it into a website called the KD Files. If you go to kdfiles.com.
What was it, the X-Files on TV?
It was the X-Files. Now it's the KD Files. And it is categorized every single tweet from this burner account, and you can search by tweets, you can search by DMs, you can search by replies, you can search by criticism, you can search by player. So, for example, on the kdfiles.com, I type in Booker, right?
Okay.
Boom. Verbatim transcript from the burner account talking about Devin Booker and Frank Vogel. Quote, two dictators, Stalin and Hitler, Mussolini and Kim Jong-un.
Oh, my God.
Exhibit B, quote, the Suns are my team when we lose and Book's team when we win, close quote. And it's just, and then it's got related files. It's got the KD official response. It's got it's amazing. It's a rabbit hole to end all rabbit holes. And now KD's got to answer for it.
First of all, he's been caught with burners before. He's had more than one talking about teammates, coaches, but you never knew it. But eventually he got caught. They found out it was him with the burners. It could have been anyone, but he got busted. Brian Colangelo, remember Brian Colangelo got busted with a burner account. So guys have been busted with it. Now this account has gone kind of dark and private now. So you know it's him, because if it wasn't him, this guy's the thing, he's not going to make the account, where you can't act. If you try to click on that account now, it's private. You can't see anything. You can't see. The only person that's going to cover something up is KD. If it was Joe Blow in Missouri that was tweeting all of this stuff on a burner, on an account, and it's not Kevin, he's not going to make the account private where nobody can see the tweets. He's going to enjoy it and have some more fun with it because people are just going to, have a blast. Look, this is the problem with Kevin Durant, and this has always been a problem. Now, I will say personally, I have a lot of messages from Kevin Durant, but I always said that I would keep them private because that was my word to him. But I have a ton of messages, hundreds and hundreds of messages from Kevin Durant about a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to put it out there because, and there are others in the media too. I'm not saying I'm alone. There are others in the media. I know Eric Ruby has gotten some messages. I believe John Voida has. I've gotten hundreds of messages from Kevin Durant. I may have shown you, but I'm not going to put it out there because, that's not my place to do it. I'm not looking to burn Kevin Durant. I'm not looking to get Kevin Durant in trouble. Some of the things that are said, I think, would lead to that. I think it would be not good if I put some of that stuff out there. But my word is they were direct messages. And to me, a direct message should be private. I think it should be a private thing. If I'm sending you a direct message, I expect that to be between me and you. And so that's why I never put any of that stuff out there. But Kevin Durant has been doing this forever. He doesn't, he's not a winning player. He cares more about him. His ego is out of control. And it's always somebody else's fault. It's always the owner's fault, the coach's fault, the GM's fault, the other player's fault. It's never his fault on anything. And this is going to blow up on him with the Rockets. This is going to blow up on him.
That's the big part of the story to me. Like, I can imagine most people listening to us talking about this right now, and maybe they're not even on X, and they're like, yeah, so what? He's got a burner account. So he likes to tweet things about people and say things about people when he's pretending it's not him. Where it matters the most is if he's doing it with players that he's currently teammates with right now on the Rockets, and they believe that it's him, as talking him the way that he's been doing on this Twitter account, you talk about locker room credibility, you talk about locker room stability, just take a stick of dynamite to it, right?
Well, look what happened to this locker room ever since he got here in Phoenix.
It just blows it up. And so you give up. Now, the Rockets, in their mind, they didn't give up as much as maybe people thought they were going to have to for Kevin Durant, but you give up what you give up for him. You think he's the missing piece to a championship. I feel like we went down this road, obviously, 3 years ago. You think he's the missing piece for a championship, and you find out instead that he's trash-talking everybody he's sharing that locker room with on a social media account. That is one really quick way to absolutely eviscerate your locker room and tear apart everything you've been trying to build.
That's why he doesn't have a home. That's why Kevin Durant has never had a home. What's his home? Oklahoma City hates him. Like the Nets, no. The Rock, like he's going to blow this Rocket thing up because that's just who he is. Phoenix, no. The worst 2 years of Devin Booker's career. Not when he won 21 games. Not when he won 25 games. Not when they won the lottery every year. The worst 2 years of Devin Booker's career was with Kevin Durant. And he said it.
Yeah.
He said it.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Durant is I don't want to use the word cancer because people see I don't like using that word with locker rooms. Kevin Durant is a negative in the locker room. He's a negative on your team. He is. He's a great player. He's a great player. But his ego is out of control, and he's always concerned about so many things that he shouldn't be concerned with.
Yeah.
And if he just played ball and got along with everybody, his career would be so much better.
Yeah. The quote that he said, quote, "I know you've got to ask these questions. I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm just here to focus on the season and keep pushing it. But I get that you have to ask those questions. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season, enjoyed our break. We had a great practice today." Didn't you send me a tweet yesterday that somebody who covers the Rockets said they had like an in-house meeting about this and Kevin Durant stormed out?
Yes.
Of the meeting. Like they had an after-practice meeting to address it. And was that fake news?
Was that fake?
Was that fake news?
That was a fake one? Okay.
All right, that was a fake one.
Maybe that's why we didn't bring it up.
Maybe that's why we didn't bring it up.
We found out it was fake.
Thought twice about it before I brought it up. So that was fake news. Lauren, thank you for jumping in and saving my butt. We certainly appreciate that. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset, just like that. Day's flying here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
There's nothing like it. The rush when the band plays, the roar when the Sun Devils take the court, the energy that shakes the building and pulls you to your feet. This is Sun Devil men's basketball, where every night brings the sound of something electric, something unpredictable, something you have to feel to believe. From the first tip to the final buzzer, Sun Devil Hoops is where passion lives. Be a part of it. Bring the noise, and let's light up Desert Financial Arena together. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dent Dental all-on-4 dental implant treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at BabboItalian.com.
Score presidential savings all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia. We know your life is busy, so we've simplified the process. With this month's leasing specials, there's a monthly rate and a flexible plan that's sure to suit your lifestyle. With approved credit, you can lease a 2025 K4 for only $209 a month for 24 months. If you need to seat a family, choose the 2026 Sorrento for $329 a month for 36 months, or a 2025 Telluride for $359 a month for 24 months. Now you just need to take the next step. Come experience the no bull difference for yourself. Schedule a test drive at our Peoria store just off the 101. Grab these deals at Earnhardt Peoria Kia before they drive away.
Telluride leases require $3,999 due at signing. All leases, 0 security deposit. 10,000 miles per year. Most new vehicles include a protection package to protect your investment that ranges from $999 to $1,294. Quantities limited. After all applicable offers on select models. All offers subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Offers expire 3/2/26. Not all incentive programs are compatible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See Earnhardt Peoria Kia for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also mentioned that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say about it.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They'll be hosting AJ DeBanza, and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Kopi will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time. Already, this show's flying by. Here is Lauren, our magnificent executive producer, who's got today's 4 o'clock reset. Do you like how
I look forward to every adjective.
Yeah, an adjective, and I think I just gave you a promotion. You went from producer to executive producer. I don't know why.
I'll try not to rip you when I retire and have my burner account.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's really kind of you.
Yeah.
Also, around the office, if you were gonna start ripping women, your options really limited. I think I'd be able to figure it out pretty quick.
You would, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, it's
What would
me.
what would my handle be if I had a burner account? What do you think?
Oh.
Medium shirt 77.
There you go, right there. Medium.
It would have to be a play on sources.
The Sosua 7. What year were you born? 66.
66.
Salsa 66.
It'd be too obvious you'd be able to put the 66 together and figure out it was me. I got to be inconspicuous.
Medium 75.
Yeah, and you said it correctly and used it
Inconspicuous.
correctly.
How about that? Inconspicuous. Need to
Bravo.
make people know it's not me. Kevin Durant always
Don't
you're able
act
to figure
like
out it's him.
Don't act like you don't have a burner account.
I swear to God, I've never had a burner. I swear to you, I've never had a burner. Why would I have a burner?
So you can crap talk people behind their backs. That's why.
He crap talks people
I do
behind
it
their
in-
backs without a
I do. You know how many
that's
times
true.
I've been called out to the principal's office here for ripping people on my own account? Like I've had to go into the principal's office like 5 times. Can you please?
I didn't know that there was a
stop?
principal in this office.
Yeah, I've gotten called into the office a few times. Can you please stop? Stop what? Can you please stop calling people names on Twitter? Like, please, just ignore them, block them, whatever you want to do. Just stop responding to
Gambo's
them.
the source guy in the show. My sources can confirm to me he has been called to the principal's office.
Yeah, so many times.
And I have not heard this from him. I've heard this from other people, maybe even the principal. So yeah, he gets called
like
to the office.
they've tried to get me to stop going because I go at people on Twitter sometimes when they're stupid.
I've been like the duty aide. Hey, can you let the principal know when he shows up?
That's right. Hey, when Gambo walks into the, can you let me know when Gambo walks? Sure, happy to. Happy to.
You guys have you been there?
Well, just letting people know when you've arrived. I give you credit. Kevin Durant hides behind a burner account.
I don't.
You say inappropriate things about people
All the
right
time.
to their face.
All the time.
You hide behind a low monitor.
I don't hide behind a mask to facilitate a task.
Oh, okay.
How about that one? You don't even know what that is, do you?
No.
You don't know what that is?
No.
You hide behind a mask to facilitate a task. You don't know me. You don't know me.
Rap song by
Trevor Bauer.
Back in
About
the day.
Miguel Montero.
Trevor Bauer recorded a rap song. It was
That's why I wouldn't
it was
know.
as bad
Talking
as it
about
sounds.
Miguel Montero. You hide behind a mask.
It was as bad as it sounds.
You don't know me.
It couldn't be good.
Top stories. What do we got?
Yeah.
Let's go on 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we got a lot of sound in this one.
Oh,
so
okay, let's
let's
go.
start today with Mike LaFleur discussing what the first few weeks have been like for him as head coach.
Just take it one day at a time and just roll. So it's been fun. It's been really fun to put this staff together, to get to know a lot of people that you didn't know, a lot of people that were recommended from people that you respect, that you've gotten to know through this process. Coolest part is just getting to know these players, though. It's been awesome, and we got some really cool ones.
We're going to talk about what Nathaniel Hackett had to say coming up in, I think, the next segment of the show. But Mike LaFleur made it very clear that Nathaniel Hackett was his #1 top priority among coaches to hire this offseason. I thought that was
He was
pretty
adamant
revealing.
about that.
Yes,
he
adamant.
was like, this is the guy I wanted. Good.
Yeah.
Glad he has somebody that he feels comfortable with and he wasn't stuck with somebody.
And today, the Kansas City Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract for the upcoming season, converting $54.45 million of his base salary into bonuses to create over $43.5 million in immediate cap space.
So the Kansas City Chiefs are going shopping.
That non-playoff team, the Kansas City Chiefs, that was
Yes,
them,
them.
right?
Yeah, them.
Yes,
Yeah.
he had a $78.2 million cap hit on the 10-year extension he signed, but by converting into a bonus, cap hit drops to 34.6. So now he's projected to carry an $85 million cap hit for 2027.
Kicking the can.
Yeah, kick that can. $85 million cap hit for 27.
And today, the proposed trade for Max Crosby came out, and what the Raiders are asking for:
What do they
2
want?
first-round picks and an elite player. From a
Wow.
team, Ian Rappaport today discussing, could Max Crosby possibly return to the Raiders next season?
Money solves a lot of things. I am not naive, okay? If, when in doubt, money, generally money. He's got two raises the last 2 years.
Right.
And I really feel like he just wants to win. So look, if they give him a big bag, people like money. So my guess is that would probably help. But I really just think he wants to be part of something that is meaningful and headed in the right direction to play like good football in December and January.
So basically, the trade package is Micah Parsons. Give me 2 firsts and a player.
Yeah.
Because that's what Parsons got.
Pretty much.
2 firsts and a player.
Yep, pretty much. It's almost exactly what it is. Well, if he really wants to win, do winning teams have that kind of this? The Rams do. If the Rams really want Max Crosby, they've got 2 firsts this year. They could give him, one of their first this year, one of their first next year, an elite player. I don't know what player they would throw in, but if that's really the price, you have to start looking at the teams that have multiple first-round picks over the next couple of years to see whether they'd be willing to part with them or not. The Rams are the first team that pops into mind that satisfies that and the winning part of it.
He did have, there was a story, he makes waves with his comments to Caleb Williams. Did you see that?
Yes.
I guess was he raving about Caleb Williams? Is he trying to get to Chicago?
He had Caleb Williams on his podcast after raving about him. They sat down for over an hour, and Caleb talked about his love of the city of Chicago. And Max said, I'd love to play for something like that.
Oh, okay. All right. Sending out those feelers.
Mm-hmm. Anybody interested in DJ Moore? Yes, no, maybe so.
DJ Moore in 2 firsts?
Yeah.
For Max Crosby?
Yeah, I'm fine
This
with
year's
that.
first and next year's first?
Fine with that.
Do it.
Okay.
Fine with that.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, and an update on the NBA tanking.
Oh, what do you got?
Oh, yeah. Domantas Sabonis will undergo season-ending left knee surgery.
My Kings.
Sabonis is like, but it's my elbow. We're going to say it's your knee.
And and another update on tanking. Kyrie Irving will miss the rest of the season to allow himself, quote, additional time to fully heal from his torn ACL.
Exactly.
Why rush it?
Yeah. You know what the crazy thing about this? You're not tanking for 1 player, you're tanking for 4.
Well, that's what...
There are 4 kids in this draft that people would be like, I'll take any one of them.
Why it's more logical to tank this year than it has been in any year past. In the past, it's like you're tanking for 1, maybe 2 guys. This year, you're right, it's 4 guys, which provides way more of a justification for tanking than ever before.
I was talking with a different GM, not the Suns GM, but a different GM the other day. He said, Peterson's still number 1 on my board. Still number 1. But then after that, 2, 3, and 4, between the Duke kid, the North Carolina kid, and then the guy right after that is the Illinois kid. They love that kid. A lot of people love that kid.
Gimble, don't say that to me.
That's your boy.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
My heart is fragile. Okay, thank you. And in NCAA news, ASU got the win last night
Big
over
win for them.
Texas Tech.
Congrats.
Big win for them.
Yep.
Even though JT Toppin did officially tear his ACL, he will be out for the year.
Kid took a $4 million NIL deal to come back for Texas Tech this year. They just beat Arizona. They would have been one hell of a dangerous team because of how hard they play and because of how good he is in the tournament. Like, they could have made a Final Four run, but without him, their season's going to go nowhere.
Huge win for ASU. Congratulations to them for a season that's gotten really sideways on them. I don't think it really changes anything big picture for them other than, they Bobby Hurley or tournament talk or anything like that. I don't think anything changes there, but a good win for them. 11 straight ranked losses for them. So nice for them to end that streak. And nice for the fans to rush the court. It was a nice moment for everybody.
Yeah. So, you know what? As bad as this year's been, for those players, that's a great moment you take with you. And that's what you try to create, a great moment for the rest of you. Hey, I beat Texas Tech. They were one of the top teams in the country. Yep. When you're watching Toppin in the NBA, you'd be like, I played against that guy and I beat him. Yep.
And U of A's got BYU tonight at 7 p.m.
Down goes BYU.
So no Koa Pete's.
He hasn't been great this year.
No.
He hasn't been great recently. Like the last month or so, he is
I watch
faded.
every game. He's had like 3 great games.
Yeah.
He hasn't been great.
He's faded. It's going to be tough. BYU's missing a guy, too.
Richie Saunders tore his ACL. He's out.
Yeah,
he's one of the best three-point shooters in the country. He's so good.
But U of A's got some questions that need some answers, I think, with how they've played as of late, right? Like, they've been beat up on the inside. They've been beat up in the paint. They haven't been, not beat up. They haven't been as dominant as we've become accustomed to seeing them be in the paint and on the boards, and that's something they kind of have to answer for because the schedule gets no easier. They got Houston coming up on Saturday.
That's going to be, and Houston's coming off a loss to Iowa State. Yeah. That's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's a tough schedule. Big 12 is really, it's the best conference in college basketball.
And we've got a break, but if I could point you guys in the direction of anything if you did not hear it yesterday, that would be Mick Cronin's comments after the UCLA game last night to Michigan State. Yeah.
Do we have it?
We do.
We do.
We got a break.
We're very late for
we got a
break.
Yeah, we got a break.
They need to fire him.
We'll play it a little later in the show.
They need to fire Cronin.
It is absolutely the worst case of a God complex you've ever seen in college basketball coaching. He is not a good guy. We'll play it a little bit later.
If I was that report, I'd be like, would you like to go somewhere else and talk about this, me and you? In front of, not with the cameras?
Yeah.
And that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Well, I promise we'll play that sound a little bit later. When we come back, the Cardinals offensive coordinator spoke today. What did Nathaniel Hackett have to say on coaching quarterbacks in the NFL and not calling plays for the Cards? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Tyreek Hill, I'm going to pass. That's going to be a hard pass. As a matter of fact, you're talking about a guy that is wildly talented, as we all know. Have we seen wildly talented wide receivers in the National Football League? Have we seen them just go astray? Unfortunately, yes, we have definitely seen that before in the past. And this is a guy that is wildly talented, yet nobody wants the headache that is going to be Tyreek Hill, in my opinion.
Okay, I think we've answered the question. What do you want to talk about now?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They have extended their President's Day sale, and that is big news for you because you can take advantage of this. America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150 is now available with, get this, 0% financing. Everybody loves that. 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models. Or if adventuring in a new Bronco Sport is more your speed, lease one now for as low as $289 a month for 36 months. That's a steal, huh? $289 a month for 36 months for a brand new Ford Bronco Sport. Choose the freedom of no hassle, no nonsense, and no pressure with your buying experience. Choose to do business with a dealership who has been doing it the right way for over 70 years. That's Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more information at sandersonford.com.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers. I partner with Galaxy Lending Group because their goal loan, Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan, reminded me of the way athletes train. Stick to the plan and get results. The goal loan helps homeowners pay off debt faster using the income they already have without changing their lifestyle. If getting out of debt is something you're serious about, text GOAL to 620-620. That's GOAL to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Want to know the secret to scoring serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening right now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Need space in an SUV? Select 2026 Buick Enclave models are seeing over $6,000 in savings, plus 0.9% APR and no payments for 120 days for qualified buyers. Yep, big savings, low APR, and no payments. And here's the bonus. Eligible non-GM owners can get $2,000 in extra bonus cash. We're here to help you save. It's why Arizonans have trusted Earnhardt for 75 years. So hurry in. These President's Day deals won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 Noble Protection Package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and 599.B. See deal for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Saying hello to Chandler on today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here in the 4 o'clock hour. Hello, Chandler. We appreciate you.
Chandler Wolves
joining us, yes.
Home, that's where Chelsea Gambo went to high school. Chandler High.
Yep, no doubt about it. Here is Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals today, on his head coach his offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, and why he has not had more success not calling plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many factors in success and not. Like, it's like define success. I get what you're going to say, well, wins and losses. Well, I could say sometimes it's a little bit more than that with the variables that are placed in the NFL. So he's been very successful. He's very, thought of, particularly within our profession. There's not if you guys believe one thing from this press conference, it is literally I wanted him and nobody else, and he's here.
Probably the most interesting thing that was said today. I want
think
him
so.
and nobody else.
Listen, he's a 5-time offensive coordinator who failed as a head coach. They had the humiliation on Christmas Day where they got humiliated by the Rams, by the way. It was by the Rams who humiliated them 51-14. They ended up firing Hackett after that game. It was his only season as a head coach with the Denver Broncos. But to your point, we talk a lot about this. There are certain guys that might be just really good as coordinators. LaFleur's going to call the plays, but Hackett's going to have a lot to do with putting in the offense. And it's a little bit of an older guy, not a lot older, right? It's not a 55, 60-year-old guy, but he's been in the NFL for about 12 or 13 years. I believe Hackett's 46 years old, so he's a little bit older than LaFleur, but he's not an old guy in terms of, like getting a 60-year-old guy. But it is somebody with a lot of experience. 5 times he's been an offensive coordinator in this league, and there seems to be a good relationship. Look, more than anything, you want to hire people that you know and you trust and that believe in the same things you do. And it seems like, whether you like Hackett or not, it seems like that's what LaFleur is pointing to. Like, this is my guy. I like this guy. He was my guy all along.
Yeah, here's what Nathaniel Hackett had to say about what Mike LaFleur said about him. That if you take away one thing from this press conference, I wanted him.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I've known Mike for a long time, and he's first and foremost a great person. And I think that this game is all about relationships. It's about how you work with people, how you communicate with people. And to be able to work with him is very exciting for me. And, just the fact that all of our conversations for the past years have been awesome. He talked a little bit about the philosophies and all that, and it goes even deeper when it comes to the family and how he is with his, and that means a lot to me. And so I'm very honored to be here.
And to your point, I think it's 17 years of experience that he has coaching in the NFL. We've talked a lot about one of the things that we want out of this coaching staff for Mike LaFleur is that he's got we're calling it his Yoda, right? I think it was Steve Weiss who called it. He needs his Yoda. He needs his Ben Kenobi. He needs his wise old sage around who has been around the league a time or two to kind of help Mike LaFleur navigate his first time as being a head coach. I don't know if Hackett scratches that itch for Cardinal fans, if that's what we had in mind when we had Yoda in mind and that wise old guy to be around, but it would appear based off of how the staff is being put together, that is going to be Nathaniel Hackett's job. That's going to be his role because the rest of the staff, it's not done, but for the most part is getting pretty close. And for the most part, it's college guys, it's younger guys, it's guys who have 5 years of experience in the league, maybe 6, maybe 7, maybe none. Some of them are being retained from Jonathan Gannon's staff. The only one, the true outlier, is Nathaniel Hackett and his 17 years of experience in this league. I don't know. Again, does that satisfy the need to have an older guy on the roster?
Does the Denver experience bother you? He lost the team. There were fights on the sideline. They fired him during the season. He had a hard time, managing clocks, or is it just like, hey, he's in the right spot now? He's in the right spot as an OC.
I'm a big believer that people can learn from their mistakes if they're willing to.
Yeah.
So if he's willing to learn from whatever mistakes, he's not the head coach, so he's not going to be responsible for that. But if he's willing to learn from whatever mistakes he made in the past, then I don't think that has to be a deal breaker for him. And it is. It is a much different role for him.
Yeah. I think when we overall look at this staff, look, if I would have told you the day they hired LaFleur that his coordinators are going to be Nathaniel Hackett and Nick Rallis, most people would have been like, oh, come on, I got to do better than that. Because there was a lot of other names out there. There were a lot of other names that you're like, okay, you get excited about. So I think we're a little taken aback by that. But again, the most important thing is that LaFleur's comfortable and happy with these guys.
The offensive coordinator one is tough. Nick Rallis, I would agree, is very underwhelming as the DC. The OC, I didn't know what to expect because Mike LaFleur made it clear he was going to call plays. Like from the kicker, you reported right away he's going to be calling his own plays.
Yes.
Right? And he confirmed that he's going to be. And so when that limits the field, I don't know what to expect from offensive coordinator. I don't even know who they'd be hiring. Nathaniel Hackett, this is going to be very important. Whomever the Cardinals choose to be their quarterback this year, on the relationship he has had with his QBs?
So I think for me, it's always been about that relationship with them because there's so many ups and downs. They have to have something steady, and they have to have something, a foundation that they can believe in and know that you're always going to be there with them and for them. I mean, that's the key because you want them to have, as I've always said, as my father used to tell me, is they have to have a can't stop me mentality, no matter what the situation is. Whether you take a hit, complete a throw, don't complete a throw, they have to come back every single play, erase that last one, and be able to execute the next one. And, I mean, they touch the ball every play. So it's one of those things for us, for all the coaches, it's about supporting that position. Because when that position plays well, you're going to have a good football team.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it's going to depend on LaFleur's ability to connect with these players and lead this coaching staff, develop the players. You're going to change out a lot of guys. You're going to have another draft. You're going to have another free agency. You're going to cut a lot of guys. You're going to have cap space. So it's going to be a new look team when they report to camp. Like I don't want to guess how many new players they're going to be, but if you're a player and you suffered through the season that the Cardinals just had, you're excited about a new voice. You're excited about a new direction. Mm-hmm. You're excited about somebody that's going to try to sell you something you want to buy. I want to buy. I want to purchase this. Tell me why this is a good purchase. So it's going to be a buy-in, and these guys want to buy in, and it would have been harder with Gannon because they just lost 14 games and set a franchise record, but it'll be easier with LaFleur.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll be just that dynamic, though, of him and LaFleur and Hackett not being the play caller. I'll be curious to see how much work that needs, both guys kind of wrote it off today, said no, it's not that big of a deal. He's still going to be a huge part in how we game plan and how we put it all together, but it is, and it's not uncommon. Mike LaFleur just came from a system where he was the OC and he didn't get to call plays. It happens a lot in this league where the OC isn't the play caller. It's just going to take some getting used to, I think, for everybody.
I'm excited that LaFleur is going to be the play caller, though. I think Gannon probably would have done a lot better of a job if he had called the plays.
I think you're right.
So, but I'm happy. Like I really was. Is he going to call plays? When we reported it, and we were first to report that he was going to call the plays. Like to me, that was a big deal because that's what I want. I don't want Hackett calling. I want LaFleur to call the plays. Yeah. He's supposed to be this offensive genius. Let him call them.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what adjustments could we see the Arizona Diamondbacks make this season? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, D-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. So you're saying to yourself, man, President's Day is over. I missed all the great President's Day sales events. No, you didn't. Not at Liberty GMC anyway, because the President's Day sales event going on all month long at Liberty GMC, which means $9,000 off an all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV. It's still going on. Lease it for $749 a month. It's still going on. How about a 2026 GMC Terrain? You can lease that for just $199 a month for 36 months. That is still going on, as is the President's Day truck event, getting up to $12,250 off a 2026 Sierra 1500 or leasing a 2026 Canyon for just $299 a month. It's all still going on at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now is the perfect time to start your next home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. Your project, your timeline, the best prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
DNA Card Shop presents Topps Hobby Rip Night, February 21st. Get ready for an unforgettable night with a live DJ, epic photo booth, delicious food truck, and tons of free giveaways. Score exclusive Topps merch and meet special guest, ace pitcher, and card collector Justin Steele, with more athletes to be announced. Mark your calendars and follow us at DNA Card Shop on Instagram. Don't miss Hobby Rip Night, where the hobby comes to life. DNA Card Shop. Be legendary.
Arizona children enter the foster system every day. If you're a parent, a coach, a teacher, or just someone who cares about young people, then you may be in a position to help. Becoming a foster parent not only creates a positive ripple effect in a child's life, it can improve our entire community. That's the foster effect. To learn more, go to azdcs.gov/foster effect. This message is brought to you by the Arizona Department of Child Safety.
Babbo Italian Eatery invites you to its 5th annual Baseball for Babbo Day of Giving, dedicated to raising funds for the fight against pancreatic cancer. On February 25th, all 7 Valley Babbo Italian Eatery locations will donate 100% of their profits to this cause. This event honors Ken Pollock, the late founder of Babbo Italian Eatery, a devoted baseball fan who lost his battle with pancreatic cancer in late 2022. Visit any Babbo Italian Eatery location on February 25th and contribute to a life-changing cause. Find a location at babboitalian.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey, it's Wolf. What will the Cardinals do with Kyler Murray? We'll ask ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak tomorrow at 10:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
On the one hand, Gambo's like, go Italy. On the other hand, he's like, I don't understand this sport
I don't understand
at
it at all, but we're playing Canada right now in curling. We're down 5-4. The Italians are down 5-4. Second in the medal to Norway right now. Nobody has more. Norway has the most. Italy has the second most medals.
I find that, first of all, Tip Jar, Mr. Blue Sky from Electric Light Orchestra plays this song is great. Secondly, every time curling comes on, I'm mesmerized.
I don't understand it. Why
I find it.
Why do they have to
hypnotic?
Why do they have to sweep?
Because you're controlling it. You're controlling the speed and the direction and the spin of the stone by sweeping the ice.
What's the game you play at the bar where you kind of you sand the board down?
Shuffleboard.
Yeah, we don't sweep in shuffleboard.
No, you don't. But you sweep in curling. I don't know why, but I just find it like sometimes they're like, okay, it's good. Sweep, like as fast as they possibly can.
I'm surprised that they don't like hit the damn whatever the thing is. I'm surprised they don't hit that.
Hit what?
What is the thing that's moving?
The stone. The stone. Yeah, they're pros.
You do hit the stones.
Well, no, he means when you're sweeping it, like how you don't accidentally.
I was like, well, part of the strategy is you do hit the stones.
But just their amazing accuracy to be able to put that thing wherever they want is I don't know. It's just like I say, I'm fascinated by it. I don't understand it.
We're down 7-4.
I could watch it all day.
I'm not feeling very good about Italy's odds because I think there's only 10 stones, and that was the 9th.
Sorry, Gamble.
They're going to turn to stone.
Is that what they're going to do?
Yeah.
So as the Arizona Diamondbacks continue their spring training preparations, the first game, I think, is coming up this weekend. Is it Friday? Wow, it's game time already for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Talk about adjustments a little bit because guys are trying out some different things. Guys are trying some new things. And we with Zach Gallen's re-signing, we talked a lot about the rotation, the 6 guys, Michael Soroka, we presume going down to the bullpen. But Nick Piecoro today, when writing about Brandon Pfaadt and some of the adjustments that he's made, because we've cited Pfaadt as being like a key guy in this rotation.
Huge, yeah.
He also mentioned, and he didn't assign anything to it other than just to say, oh, by the way, just letting you know, Brandon Pfaadt does have minor league options available to him. And even though they signed him to that $49 million contract, depending on, and he didn't say this is me kind of imposing my own thought on this. Depending on how this spring goes, maybe it's not a foregone conclusion after all that Brandon Pfaadt is in the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks, given that he's got a minor league option left.
Let me ask you something. Do you ever see Brandon Pfaadt being a closer? Could he go the Dave Righetti, Dennis Eckersley route? I was the starter and I wasn't very good, but because he's got a great fastball, right? Great fastball.
Yeah.
He's really good for an inning or so. It's like the second time through the lineup, they always get him. He gets, but he doesn't walk anybody. So he's a good, my thought on Brandon Pfaadt was I think this is a big year for him as a starter. Because if he fails again as a starter, you got him under contract for a number of years. You got to start looking at what's the best avenue for this guy. Is it possible that Brandon Pfaadt, and again, I think this year he gets another opportunity. You'd like him to be a starter. There's been a lot of good, there's been a lot of really good closers that Mariano Rivera was a starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up being the best closer in the history of the game. Dennis Eckersley was a starting pitcher. Dave Righetti was a starting pitcher. These guys ended up being lights-out closers. Could Pfaadt ever do that?
He could, but I think they've still got
another year.
I think they still have more undiscovered territory they need to go through with Brandon Pfaadt before they reach that conclusion. I think he was 11th in the National League last year in innings pitched. I mean, he does have the ability to give you innings, and it always feels like with Brandon, it's not even the second time through the lineup. It's just that one bad inning that just does him in. It's that one bad inning where he's doing fine, and before you know it, he give up 3 home runs in an inning, and it's like it all got away from him like that in such a hurry. And so he's trying adjustments. He's trying to do different things mechanically. He's trying to do more the story that Nick wrote about Brandon. He's trying to do more mental adjustments where he doesn't that.
Yeah.
Remember that game he had last year was against the Nationals where he got no outs and he gave up 8 earned runs?
Got knocked out in the first inning,
and he didn't get a single out.
Yeah,
I mean, he was.
out, yep.
It was then when we were making life choice decisions about whether we should still be playing Fot Rock songs about him, because we were like, maybe this is not such a good idea.
But I like the music though.
Oh, I do too. It's just that when Fot Rock turned into Fot Got Rocked, and it was like, I don't know, we should be doing this bit anymore because it's not a very good idea. He talked about mentally putting moments like that behind him and not letting it linger, suggesting that maybe last year he would let a game like that linger or a bad moment linger and things like that. Look, I still think the best option is for Brandon Pfaadt to be a starter for the Arizona Diamondbacks and for Michael Soroka to be out of the pen. I'm just saying, if Soroka pitches, you gotta keep yourself open. You gotta keep yourself open to all options.
Mike Hazen will tell you that the best players are going to play.
Yeah.
Like, if Soroka beats out Pfaadt, he beats out Pfaadt. And then, I do think that there's a lot of, look, Gallen's going to pitch, Kelly's going to pitch, Nelson's going to pitch. But when it comes to Soroka, Pfaadt, and Erod, I don't think you're wrong here. I think it is an open competition. And if Soroka's better than Pfaadt and you've got an option on Pfaadt, send him down. Listen, here's the thing we know. You're going to need all your guys. You're going to need a 6-starter, a 7-starter, an 8. You're going to. So the 6th starter, whoever the next guy, he's going to pitch. And he's going to start games for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Because not everybody's going to be able to make 35 starts and we all sing Kumbaya. It's not going to happen like that. It never does.
Yep, nope, never does. It certainly didn't happen last year. One of the stories I read about it today was like this time a year ago. It was like, hey, Mike Hazen, you've got 7 starters for 5 spots. What are you going to do? Nabil Krismat started a game for the Diamondbacks last year in August or September. Like suddenly that question of, hey, Mike, you've got 7 starters and only 5 spots. Boy, what are you going to do about it? Man, you could burn through those starters, and the Diamondbacks did last year in such a hurry. Gallen was hurt.
Goes on the injured list.
Burns got hurt. Erod got hurt.
Previous years, Merrill Kelly is cramped up. He's had to miss starts. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, you're going to need that. You're going to need that depth in the rotation.
The other adjustment that bears at least a little bit of watching was Alek Thomas playing a little bit in left field.
I'm baffled by this, but I think I understand it. My belief here is that if Jordan Lawler is able to hit enough and play good defense, that when Gurriel comes back to play left, then you could have a look. And I said this to you last week, and this is what's going to happen. Gurriel's not going to play left every day. He's going to DH more than he's going to play left field. So if Gurriel comes back and plays 2 games a week in left field, could you have a little platoon in left field between him and Alek Thomas? Like, if Jordan Lawler hits and Alek Thomas doesn't, they might want Lawler more in the lineup. I still think Alek Thomas is your best bet to play center field because of how good he is defensively, and they want to lean on defense. But I am curious to see how that whole thing plays out, with the caveat that Lourdes Gurriel is going to be your right-handed DH more than he's going to be your everyday left fielder.
Well, that's caveat number 1. Caveat number 2, which I actually think is caveat number 1, is that Jordan Lawler has to hit. I mean, this is a completely moot point if Jordan Lawler,
he doesn't hit.
I think the equation of how you solve the Diamondbacks outfield has to start with that. If Jordan Lawler is not hitting the way you expect him to hit, then you have to hit reset on the whole experiment and try something completely different. You know what I mean? Like, only if he hits, then can you experiment with putting Alek in left, platooning Alek and Lourdes in left. Because
he's got 2 months left of being a top prospect.
If Lawler's not going to hit, what does it matter?
3 months. He's got 3 months left of being a top prospect, and then that's gone. He's not going to be a prospect next year. He's not going to be a top prospect. He's been around long enough to where if he hasn't busted through, then people are going to think he's a bust.
Every game you go to this year for spring training, if Jordan Lawler is in that lineup, he is the player to watch for the Diamondbacks in every game. In every game he plays, he's the guy. He's got to hit. And if he doesn't, you got a lot of problems. Not a lot of problems. You got to figure out a bunch of stuff.
Guys don't work out. Look at the Drew Jones kid. Like, where the hell is that guy, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that you drafted that
Drew
don't
Jones
work out.
has stalled out before he's even gotten to the upper levels of the minors. Jordan Lawler kills it every time he goes down to AAA, and it just doesn't seem to matter. At least it hasn't yet. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support boys and girls clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. How much star talent are the Arizona Cardinals lacking outside of Trey McBride? We'll talk about that coming up here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs, refinances, new home loans, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it all. The Lund Mortgage team is helping people a lot, very busy right now because rates have come down. So a lot of people looking at rates have come down and then house prices have come down. So now the Lund Mortgage team is very busy getting people pre-approved for a mortgage. You can get pre-approved for a mortgage too. Just call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. They'll be happy to get you pre-approved. You don't have to spend a dime. You'll know exactly what type of house you can afford when you contact the Lund Mortgage team. Now, if you're also looking to refinance, you're saying, hey, 2 years ago I bought a house and the rates were high and they're lower now. Can I get a better rate? Call them. They'll be glad to give you the info you need to make the right decision. 623-889-0130. Over 35 years of experience right here in Arizona. It is the Lund Mortgage team. Again, that number is 623-889-0130 or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf. Our only responsibility is to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
right, let's get an update on our social media poll question of the day. For those watching on YouTube, there's a little bit of maintenance happening over to the right of me. Wave to the people, Gambo. Wave, hi. Hi. By the way, that's Will. Will's fixing some things for Gambo over there. So don't mind us. In the meantime, people who are just listening on the radio are like, yeah, we don't care. Just get to the poll question. What's the poll question?
Just know that Will gave a half-hearted wave, everybody.
Yeah, Will's like,
solving another problem. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, our poll question today is, what are you more concerned about as a Suns fan this season? Is it Jalen Green's health or Kaman Malawach's development?
It is...
We've lost him now.
We've lost Gambo, too. It is Jalen Green's health. But I am not concerned about Kaman Malawach. Gambo and he's not in here to defend himself. Not that he needs to.
So say it now.
I'll just say it now when he's not in the room. I'm worried about this. I mean, not like on a scale of 1 to 10, I would put it like at a 4, but it's concerning to me that that he hasn't done enough to like force his way into getting more playing time. But it's Jalen Green. His health is, because you just don't know. There's 27 games left. Is there enough time left for him to make a difference on this basketball team? There is, but he's got to start doing it here pretty quick, right?
I agree. I had Jalen Green as well.
And Jalen Green's health is leading the way with 80% of the vote, 20% going with Kaman Malawach's development.
That's the poll question. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. So today we heard from Mike LaFleur. We heard from Nathaniel Hackett. We heard from Nick Rollis. We heard from the Cardinals' new special teams coordinator. They all met the media as this team, the coaching staff is almost done. There are a few more pieces left to be put into place. Then we get into the business of roster evaluation. Then we get into the business of free agency, the draft, the scouting combines, only like a week away or so. And more than anything, it becomes about getting more talent on this roster because there clearly is not a lot of talent on this roster.
No, we've gone through kind of phases, like after Gannon was fired, okay, the most important thing was who's your head coach going to be? And then after the head coach, it was, okay, who's your staff going to be? What kind of staff are you going to have? You're going to have the right coordinators and coaches. And now that the coaching staff is just about complete, now you turn your attention to the most important thing, which is talent on the roster. You've got to have the right amount of talent on the roster. I was blown away when I was like, Pro Football Focus is doing the top 101 players for the 2025 NFL season. Mm-hmm. Now, they're doing it in waves, but they've completed, as of now,
41, I think.
Yeah, they got to 40 where they started at 101. And I don't know if they've added to it, but they got down to 41. That's what they got down to. They got down to 41.
That's still where they're at.
And that's still where they're at. Yep. So I decided, okay, let me look at it. And you know how we look at things sometimes? How many Seahawks are on there? How many Rams are on there? How many 49ers are on there? And how many Cardinals are on there? Are you ready for this? Mm-hmm. The Rams have 8 players so far in the top 101. 8 with 41 spots to go. Seattle has 5 players.
5.
They've got 5. Let me just shut my phone off here. They have 5 players. The 49ers have 2, and the Arizona Cardinals have none. 0. So 8 players for the Rams, 5 for Seattle, 3 for the 49ers. That's 16 players in the division that are considered top 101 players, and the Arizona Cardinals have none. Now, there's still 40 more spots to go, okay? So, we'll see. You'll get a couple guys in there. You'll get Trey McBride in there, and you'll get Buddha. But I'm always curious to compare the Cardinals to the rest of the divisions and things like this. It's not about how many players do the Cardinals have in the top 101. Okay, they got 2. How many do you have compared to the other teams in your division? Because right now they've got the rest of the teams in the division have 16 players in the top 101, and you have 0.
And you have none.
Which is why I'm on this kick right now that I don't want to trade draft picks anymore. I don't want to trade my first. I want the best freaking player. This team needs quality over quantity.
Yeah.
I know they need both, but they really need some quality.
I don't disagree agree with it, but they have to do better with the picks that they've got then.
Yeah. Agreed.
You know, I mean, it's they had the number 4 pick in the draft 2 years ago. They took Marvin Harrison Jr. That's not working out so well.
Nope.
They had 2 first-round picks 2 years ago. That's not working out so well for them, right?
And look
you know what I mean?
look at Will Anderson. Will Anderson is getting better and better and better every year. I saw something on Will Anderson 2 days ago. It's like, and he was just it said like his improvement from year to year to year is unbelievable.
I think that doing better with the picks you've got, wherever they are, is way more important than where you're picking in the draft.
Doing better with the picks, sure.
Don't you? I mean, don't you think?
Yes.
Like fundamentally, it really is about doing the best you can with the picks that you've got. And if you do that, because your idea of never trading down, while I get it, it's also you can find some really good players in the 3rd round. You can find some really good players in the 4th round. You don't have to have top picks or the best pick in every round in order to ensure that you get the best players. The Rams have proven that. The Seahawks have proven that. Look at their 2-deep roster that they won a Super Bowl with. My goodness, it was littered with guys who were picked all over the draft, not just first rounders and not just high first rounders, but picks all over the place. They have to do better with the picks that they've got. And I do. I get what you're saying about not moving around the draft and staying put. If you're going to stay at 3, you better get a baller at 3. You better. And this better not be 2 years from now with Marvin Harrison Jr. We're going, you could have had this guy, you could have had that guy, or maybe it's not working out. It's that part about it has been really, really frustrating because all the injuries, you can cite them all you want. Monty Ossenfort has yet to draft a Pro Bowl player. He has yet to sign a Pro Bowl player, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think there's a player that he's signed in 3 years.
No, Trey was a Keim guy.
Yeah.
Mick Cronin was a Keim guy. Buddha was a Keim guy. You look at the best players on the roster and you say, okay, a lot of them are still Keim guys. Your best offensive player and your best defense player. Okay, if you say Buddha and then you go Jalen Thompson, Keim guy.
Yeah.
So your best players are still from the previous regime.
If you want to tell me Josh Sweat should have made a Pro Bowl? Okay, I could buy that. He should have.
Yeah.
He like if Josh Sweat isn't on this top 101 list, if it ends up just being Trey McBride and say Buddha, then I think they missed a guy. I think Josh Sweat is one of the 101 best players in the NFL, okay? And he probably gets dinged a little bit for being in an Arizona Cardinals team that doesn't have a lot of talent. But they are, and this is where everything just gets so muddied when it comes to the Cardinals and evaluating the Cardinals because they've got to do better at this. They just have not even come close to doing well enough when it comes to player acquisition.
The problem is if these other guys don't pop, what do we always say? You got to put 3 good drafts together. And if we don't have one, then you're still 3 years away from being able to be competitive.
Yeah.
Through the draft.
Yeah.
Unless you ban, who was the team you were talking about that did it through free agency a couple of weeks? Was it? It was a team you were talking about that really did a good job through free agency. I can't remember who it was.
I can't remember who it was either. But I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember who it was.
So like some teams, but it's hard. It's hard to have success. Free agency, you're overpaying for everybody. The cost is expensive. A lot of times it's Band-Aid. You want to do it through the draft. But again, like I always think that the Cardinals team that went to the Super Bowl put 3 good drafts together. One of them was spectacular.
It was the Patriots. The
Patriots free agency.
Destroyed free agency.
Right.
That's who it was. I was struggling to remember. It was the New England Patriots. They killed it.
That's still the oddity. It's still the best way to do it is through the draft.
What did we learn from the Arizona Cardinals' new and old coordinators today? Because we heard from them. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Pro Smile Dental. They could give you that new smile makeover that so many of you want, that so many of you need. Listen, life is short. Let's not go through life not happy with the way we look. People change their appearance all the time. Your smile, it defines you. It's the most important thing that you have is your smile. You want to light up a room when you smile. You want to feel confident when you smile. You don't want to go on a job interview and hide your mouth because you're embarrassed. You don't want to hide your smile for photos and videos because you have gaps in your teeth or you have a big gum line or your teeth are discolored. I'm telling you, Pro Smile Dental can get you that new smile, whether it is the All-On X implant or the custom cosmetic veneers. ProSmile is the oral surgeons you want. Not general dentists doing the surgery, but oral surgeons. They're the only implant center with the lab, the mills, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists are all on site. Your entire smile is designed on site, not in 4 different places. That eliminates mistakes. You can get a custom-designed temporary smile to try out while you approve the color, shape, and size. You're going to be so happy once you use ProSmile, you'll be telling all your friends about it. Text PRO to 620-620 or call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
The President's Day sales event is happening now at Freeway Chevrolet, and you can score huge savings on nearly every new Chevy, including 2025 and 2026 Silverados. Plus, get even more savings with our President's Day bonus voucher. So hurry in today or visit us online where you can check out our entire inventory and find out just how much you can save. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dillon Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting AJ DeBanza and the 23rd ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thank you for joining us. We certainly appreciate it today. Arizona Cardinals introduced their new offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett. They introduced their new special teams coordinator, Michael Gabriel. And they reintroduced their not-so-new defensive coordinator, Nick Rallis. We got to meet or reintroduce ourselves to all three today. And in addition to that, Mike LaFleur, not on the docket to speak to reporters today, did speak to reporters today.
I think he's also going to be on Newsmakers Week.
Mike LaFleur is, yes.
I'm disappointed. I know a lot of fans have commented this, and I agree. I do wish Michael Bidwell or Monty would have came in on Newsmakers Week. So I do think that would have been a great time for Michael to come in and address. And he usually does come in on Newsmakers Week. I'm not sure why. So I am a little disappointed that Michael or Monty aren't going to be there, but they are going to have LaFleur. So
yeah, and I don't remember.
So LaFleur is going to be on Newsmakers Week at some point this week with Bickley and Murata.
I don't know what day. I should have known this off the top of my head.
I think it's Friday.
Is it Friday?
I think it's Friday. Yeah, I think they scheduled him.
I know
late, but he'll be on Friday, which is good. That's good. I want to hear what he has to say.
7:45 a.m.
7:45. Okay, yeah. So tomorrow it's Dillingham and Lavello and Brian Gregory and Graham Rossini and Tommy Lloyd and Bryce Drew and Willie Bloomquist.
Tommy Lloyd.
Yeah,
it's a good list tomorrow.
Right after the BYU game. And then on Friday, Mike Hazen is among the guests. And Mike LaFleur is going to be at 7:45. So, yeah,
I'm still holding
I
out hope that Michael Bidwell will decide, okay, I'm going to come in, I'm going to talk to the guys. Because there's a lot. People do want to hear from Michael. They do want to hear from him.
I would agree with that. Mike LaFleur today, when he made his surprise appearance at this press conference for the coordinators, the biggest takeaway, the number one thing that he said that caught everybody's attention, he was answering a question about Nathaniel Hackett and how Mike LaFleur is going to be the play caller and Hackett isn't. And at the very end of this 30-second soundbite, said the thing that got everybody's attention.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many factors in success and not. Like, it's like define success. I get what you're going to say, well, wins and losses. Well, I could say sometimes it's a little bit more than that with the variables that are in place in the NFL. So he's been very successful. He's very, thought of, particularly within our profession. And there's not if you guys believe one thing from this press conference, it is literally I wanted him and nobody else, and he's here.
If you believe one thing from this press conference,
I wanted
him and nobody else.
He didn't say that about anybody else, too, so I believe that. Like, I do believe that. He was this is the guy I wanted. I wanted him. I'm going to call the plays, but I wanted him. So, obviously, he has a respect factor. He trusts him. Like, he didn't say that about Nick Rallis. He'd be like, this is the guy I wanted. No, he liked Nick. He interviewed a lot of other guys. Yep. Some of those guys declined. Some of those guys took other jobs. And he came back to Nick and he said, I still like Nick. Like, Nick's fine. I'll take Nick. But he does seem very adamant that Nathaniel Hackett was the guy he wanted.
Here's what Hackett said about LaFleur saying that about him.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I've known Mike for a long time, and he's first and foremost a great person. And I think that this game is all about relationships. It's about how you work with people, how you communicate with people. And to be able to work with him is very exciting for me. And, just the fact that all of our conversations for the past years have been awesome. He talked a little bit about the philosophies and all that, and it goes even deeper when it comes to the family and how he is with his, and that means a lot to me. And so I'm very honored to be here.
As far as Nick Rallis goes, and obviously this one feels a little bit different because Rallis is a holdover, and we certainly got into that last week when we learned Rallis was going to get the job. Mike LaFleur talked about his retention of Nick Rallis and used words like Nick Rallis's best days are, quote, totally in front of him, close quote. There was an honest and open dialogue. He's a stud. His best days are ahead of him. Here's more from Mike LaFleur on how this defense could be better next year with retaining Nick Rallis' DC.
Yeah, I think sometimes, again, I'll go back to the totality of it, the improvements from 23 to 24. I mean, I've been on record. I mean, they got after us good. Obviously, in week 2 out here was one of the more embarrassing losses I've ever been a part of. And then really that second to last game up at SoFi, we're going to catch that ball next time. But in that moment, being a Ram, we escaped one right there. We couldn't do anything, and our defense played well that game to give us a chance, but we couldn't do anything. And I look at the first part of the 25 season. I was on record in the press conference saying, what Stafford said, and that's real. You can ask him. We came in, it's like, this does not look like the record that shows, and we knew that. And yeah, there's a lot of learning lessons from that back half of the year. I like what I heard in terms of how we're going to improve from there. And he's too good of a coach. He's too smart. He connects with these guys not to be able to improve from those, from that back half.
He's talking about the last game of the season.
He's talking about learning from the second half of last season, but I think he's also talking about the first half of the season where you were pointing out how well the Cardinals were playing defensively.
Yeah, 4 games, 23 points and under.
And a lot of people believing the Cardinals were better than their record said because of how they were playing. That's kind of what he was referring to.
With that being said, there's a tremendous investment on the defensive side of the ball, not only in free agency, but in draft. I mean, last year, every single draft pick was a defensive guy except for one. Those guys got to pop and they've got to develop. Now, the question really for Rallis becomes more about, can you turn these guys into great players? Like schemes and points and all of that stuff. Like when LaFleur said it's not so much about wins and losses, it was interesting to me because I think Michael Bidwell talked about how this year is going to be about wins and losses, and we've got to win. I want to turn it around in 1 year. We don't have to wait 2 years. LaFleur's saying it's more than that. But I think what LaFleur's really pointing to is, Will Johnson's a talented player. All of the Walter Nolan is Robinson. All of these guys are really good. You got to develop them. They got to turn into something. Mm-hmm. You can't have them be Zach Allen. Zach Allen turned into a star with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah,
a star. You can't have guys leave and break out somewhere else. Hassan Reddick broke out in Philly. Zach Allen broke out in Denver. You had these guys. You can't have Walter Nolan or Will Johnson or Robinson. You can't have these guys break out on another team. It's up to Rallis to get the most out of these guys now.
Yeah, it's a huge risk. I mean, I think we all acknowledge that, and I think even Mike LaFleur in his most honest moment would probably acknowledge, yeah, I'm taking a little bit of a chance here. This is unusual to retain a defensive coordinator of a unit that fell apart so spectacular last year, and yeah, there were injuries. There were more injuries on the offensive side of the ball than there were on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, there were still ones that Nick Rallis had to contend with, but that unit just rolled over and had their tummy scratched in the last 2 months of the season. It was embarrassing how bad that unit played. It was embarrassing for Gannon. It was embarrassing for Rallis because they're both defensive guys. Just to watch them, the offense, you can at least justify it a little bit because of all the guys that they lost. The defense, there were some losses, but not the same. And so it is.
They were embarrassed by some. The 49ers game, they gave up 41 points. They were embarrassed by some of these teams that they played. And so Seattle scored 44. It's consecutive weeks you got slaughtered by 2 division rivals.
It's a huge risk for Monty Ossenfort, trusting the guys that he drafted and putting them back in Nick Rallis' hands. It's a huge risk for Mike LaFleur to stick with the same DC from a year ago. It's for Nick Rallis, I mean, basically his opportunity to be a DC again in this league, this might be it for him to prove that he's capable of doing it. They're taking a big chance on this, and I don't know if it's going to work. I mean, it's uncommon for them to go this direction, and yeah, I don't know if it's going to work for them or not. I really don't.
I was looking at a note from, we take all these notes during the games. I was looking at a note from the last Seattle game. The Cardinals defense recorded only 1 pressure on 13 dropbacks in Week 10 against the Seahawks, the fewest pressures of any team in a game since 2022. Meanwhile, Seattle's defense recorded 23 pressures. It was really bad. It was getting really bad. The defense in that game was terrible. The defense in the 49er game when they lost 41-22 was atrocious. So it is. Look, I don't want to say baffled that Rallis is back, but I'm somewhat surprised. Maybe it'll work out. Maybe with LaFleur leading instead of Gannon, it'll be different. But the most important thing is a lot of investment from the draft picks on that defense. These guys they've got to show out. They got to pop.
I'm comfortable using the word baffled.
Yeah,
I found it baffling, and it's risky. It's really, really risky to bring him back. I hope it works out for them. Join us on April 11th. It's Pat's Run. It's presented by Tech Systems, 4.2-mile run/walk honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, an Arizona Cardinal, and an Army Ranger. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. The Kyler Murray market, is it heating up or is it cooling off? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
News
Newsmakers Week on Arizona Sports. Bickley and Murata talk with the decision makers from the front offices of college and professional sports in the Valley every morning this week. Scheduled to appear tomorrow morning, ASU football head coach Kenny Dillingham, T-backs manager Tori Lavello, Suns GM Brian Gregory, University of Arizona men's basketball head coach Tommy Lloyd. Don't miss Newsmakers Week at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
With Sun Devil women's basketball, it's not just a game, it's a show. The speed, the swagger, the no-look passes that make the crowd gasp. The intensity that feels like it could light up the court by itself. Every night, this team brings fire, fast breaks, big moments, and defensive energy you can feel from the top row to the hardwood. If you want basketball with heart, hype, and pure showmanship, you want Sun Devil women's basketball. Get your seats now at sundeviltickets.com.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey Arizona, it's Vince Murata, and President's Day means executive level savings at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, and right now the savings are seriously stacked. Get up to $5,000 off MSRP on remaining 2025 Bronco Sport and Maverick trucks with approved credit. Need more muscle? Score up to $6,000 off MSRP on 2025 Ford Super Duty trucks. And for even more bang for your buck, drive a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter with up to $5,000 off MSRP, $3,250 in bonus cash, plus low APR financing for qualified buyers. Like Tex Earnhardt said, what'll it take to make you happy? Swing by their dealership and find out today. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include global protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers end March 2nd, 2026.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What will the Cardinals do with Kyler Murray? We'll ask ESPN NFL analyst Ben Solak tomorrow at 10:30. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Look forward to hearing that one because Ben Solak, I believe, was the first one to suggest a 4th rounder for Kyler. And that was going to be the only thing you were going to get for Kyler. And then Bill Barnwell kind of followed suit and wrote exactly the same.
I got to be honest with you. I could care less what they get back in draft capital. I just want to get off the contract and save the money. And you can get a 6th round pick, and I'm not going to complain.
Yeah,
it's just time to to move on.
I think most fans agree with you.
Yeah.
I
Fourth,
don't,
fifth, sixth. I'm not. I mean, it is what whatever you can get is great. It's
I think it's
gravy.
really overrated.
Yeah.
This idea of maximizing the return for Kyler
You're
Murray.
right.
I don't think the fans are that obsessed about it. Not the way
They're
other
not.
people are obsessed about it. Like, oh, you got to get more. You got to get more. I don't
Like,
think-
okay, if you were trading Marvin Harrison Jr. right now, and I said you're trading Marvin Harrison Jr. and you get a 4th round pick, you'd lose your mind.
Yes.
Right?
That would be horrible value.
You would lose your mind.
Horrible value.
Right. Like, okay.
2
like,
years into a career in which you were the 4th pick in the draft,
Yeah.
and the best you're going to get is a 4th rounder, that is a mismanagement of gargantuan levels. Yes.
You might be able to get a late 1st or an early 2nd and justify it. But with Kyler Murray, it's really not about the pick. It's about how much money can you save if you trade the guy. That's what it's about.
It's about the acknowledgement from everybody that it's time to move on. It's time to try something different. And if you can save yourself the maximum amount of cap space in doing it, that's fine. That's the reward. That's you save $34 million to go spend on somebody else. I do want to shout out the audience in Maryvale for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Maryvale. We appreciate you. We don't have this sound. I wish we did. Lauren, God knows she went through every corner of the internet trying to find it, and we couldn't because Get Up doesn't always post everything from their entire show. But during Wednesday's edition of Get Up, former NFL player, executive, and current analyst Louis Riddick, who is one of my favorite personalities on the
you like
entire
him.
network.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a
always
big
have.
fan of Louis Riddick. I think he tells it like it is. He's to the point. He's concise. He's very smart. Said about Kyler Murray, and I quote, "No one questions Kyler's ability. No one. He can throw the ball a mile. He's fast as hell. He's dangerous outside the pocket. It's always the other stuff. It's always the commitment. It's always the leadership. It's always, can he raise the level of everyone else? There's no evidence of that. If you don't have any familiarity with him, if you haven't coached him before, if I'm a new coach, I'm sitting there going, okay, so you're telling me I can see all the things you're talking about athletically, but I don't know about any of the other stuff. Come on now," Riddick said, close quote, about Kyler Murray.
Fascinating, right? Because I think when everybody, there's no real denial on his talent, is there? Every time there's a knock on Kyler?
No, I mean,
but like we here talk about like, okay, you can't run him under center a whole lot. You got to be in shotgun. You can't see over the offensive line, but nationally, like we've watched every Kyler Murray game, every single one since he's been in the league. And so we could talk about talent and some of the knocks on him. We did it last year when we had him on the show. How come you don't throw the deep ball? How come you don't get more guys involved in the offense? But the national consensus doesn't seem to question the ability. They seem to question the intangibles.
They do. Yes, they do. They seem to question the leadership. They seem to question him raising everybody else's level. I mean, we were talking a week or so ago about how, nobody ever really publicly came out and said anything bad about Kyler from this past year. But as a lot of our listeners pointed out, no, maybe not. But a lot of people came out and said a lot of good things about Jacoby Brissett and his leadership. And almost by default, by not saying anything about Kyler and by saying good things about Jacoby, you're kind of saying something about Kyler, right? Like you're kind of making a commentary on Kyler. Look, for me, and I've said this before, and I really believe this, that there's no question there are and should be questions about leadership and him making everybody better. For me, the number one issue about Kyler Murray, after watching him play for the last 7 years, is the fact that he's 5 feet 10 inches tall. And I just don't know if there's a workaround to that. Like a consistent, steady, game in, game out. You can deal with that part of it. Because I get all the other stuff. I really do. And I want to be somewhat fair, because I do feel like Kyler over these last couple of years has done a much, much better job than he did the first 5.
Of reading defenses?
No. Of being more accountable, being in the building more.
Totally.
All that stuff. No, not about reading defenses. About being more of the franchise quarterback type that you're supposed to.
Work ethic.
I'm not saying he's perfect with that. I think he's been better than he was the first 5 years. But there are, for all of the talent and all the amazing things he can do, there is just one gnawing physical ability, small. And I just don't know if you can work around to that or not.
No, unless you break his legs and you give him that surgery that makes people taller, Like, it's not going to happen. Like, it was. But in the right offense designed for him. And listen, he had success in Cliff's offense. He didn't have success with Petzing, but there was success with Cliff. Like, you could look, here's the question. Can you develop an offense that utilizes his unique skill set and have success with it? The answer is yes.
You can. The problem with Cliff's offense, in my opinion, was that it required Kyler Murray to be Superman every single week for it to work. And if he wasn't Superman, it wasn't going to work. He did amazing things in it. But if he had an off week, if he had a bad game, if he threw too many interceptions, you were screwed. Mm-hmm. There was no, like at least in Petzing's offense, as much as it might have been ill-fitting to Kyler Murray, it de-emphasized Kyler so that you could live with his mistakes a little bit more because you were so much more about the run game and about establishing that part of your offense. Cliff's offense, yeah, it worked with Kyler Murray, but it made him so much the focal point that it was, I think you
would have to do
it was doomed to fail. I mean, it's just like he's going to have to be Superman every single week for you to win.
There was a stat, your memory's better than mine, when Kyler Murray runs 5 times or more, they win a lot. If he runs 5 times or less, they lose. There was a stat out there.
It was carries or yards. It was something along those lines.
There was something along which proved, like, you got to run. Like, yes. Kyler's got to run. Kyler's got to take the 3rd and 14 and turn it into a 15-yard run to keep the chains moving because he's not able to do it through the air, but he could do it with his feet. And that, that's so I'm saying, can you design an offense that plays to his strengths and that has success? Yes, but that team can only go so far.
Yeah.
That team is limited in how far they can go.
But I'll counter your but with another but. There are teams out there that, as far as Kyler can take them, are places they still might want to go. The New York Jets are the perfect example. Like Aaron Glenn is, I think that's why the Jets continue to be the perfect team for Kyler, for the Cardinals to focus on. Aaron Glenn needs to win more games than he did a year ago to justify keeping his job. He's a defensive-minded coach, so he might be more inclined to let Kyler be Kyler, and he'll just focus on the defense. And more importantly, Kyler Murray is probably good enough to help them win enough games to justify Aaron Glenn keeping his job. So he's willing, if Louis Riddick is right, and I believe he is, you're more willing to live with those flaws from Kyler Murray because he's way better than what you had, and it gives you a chance to win enough games to probably save your job and keep the hounds off you a little bit.
But I think there's a ceiling on how far you can go with an offense that is so predicated on him being under center and not being in shotgun, and now teams could sell out because they don't have to worry about the run so much. So I think there is a limit.
Yeah, and so we wait and see what happens with Kyler because we'll know very, very soon when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Brian Gregory, general manager of the Suns. We haven't heard a lot from him so far this year. He spoke to the media today, talked about if this season has moved his timeline for success up. We'll talk about that. Here you'll hear what he had to say next on Burns and Gambo.
Pitchers and catchers. Now, Cactus League play. Soon.
This ball is gone!
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and the great Stuart Willis, local right here, 5 locations in the Valley. It's imperative for everybody out there to have a financial plan, a retirement plan. Get a free portfolio review right now with Stuart Willis, a fiduciary with asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And you say, wait a second, I don't really have a portfolio. But you have a 401k, you might have a Roth IRA, you might have some high-yield savings. Like, that's a portfolio. It really is. It's your portfolio. What Stuart could do is help you come up with the right plan. Now, it is important to plan because many people, and I read financial information every single day. I'm always reading financial information and advice and just trying to make sure I'm on top of things because I want my retirement to work out for me. I've got the plans to buy the villa in Lake Como and be near my family in Italy and be able to live the life that I want to live and travel the way we like to travel. But I had to put a plan in place. I couldn't just snap my fingers and it was going to happen. You got to work towards that plan. I'm not saying it's easy, but you got to have a plan. That's why I recommend calling 602-877-PLAN to get your free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Mike LaFleur and the coordinators for the Arizona Cardinals spoke to the media today. LaFleur was asked what the timeline could look like for them to make a decision on Kyler Murray, and this is what he said.
Yeah, those, just like everything else in our roster, just open conversations right now throughout this building. No time frame on that.
Mike LaFleur also said that the coaching staff is nearly finalized. Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Gregory also spoke to the media today. He was asked about Dylan Brooks' technical foul situation, and this is what he had to say.
He knows his technical situation. We've had plenty of sit-downs and talks. He also knows how important he is for us to be on the court.
And U of A will be trying to get back to their winning ways tonight. They will be hosting A.J. DeBansa and the 23rd-ranked BYU Cougars. Koa Pete will be out for this one. Tip-off for that one is at 7 o'clock. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealers today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Suns back in action Thursday night at San Antonio. We'll get you prepped up for the final 27 games of the NBA season. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, before we tell you about what Brian Gregory had to say today, because it's been a while since we've heard the Suns general manager speak publicly about the state of his very surprising basketball team. A couple of notes that over the course of the show today, if you haven't tuned in, Gambo passed along about the Phoenix Suns as they return to play tomorrow against the Spurs. on Grayson Allen and on Haywood Highsmith.
Grayson Allen is progressing very well. He had a very good week. There's I think, a better than 50-50 chance that he will play tomorrow. He's working towards playing tomorrow against the Spurs. I'm not going to say it's 90%, but it's better than 50-50 that he plays. So there's a decent chance that Grayson Allen will be able to play tomorrow against the Spurs.
Yeah, I don't even think he's on the injury report. I think the injury report came out and he's not even on it. So that's a really, really good sign.
Good chance he'll play.
As far as Haywood Highsmith is concerned, it sounds like it might be a while until we see him potentially, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you're even going to see him. He's still, from what I'm hearing, he is still weeks away, 3 to 4 weeks away from being able to play. As we discussed yesterday in the gotcha moment that made us almost leave the show at 2:30 because we were done, this move is made for next year. This is a move for next season. It's not about impacting this year. It's about giving them a 3-and-D wing player that if they trade Royce O'Neal or Grayson Allen or one of their wing players, they've got a good, cheap option to replace them. They don't have to spend $10 million. They've got a guy in a vet minimum contract that has played a lot, played with Miami Heat, played in the NBA Finals. Last 2 years, shot 39%. Could he help this year? Maybe. It's not the main focus. The main focus is on basically having this guy available for next season. So is he going to play anytime soon? No. Still 3 to 4 weeks away from being able to play, but that starts to bump up towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're like, is there any chance? Because he hasn't played at all this year.
And there's no doubt if you're looking at avenues for how to improve the Phoenix Suns or even change the composition of the Phoenix Suns, it's not that hard to figure out. I mean, it is either Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, one of those two guys, or it's some of your younger players if you've decided they're not going to work out very well and you hope they still have value, whether it's Rasheer Fleming or Kaman Malawatch, the fact that they were both, highly thought of coming out of the draft, and Malawatch, the 10th pick overall in the draft. I mean, it's not, I'm not in a hot rush to go trading any of those guys, but it's just sort of an acknowledgement. You don't have any first-round picks you can move. Your options for changing the roster are very, very limited. You just don't have very many of them. And Highsmith, I think, is good insurance because moving one of Grayson Allen or Royce O'Neal, I think, is going to be something, whenever this offseason comes around, is going to be something we're talking about a lot for the Suns. Not that they've done anything to deserve it. You just don't have options,
At some point, you're going to want to improve.
Yes.
And this team is only capable of so much, right? The roster, the way it's constructed, is really only capable of so much, barring like an incredible jump by Fleming or Malawatch that Gillespie's a good player and you know what he can bring to the table. You know what Grayson Allen brings to the table. You know what Book brings to the table. You now know what Dylan Brooks brings to the table. I still think there's a little jump with Jalen Green. I do think that there is that ability to get better but to your point, there is some limitations on this roster that you might have to address via a trade in the offseason.
So Brian Gregory, as I mentioned, met with the media today, and he was asked if the surprising success this year has at all affected their timeline overall for the organization. Here's what he said.
Well, I think, again, the most important thing is control what you can control. In this league, there's a lot of things out of your control. So let's control the type of players that we have in here in our organization. Let's control their development. And if pieces come in that we see that we need, be ready to take advantage of those opportunities. I don't think it speeds anything up. I think what it does is make the ride a little more enjoyable. And when you're doing it with good people, and when I say good people, that's just not the people in the offices here. That's the players on the court. That's the people in the weight room and stuff like that. So you look at it and you say, where do we want to get to? What do we need to do today to get there? And that's what we attack.
I love that answer. It doesn't really speed it up. It just makes it a little more fun. We shouldn't anticipate that suddenly the Suns are going to go do anything. Perhaps we shouldn't anticipate the Suns are going to do anything crazy this offseason. That the pace of their rebuild is going to be dictated by how limited their resources are, and they're just going to have to slow play this a little bit until they can get some of those resources back. There's just only so much they can do, but isn't it nice that they're way more competitive than we thought along this journey, you know?
Yeah, and the priorities for them in the offseason are going to be re-sign Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, and Jordan Goodwin. Now, when you start to think about adding all that salary in, it could also be another reason why I got Highsmith on a vet minimum, and if I want to move off of one of the other guys that's making a lot of money, it might be able to help me as far as the tax situation and things like that, too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As far as Kaman Malawach, and if trading Nick Richards is going to open up more minutes for their center, here's what the Suns GM had to say about that.
Well, obviously, with one less big in the rotation, there's that possibility. And I know everyone's excited to watch Kaman and Rasheer play. Such bright futures for both those guys. And their development has been, we're very pleased with it so far this year. Obviously, the opportunity and them always bothering us about trying to go play in the Valley games when there's the free time to do it. They want to play. They're on the court every day with us, working on their game and practices and so forth. And I think you've seen even progress in when they've gotten minutes in games. So I know if the opportunity comes that Kaman will be ready for those minutes.
See, I don't know if we can say that about Kaman Malawach. I don't know if
he'd be ready for the minutes.
No. If we've really learned anything about him in the garbage time minutes that he's played, I don't feel like I've learned a thing about him. Rasheer Fleming, I think because he's played somewhat more significant minutes than Kaman Malawach has, that we've learned a little bit more about him. We know what we like. We know he's very rangy. He's got long arms. He's a freak athlete. He just needs to hit enough threes to justify being on the floor, and I think if he does that, he can play. Like, he can contribute right now. Kaman Malawach, I don't know a thing about Kaman Malawach and his readiness to play at the NBA right now, because all he's getting are garbage time minutes.
No. All we know is he's still 19 years old. There's a lot of potential there. It's going to take time for him to put it all together. Your question is, okay, is there any point in the next 25 games where he can help this team? Well, like, he'll be force-fed into it if something happens to Mark Williams or Oso or Godaro. You got no choice. He'll play.
Yeah.
And, you hope that doesn't happen. You hope the other guys stay healthy. The third-string center was Nick Richards. He didn't play. So now you're the third-string center. As long as those two guys are healthy and active, they're going to play, and Malawach is going to get a lot of garbage time minutes. It would only be an injury that would force him into getting the 15 to 20 minutes a game that some people want to see. There's been games this year. I'm not going to lie. There's been games this year where I wondered, man, could he help right here? Could he help as a shot-blocking presence?
Yeah.
Could he help with the rebounding? Could he help with his size? There's been a few games this year where I've kind of wondered if there's a good matchup for him where you could play him a decent amount of minutes and he could help you. Not a lot, but there's been a few games where I've thought about it.
Yeah, and trust me when I say I understand this unique set of circumstances that have kind of combined for Kaman Malawach not to be able to make an impact here in these games. I really do. It is a unique set of circumstances. It is virtually unprecedented for a player drafted where Kaman Malawach, no matter what his age is, drafted where Malawach was drafted, to play as little minutes as he has. It's almost never happened. It's
rare.
It's very rare.
Very rare. I saw that. That's it. Yep.
And it was Kellen who wrote the story, and he did a tremendous amount of homework on it. It truly is. And Kellen even said, I'm not saying this makes him a bust, and I'm not saying this means the Suns made a mistake. I'm just pointing out, for a guy picked 10th in the draft, no matter how old he is, to get this few minutes so far into his rookie season, it almost never happens. And so,
what was Amari Stoudemire picked? Wasn't he a teenager when he came into the league?
Yeah, and he played right away.
Yeah,
and he played really well away.
Really well.
And so, just baked into that is the man. I hope they got that one right because, and this point can't be overstated enough. Because they have so few draft picks over the next few years, and certainly so few draft picks that they control.
3 firsts?
I think they've got 3 firsts, but they can't trade any of them, right? They're all leveraged out through swaps and things like that. Yep. Kaman Malawach was in many ways their one bite at the apple. Like, okay, we might not have a top 10 pick for a long, long time. We got to make this one count.
And that came via a trade.
And that one came exactly. Pick. And so that's where you're pinning your hopes and dreams of this has got to work. Because if it doesn't, when are you going to get another bite at the apple when it comes to the NBA draft like that? at that. And that's where you just get a little nervous that he's not. I know you're not. You're remarkably calm and relaxed about this. I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't a little concerned about the fact that he hasn't forced his way into the conversation and been so good. They're like, dude, we got no choice. We got to play this guy. He's been unbelievable in practice.
If you look at those stories that say if you had an NBA redraft, most people would say the Suns should have taken Derek Queen.
Yeah.
Because he's playing right now and playing a lot.
Cedric Howard. Those are the two guys.
He could have helped. Right.
Yeah, those are the two guys.
I still believe in Malawach's ability to be an impact player. Look, you never know what could happen if you're able to acquire another first-round pick somewhere down the road. You've got 3. You're going to have picks. But to your point, you're right. They're leveraged out. They're not going to be top 10 picks.
Yeah.
You know, those picks are going to be top 10 picks. You're going to have to take flyers on guys, move around. They did it with Fleming. They made 3 trades before the second round started to get themselves in a position to get Fleming because they believed in him. He's gotten more time than Malawach has.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, if you want to hear what a God complex sounds like in coaching, stay tuned because we're going to present to you UCLA men's basketball coach Mick Cronin, who's got a God complex like you won't believe. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We could spend a little bit of time with Valley sports icon Jerry Colangelo.
You know, back in '68 when I came here, it was what it was, but I saw kind of a blank canvas and an opportunity to kind of paint your own portrait, and that's the reason I made my decision to come here rather than Milwaukee or even staying in my hometown of Chicago.
What do you got left? What else do you want to accomplish, Jerry, now that you've done so much in your life?
You got to stay alive as long as you can.
That's really the game at this point,
That's
right?
the challenge. That's the challenge.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I love that. Welcome back here as I'm here to tell you about Global Credit Union and why I think you should become a member of Global Credit Union, because I'm a member of Global Credit Union, and I'm just telling you right now that when it comes to your banking, whatever services it is that you need, checking accounts or savings accounts or loans or credit card, it's all just better at Global Credit Union. They are changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees, Global Credit Union helps members save over $194 million last year. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings. You get perks like early payday, which allows you to access your paycheck up to 3 days early if you have direct deposit set up with your employer. If you ever do need assistance, Global Credit Union offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support. Join at globalcu.org or stop into any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to see for yourself. I'm a member myself. You'll feel the difference right away. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial opportunities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercial.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta. Want to score serious President's Day savings on your next ride? It's happening now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, where big deals have been the tradition for 75 years. Right now, drive home a tough 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with over $12,000 off MSRP, or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR on select models. Are you ready to go big? Check out the GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup with up to $20,000 off MSRP or 0% APR for qualified buyers. That's right, 0%. These commander level savings won't last. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from data financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 2nd, 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. You got U of A basketball on tonight, taking on BYU at 7 o'clock. No Koa Pete.
And no Saunders for BYU.
And no Saunders for BYU. He is out. Yeah.
But, listen, after losing those 2 games in a row and falling off the number 1 line, this is a big game for them. This is a really big game. Both teams without key players. Arizona at home, they don't lose in McHale very often, so they're going to have to get this one, because after this, you got Houston coming up, Baylor coming up, Iowa State coming up. It's going to be tough.
Kansas again coming up as well.
Kansas
and then
again.
The Big 12 tournament. Yeah, it's without Koa Pete, they're going to need obviously a lot better performance from their backcourt tonight. But only 7 losses at home under Tommy Lloyd.
Yeah.
So it even with no Koa Pete tonight, and the other kids out too. The shooter. Aristode, right?
Aristode.
How do you say the dude's name?
Yeah. He's a bench guy.
Well, I know, but he's I think he's gotten some run for them. He's out tonight with the flu, too, so he won't play. That's what's on tonight. The NBA. Any other college basketball tonight, Lauren? Oh, college basketball.
Illinois is playing USC.
Oh, my God. How did I not know that?
As long as they're not playing UCLA.
How did I
Well,
not
they'll
know
be playing
that?
UCLA on Saturday at Pauley Pavilion.
I
and
hope they beat their
my
ass.
booty will be there.
I hope. Oh, you're going to be there. That's
I'm
right.
gonna be there.
That's right. You're going to LA this weekend. I forgot
Yes.
about that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I hope Illinois beats you. I have this Mick Cronin.
Get him fired.
Come on.
They can't fire him mid-season.
If I'm that reporter and he talks to me like that, I'm sorry.
Oh, we know.
I'm sorry. That's not like that. Would never work with me. That would never work with me.
So here's what happened. Mick Cronin last night in a loss to Michigan State. Mick Cronin, who's already got just a terrible reputation around the league, around college basketball, for just being not a real good person at all, right? UCLA suffered their second straight 20-plus point loss last night, losing to Michigan State. They got their brains beat in, and there was a play where Stephen Jamerson, a former Michigan State student, was called for a flagrant for fouling Carson Cooper from behind on a dunk attempt.
Right, very late in the game.
Very late in the game. Cronin essentially ejected his own player, took Jamerson out of the game. Cronin was asked about it after the game. Here's what he said.
True toughness is in how you compete and how you go to work every day. Steve's a good kid. He made a bad decision. But if you want to be a tough guy, you need to do it during the game. For a block out, for a rebound. So I was thoroughly disappointed. Guy was defenseless in the air. I know Steve was trying to block the shot, but the game's a 25-point game. You don't do that.
Okay, that's fine. That's whatever. Tom Izzo on the other side, he even said, so I guess Mick upgraded that to a flagrant too, huh? It's the first time I saw a coach do that, but it sounds like Mick, he'll get that straightened out. Cronin was asked a question about the student section at
Yes.
Michigan State. And that prompted this exchange that's gotten all the run today.
What was your thoughts on the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
You should take it.
the preparation of the?
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't.
student
I don't
section?
think you care about the other.
Are you
team's-
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
I'm not raising.
Come on, yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody, this is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
What a jerk. Are you raising your voice to me?
Yeah, because
He
you
wasn't
raised your voice
raising-
at me. Because you started it.
Right.
Because you're trying to antagonize me.
Right. You're trying to embarrass me.
And then when I come back at you by not raising my voice to you, not yelling at you, just taking a defensive tone with my voice, like shut up.
Right.
I mean, just
they need to get rid of him. They need to get rid of Mick Cronin. First of all, they're an abject failure, UCLA basketball. They've been terrible this year against good teams. But, man, that's no way to treat people. And then, like, if I'm the AD, like, I'm having him apologize to that guy. He asked him a question. If you don't like the question, there's many ways to just move off of it. Like, hey, I mean, honestly, that's not something we worry about. I'm not, I worry about my fan section. I'm not worried about Michigan State. You don't have to, like, that's the worst question I've ever been asked. Congratulations. Kudos to you. It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean that part was stupid. But to then instigate the quote-unquote raised voice by asking him, do you really think I give a... And then as soon as the reporter goes to answer himself or defend himself, don't raise your voice. It's like, it's childish. It's small. It's really small, petty human behavior that just, come on, man.
Some of these coaches have such big egos.
God complex.
Such big egos.
It's a total God complex.
And I mean, look at Mick. Honestly, look in the mirror, Mick Cronin. You're not scaring anybody.
Yeah.
Okay, you're not scared. I don't even care who the reporter is. You're not scaring anybody.
If we were making a Mount Rushmore of college coaches with God complexes,
Hurley and UConn.
Okay, so Dan Hurley. Brian Kelly at LSU or Notre Dame had total God complex.
Lane Kiffin.
Saban was God complex there for a while.
Bruce Pearl when he was at Auburn.
Oh, Bruce Pearl at Auburn was so bad. It's just like you were not allowed to question anything about that program. Anything. It's just
Urban Meyer?
Maybe. Maybe. Man, we could sit here and riff on this topic all day, but it's time for us to go. We're back tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over.